pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story, Vince. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Just not going to be so bad for Ben. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vent gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot in the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Bit of Valor once more on a Wednesday. You know the drill, you know the time, you know the place. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here right now, but you are. I love you for it. And my name's Mick, and this is Infernosis, other side. But we're going ahead and we're getting ready into things. We know we're a little bit late to the curve, but that's fine because teams, obviously, with so many on a weekly basis, with 64 signing up here and free entry across the board, things are going to be a little rough here and there. But we got ourselves ironed out. We got a matchup for you. And that's going to be the likes of Demon Time versus Flying Monkeys here to go ahead and start things off. And Demon Time, they speak the name. They know exactly what they are, and we've seen them on multiple occasions, at least, out of Scott and I.
Yeah, we've seen him too many times almost to count. But I mean, when you've got 2 years plus running of weekly $50 tournaments, you're bound to see some repeat names. And we love to see Demon Time come up and once again try to make their shot at that prize pool, which no longer that $50 prize pool, thanks to our great sponsor, Community Gaming, it's actually up to $250. So each of those players, each taking home a piece, and that with $50 a piece. I hate doing math on a broadcast. I'm terrible at it, but it is what it is. Demon Time, I'm hoping they do well, but they do have a very tough opponent to go up against first.
Most definitely do, and even then talking about these free entry tournaments, this is now, I mean, you mentioned it, week to week, 99.3. It's now the third week we're on the 99 because we want to make sure number 100 is just as grand as possible, considering that we've done this for so darn long. Even then, during the 50th anniversary, we did, I want to say 120 teams. We did something extravagant, and we even ran to the prize pool. Lord knows what could be coming along, but we want to make sure that everything's set up for when that does come around. But 99.3 is the number. $250 is the prize pool. Flying Monkeys and Demon Time is our entry. And more importantly, we have ourselves a map as well to go ahead and get ourselves into. I want to say it is going to be the likes of Haven for our first map. The little cheat sheet down under. It's cheating on you a little bit because it's not going to be the right one just yet. But don't worry, I got you covered. Everything's sitting, at least in terms of that, 3-point map. 3 sites overall is going to be outstanding. And even then, it's one also, oddly enough, for our first map, is not Ascent. That's kind of the one thing that shocks me, more importantly, knowing that usually Ascent will be our first map or something like Bind, something that's very aggressive, very upfront, very easy for everybody to understand, because it's more like a gentleman's agreement, a saying, we don't really know what we're coming into. It's the first round. Let's go ahead and make sure things start fresh and easy.
It's that handshake map, right? Every time you're going to start off and say, hey guys, it's Heaven to Ascent. It's the most tried and true. Everyone likes to allude to the fact that it's very similar over to maybe Mirage on CSGO, something where every player is saying, I'm picking the game back up, I'm heading straight to this map. Ascent is that map for Valorant, and it's much better than Mirage, at least in my opinion, but absolutely adore the map of Ascent. Unfortunately, it will have to go over to Haven, 3 objective map, quite a lot of difficulties for attacking teams to decide which ejecting to push over to. When you get the likes of Glide 2 over on the side of Demon Time, you've got a great point of entry to work off of. Great job and responsibility put to the operator in hand, and with the nerfs that recently tagged against Chamber, the likelihood we see Chamber continue to be brought out lessens at least a little bit, though the nerfs were quite extreme.
Yeah, they most definitely were. That's something we're going to see a lot of today, more importantly. I mean, you mentioned that. I was going to kind of let it speak for itself, just so everybody says, well, where's Chamber? What happened to him? Is the guy dead? I sure hope so, because I never want to see him again. But this nerf will definitely kind of put him in his place, I believe. But another thing I'm looking forward to is just seeing overall the amount of versatility we have in the meta, because now we're seeing less, honestly, we're getting to such a weird middle ground where honestly you could run nothing but controllers and initiators on a team comp, and it could work. Sentinels aren't really having as much viability anymore ever since we saw Chamber kind of take over. Duelists aren't feeling nearly as good because of how, I want to say, selfish their entire kit is compared to the initiators. While they have those flashes and those same capabilities of initiating onto a site, they basically do the same job, just a little better. So, I mean, there is so much capabilities across the board. So that's why we're going to go ahead and get into this agent select, see what we're working with here. And of course, I'm talking about initiators. You can't really talk about initiators like KO being on the pick.
Now, let's keep in mind, your agent selection, like you've gone into a big point, it's all up in the air. Everything's going to be wild. Everything's going to be up for it. And when you're talking about a team like Demon Time, where we've seen them pop off in multiple directions, we've talked about the KO more specifically because we do see the map of Ascent quite often. When you're talking about KO individually, you're talking more about that suppressing knife. For the map of Haven, it's still quite useful, more specifically on defending that B site. You toss the suppressing knife, the null, straight through to center. You get a little bit of suppression. You get that information early, which can allude to where maybe the attacking side is working looking from. But you know what else can do that and use that same utility in a lot more of an effective manner, both defensively and attacking? It's Sova, who's always been into the meta, has always been into a very solid state. They tried to nerf him back a little bit, and while it did work for a bit, players still ultimately found that the best piece of information gathering potential is still typically your Sova, so they'll still lock in for that one. And we also know Hendog likes to pick up that Cypher every once in a while, so I'll be very interested to see if we do actually get to see the Cypher Haven, or if we'll unfortunately step back over to the KJ, which is so likely.
Yeah, I think even in talking about Ascent, I mean, this could be one of the maps that we see Chamber still have somewhat of an influence, considering the amount of aggression you can put on that A long site. Knowing C long will also have a lot of versatility there. And knowing that with how many sites there is to cover, you mentioned the KJ. I mean, Chamber and KJ seem like the two essentials in terms of Sentinels on this map, purely because of how many sites you have to hold down and how many entryways you're going to make sure are covered. So you need to have some level of detection there. You mentioned the Cypher. Well, that's another avenue. Something to where you can just place it down, absolutely forget about it, and no matter what, you will have some form of detection to let you know somebody is there. We don't have to cover garage, or even more importantly, we don't have to worry about B, because we can just play for retake at that point. Everybody else is scattered about elsewhere in the map. We just come for one big collapse.
Haven is a really tough map if you're not ready to push into an objective, Dallas. And A side is the objective of retakes for the defensive side. The most easily retakeable site in all of the game of Valorant happens to be right here on Haven for that A site. Cypher does a great job of locking it down with a single Cypher cam. You don't necessarily need to actually stack the objective in any way with player count. Let them fall into the site, get one piece of information off, and then start to retake that objective from multiple angles. It's up to the attack to then play defensively, and they're cornered in, they're hemmed in. And that's Hendog's specialty. Getting that information, locating it up, sending it to their team, and they'll just tear the rest down. The question that's going to be on the mind of the opposing team, can you shut down the retakes? Because A side is so easy to take, it's a hard fight to say, hey guys, let's go somewhere else, despite it being so easy.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big influence in the game overall, not just in terms of the attacking side, but the defense is going to be that A side. That's where we see the majority of a lot of good teams that like to play aggressive, like to switch up the sides, like they go ahead and get into the spawn on the defensive side. A side every single time is going to be where a lot of that aggression comes from. You're not going to see players going for that single avenue right there down C long. There's not too much of a leeway right there. You may have players kind of swinging in and out of the garage doors or something, but A will always be the biggest advocate for something like that, considering that you have short coverage for a player pushing down long, looking for to get all that utility off, and even more so, it has such an easy way to lock off that access, to go ahead and cut off that back door from window right there in the middle, to know if somebody's rotating out, you get a free shot off, and you get a free kill. Every single time I see a team looking to switch up sides and play super aggressive on that defense, it always comes from A. And if you're not a good team, or if you're not really prepared to go ahead and cut off the river right there, build a dam somewhat up against that A main area, you could get locked off over and over and over again and lose your entire half, which is supposed to be favored for yourself.
Now, one of the things to keep in mind will be First Blood on the map of Haven, which in a lot of ways is one of the more important maps when it does come down to that First Blood. When you get to the meaty rounds, the rounds where you will have an operator, both teams have their full rifles, and you have a stacked defense, you're always going to look to that chamber, which we've obviously talked about multiple times, whether we see them or not, to get that First Blood, that peak on C long. It's a very dangerous alleyway to work from, and whoever gets that first pick just sets up the team one way or another, whether it's defensively to cut down one more player and then have a man advantage for whatever push does come through, or if you're on the attack and you've now opened up the entirety of a site by removing one man from its defensive position. No matter what it comes down to, you have to get that First Blood. One of the greatest ways to do it is C-long, like I mentioned, but a lot of teams start to sleep on that A-long pressure. You watch them as they step up through main, you get that long shot, and then you immediately retreat, and you don't just step back to site, you step back all the way over towards link, and you even retreat into the B side to defend from there instead.
Yeah. I think honestly, even then overall, we got to look at the agents, what we're dealing with, and that's exactly what we're getting right back into. And more importantly, getting right back into the game. So we talk about duelists, and we talked about the kind of them dying out a little bit and where the versatility goes. Well, while Jet sure has that tailwind, can get into sight easily, get that little one-time thing going on. That's where Neon actually starts to come into a little bit of an introduction and show her way in the game. She's been outstanding so far. Sure, she didn't have the highest pick rate in the world whenever she initially came out, but neither did Jet either. Neon has kind of been a little bit of a discovery aspect. A lot of teams have kind of experimented with her. Obviously, nobody really used her that much until Victor went off with her for Optic and VCT and looked outstanding. And now everybody's saying, wow, she looks really darn good. Well, you know, honestly, come up with your own little recipe, because sure, she's great, but she's Victor's for right now. But let's see if anybody can really do that much better. And Hen Dog is going to be the one on the table right now. And same thing with Atlas, who's looking to go ahead and get some shots off the chamber of the Classic.
One of the things that I've noted as well is Hen Dog more specifically. We've seen them on the Neon before on the map of Haven. And not only did it happen, I think the scoreline was 13-2 because Hen Dog went off in such an exponential fashion. Maybe that continues. Maybe it doesn't. Glide2 does net the first frag, though, here. Getting the first blood for their defensive side, keeping the attack at bay. Fight hiding within Garage. They'll remove 2 with the frenzy. One still remaining close by. They'll be cut down quickly as well. Unfortunately, the ending falling to the frag in that Ghost in the head of Glide2 once again. Round 1 will fall to Demon Time.
Yeah, huge one already on the board for Demon Time. I mean, especially considering though this defensive end, and that's where they need to go ahead and start excelling, right? I mean, you need to make sure to get these initial rounds, give yourself that leeway, that little safety net when it comes around to this defense, knowing that you're not going to have the best time in the world, but still plenty enough with that first round. Now going to be the second when you get that force, and hopefully a good bonus could come out for as well, to at least make things expensive for those attackers. But I mean, Flying Monkeys, they're going to have to definitely put themselves on the board eventually, make things as aggressive as possible, really look for somewhat of a game plan. And I got to say, with the Rays, that may be a good way, but when you don't have obviously the fade, that's the little thing that's kind of confusing me, is that's the biggest combo that we've seen with that agent without her really just kind of going raw in herself, more specifically on these maps.
Slow and methodical approach, trying to brew up towards the A site. The Genie's needing them at long. There's that first frag potential I spoke about. Unfortunately, the Rendezvous not successful to get them away with their life. They'll fall just short, but I think their weapon, since only a headhunter, does not seem to matter for the attacking side, but they still want to push towards the A side. 3 through short, 1 through long, but a flank also remaining from the attacker spawn. We may see Demon Time start to return back into this one. Hen Dog up in heaven. Has a Spectre, not the right weapon for that long-range potential, but notice the slow pace we're seeing come out from the attacking side. They're trying to brew something up, but they have to reach that boiling point, and it's about to meet towards long.
1 enemy remaining.
Most definitely is, and already, I mean, we're considering, obviously, Demon Time to really go crazy in this one, and that's exactly what they did. A lot of players staying towards the rear end. Only 1 player lost in the meantime. You get to keep that Bulldog for now going into this third. So Glide2 looking to lead the board, already having that Bulldog still to work with, and not really the most influential of ultimates if he does get access to that here pretty early. But I mean, Fipe is literally right behind him as a Sadie. So you need these 2 players more specifically behind those initiators to really start feeling themselves right here, right now, to get a couple more ult points. And even then, if it's rifles, they want to make sure that they can at least pick off a couple, pick those off, and then see what to work with, because Killa Wyland doesn't really have too much armor to work with. So that could be a pretty good aspect if he does overextend.
And that kit's highly important as well. Having to use that paranoia to create some space. It works quite well inside of Demon Time. Unfortunately, mentioned by Hen Dog, only netting 1. Quickly cut down by Atlas, but the rest of the team no longer there. The opportunity squandered for the attacking side of Flying Monkeys. They'll try to survive, but it does not seem to matter. Removed swiftly in Demon Time. Once again, step up with another round victory. 3 in a row now netted for themselves.
Yeah, already a good little start here on the board, considering that, I mean, we saw that bonus come through, and it actually had the bonus impact that they needed. Able to have a lot of players still sitting towards the rear end. Ginny now has a lot of money just saved up in the back pocket, considering that he hasn't really played all that aggressive, as a chamber shouldn't be. Thankfully, now realizing the impact of these nerfs, saying, look, I need to play a little more passive, buy into my role, hold a choke point, and then work off of that rather than just overextending anywhere in the map. So a really good start here, looking to go ahead and get things running a little bit more so in Fight. Now with that ultimate being so darn close to ready, if they can at least farm an orb and let him get 1 more kill, that could be another free round on the board, but they're not too stressed about it, considering this round isn't really bought up too much.
Yeah, you're expected to take this round into a victory. Ginny on that chamber, we've spoken about it before, having the tour de force is quite nice. But when you can't get any kills because Fipe and Glide2 are stealing absolutely everything, well, get it done with the mainstay operator. It may be a bit pricey, but you can put it in your hands. You've won 3-4 rounds in a row now at this point. You're not questioning what to do next. Just hold it up and take some shots. They'll lock down that C-long position. That's an expected result. But beyond that, the rest of the team can defend B and A all by their lonesome. You only need 1 man to get the job done.
And most definitely. And another thing that normally takes 1 man to do is can be sign up for these giveaways we got going on, because there is a lot To unpack in that department more specifically, MSI is still going ahead, being outstanding of a sponsor and going ahead and looking not only to give goodies to us, but more importantly, the viewers as well with these GH50s that are available every single week. So you can go ahead, sign up for that, or type in !giveaway in chat to go ahead and get all that lined up. Find yourself the link and sign yourself up for that, which does go ahead and get raffled off on Saturday during our Valor show, which is another tournament we hold that's free, obviously, of entry as well. But another big thing is going to be the Reaver bundle that we are going to be away as well. Everybody's freaking about this bundle, and don't worry, you're going to have one extra shot to do it because I don't want the bundle, so I'm not going to be signing up. But I definitely think if you want yourself an easy way to go ahead, because skins equal wins, to really set that thing up and make sure you get yourself, you know, obviously some skins so you can get more wins, because that's exactly what matters here.
Skins don't always equal wins. Sometimes
Yes,
they equal
do.
losses for the wallet, Dallas, and unfortunately, it's usually my case because I'm just terrible no matter what skin
It's
I'm
a giveaway.
using. Hey, it's a giveaway though. There's no losses here.
No.
Free entry. Quick rush out though through A main. Hendog is doing a great job of trying to keep them at bay when it comes forward short, but they've lost their teammate on long itself. Still an equal man count, should be the 4-on-4. And you can already see a player lingering around in B Dallas. Both sides, the Omen and Omen tandem will go through, and it will go in favor of Demon Time. As once again, Flying Monkeys fall short. Now a 2-man disadvantage, and they're forced to step through A quickly.
Yeah, I mean, already looking for somewhat of a play here, considering we're going to have the big rundown going this A site. But I mean, even then, the 3v2 already is going to be more than enough, considering the Hendog is on site and he has exactly the utility you need to get on site. But regardless, doesn't even matter. You have nothing but sheriffs to work with, so one player's already down and done. And Ryan's going to go ahead and say, rendezvous out of there. Let's go ahead and leave Atlas all by his lonesome, try to set up for a cross, which actually will end up working a little bit, but so scuffed up in the meantime that you're sitting at 1 HP. Hendog is trying to dance around you, but it's just not going to happen. So already a little bit of a very difficult situation. And Hendog can close things out once more as we get ourselves another round underway, and Demon Time still going flawless thus far in terms of rounds in this game.
Neither of those animals in Hendog's names aptly fit what we just saw right there. That is a rabbit bouncing around everywhere, dodging everything, to and fro. Disgusting affair from the Neon of Hendog, and we were expecting that. I mentioned it before. Last time we saw the Neon in the hands of Hendog was on Haven, and that game ended in a completely lopsided affair. If it wasn't a straight 13-0, it was a 13-1 or a 13-2. It was just a straight-up victory with no chance to go the other way for Demon Time. Whether that will continue, time will tell. It's already been 4 netted for them. Rifles should start to fall back into the hands of the Flying Monkeys side, but the aggression will not stop for Demon Time. Hendog pressures through A main, starts to get a little bit tag damage off, but it doesn't seem to do too much. The Tasmanian Tiger will reset the opposing direction and will force Hendog to flee back towards A main, and their teammate Assaulty will join them.
Yeah, I mean, already looking at the positioning and looking at how we're trying to push on the side once more for the likes of Flying Monkeys. They do have themselves a little bit of a positioning, considering that, I mean, even then they had to set up everything towards A long, but they have no real control towards A short, and that's where a lot of this counter aggression is going to come through. Look at Hendog, already holding that angle, looking for a burst blood, and can't really manage it. With that, hands for somewhat of a swing to come through, and honestly, not the best way to really answer things back. So already looking for somewhat of a push on the site. Still Flying Monkeys being in a deficit, but I mean, not the biggest one in the world, as they just now got themselves that resurrection back up and looking good for them.
2-man advantage for the Flying Monkeys side of the team on the attack. This is the first time we've actually seen them net themselves an advantage, and this one's quite hardy. Hendog has been felled, and you've lost the chance for your breach. You don't have a great way to initiate towards the site bar of that sky, and you've already kept them sleeping towards the A side, waiting for some sort of attack to come through, but it's actually Flying Monkeys rushing towards C. Step out of garage for Atlas did not get them an opportunity for a kill. Kitty strikes two into the afterlife, and Glide2 follows up with one of their own. It's just Ryan Rex left standing. They may have the spot to tag Glide2 as they're unaware of up on top of boxes. They will get the kill, but Ginny's good for the refrag. Another round win gained for Demon Time.
Yeah, already just a massive run through right now, getting themselves now like 5th in a row. I mean, considering that obviously Demon Time, they looked just so darn good. We talked about them, we hyped them up already, and even then more so, knowing that they were in that man deficit in that last round, they still end up pulling things out. Still, without having to use an ultimate in the meantime, even when their backs are against the wall, they stay calm and composed and make sure to pull off the necessary kills to get themselves that lead. And it was Ginny, obviously, in that last round, but I mean, considering you had yourself a Rolling Thunder to push up aggressively through that A main area, they didn't want to get that aggressive. They still want to play it smart. They still want to give themselves the impact. And already, with one in this round, as Ginny gets the first blow once more.
Starting things off strong, Demon Time defensively has been an absolute force to be reckoned with. Glide 2 makes that even more known, stepping up through Hay and takes the head off their doppelganger on the opposing side. Flying Monkeys will try to swing out through window, but Glide 2 will meet them once again. Armory's army will fall to the floor. Dave's head will join them. Glide 2's on a 3K. Looks like Atlas's flag will be short-lived, just the same as the rest of Flying Monkeys, with Sadie swinging that corner and finding that final triumphant blow. Demon Time once again climbing even higher, 6 rounds in a row uncontested.
Yeah, outstanding. I mean, work on a Demon Time, considering them. I mean, I just feel a little more sorry for Flying Monkeys, knowing that what they're up against. I mean, knowing that they're trying to get themselves in the game, knowing that they're trying to get themselves some rounds on the board, it's just not working out for them. Knowing that Demon Time, we talked about how well they are, talk about how they've gotten themselves considerably far into the bracket every single week they've been in the Pit of Valor, which I want to say this is now like 7 in a row. No matter what, they've even won themselves one. So you're facing ex-champions right now, crowned players, crowned rosters, but for round 1, it's very difficult and it really feels tough to beat. But I mean, there's still a little bit of potential and there's still a way to at least make this game look good. But as it stands right now, it's not looking too good when you have yourself a 1-man disadvantage, 4 ultimates to look at, and I mean, the biggest fragger on the board, Glide 2, not dead yet.
Great things we can note, considering this is the GLG Pit of Valor. The greatest thing you can say is, even if you are losing this game, it's such a lopsided affair, you're gaining knowledge. You're improving. You're progressing as a player, facing players that are better than you, arguably, as of this point, scoreline being what it is. You start to improve yourself in the same way that they've been doing it so consistently throughout Pit of Valors. They weren't winners from the get-go, Dallas. We've known that to be true, and they're definitely winners now. A flawless last round for them to give them their 7th. Demon Time continue to climb even higher on their defensive side, and I can only expect it to continue when they head over to the attack.
Yeah, again and again and again and again, they're just pounding the way right through this scoreboard and looking just so outstanding on such a consistent basis. But there's got to be a point where we see a little bit more out of Flying Monkeys. There will be a give eventually. I mean, there's only so much that you can really do when you got your pedal to the metal, but that gas, I don't think will run out in this matchup, sadly enough. I think give it a couple rounds, and even then possibly a pistol round could be thrown in during that first round of the next half, but that's a lot to ask for. And even then, we have so many rounds before we even get there. There's 5 more rounds that you have to manage at least something on this board. Otherwise, that pistol round will be your last shot, sitting at a 12-0 match point. But there it is. Once again, a good start coming out of the likes of Flying Monkeys. We see Killy go ahead and pick off Pipe, and you have a little bit of potential, but last thing you need to be doing is really swinging out into an operator on C long, as that will not give yourself any chances whatsoever to really contest for that side.
Dogs prowling around through Hay once again. The Seekers being sent out by their teammates in the garage.
No charges.
Just trying to buy themselves some time. Island manages to spray down one of them.
Enemy remaining.
From the looks of things, Flying Monkey just one. 3 kills now for him. Dog Glide 2 will be killed off by one of the only active players on the Flying Monkey side. It's Kilo Island, also the only player still surviving. Trying to work through a window, but they're not really giving the space to do so. Utility being dumped by Demon Time, but it's not a wasted expense. You'll guarantee the kill and maintain the rifles in your hands, which you would consider to be an economic boost, Dallas. But considering the eco they already have, I don't think it's a big concern for them. They're at 9,000 for a couple of their players with nothing to spend it on.
Yeah, there is a lot to unpack here, and also we have to see a little bit more out of Flying Monkeys, but it's just looking rough so far. Even in that last run, we didn't see too much out of Atlas, we didn't see too much out of Ryan, and even then, with them not buying right now, still a little bit questionable for what's going on with them, but still, Demon Time, they're just going through right with it. Keep on running on these tracks, they keep on speeding themselves up, and the snowballs look a little much bigger to crash onto sight with, but already they're still in the defense, still looking to position themselves, and still looking to play a little bit more aggressive towards this spawn. As you can already see, Hendog trying to find some influence towards A main. Can't really get too much of a kill until you finally kill overextends. And here we go. A bite before once more. It's looked like history is starting to repeat itself.
Looks like you'll see Day attempt to swing out. To have the room bot trying to work its way around, but it does not seem to work. It's lost in its process. We've all seen rooms that fail to find its, I guess, correct approach.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Well, the only 2 left are AFK in spot. It'll be a Demon Time victory once again, netted for themselves. And the way that it is right now, I think we're looking at a situation where Demon Time
Defenders
will
win.
take the victory off a surrendered loss for Flying Monkeys, realizing that things just weren't working their way.
Yeah, a very aggressive start, a very strong start coming out into Demon Time, and for Flying Monkeys, it's very difficult to realize what you're going up against. I mean, Demon Time, as we mentioned it, they are ex-champions. They have gone all the way through, winning the entirety of the prize pool of Pit of Valor once, and to go ahead and go up against them on a first round, it's going to be a very, very difficult opening, and sometimes the straws and the draws aren't just really there. But I mean, still, it's free to enter. You find yourself coming back on another week. I mean, sometimes the seedings just don't work, and that's the way it works in this random.
Yeah, I mean, take the loss on the chin. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. Demon Time will be striding ahead. No shocker there. We expected that result from them, considering how strong they have been throughout
Yeah.
the Valor's history. That's 2 years running for them. And while they may have not have been here for the full 2 years, they've definitely made their name known. And I will
Yeah.
not forget Demon Time anytime soon. Hindog, the player I was looking out to, it's because I was expecting the neon on that map. It wasn't as necessarily strong as it was last time
No.
we saw it, but the scoreline, the scoreboard itself was just as strong. And even a surrender forced only 8 or 9 rounds in.
Yeah, I think honestly, this may be the first time I think we've honestly seen a surrender. So Demon Time obviously kind of inscribed themselves in history to some extent here, at least today, because I got to say, I've been here for an entire year and I haven't even seen that once. So that's impressive by them to at least go ahead and go that far. But even then, honestly, looking at the stands and looking at what we got going down, I can go ahead and shout at least once more. Talking about that giveaway. Now we're out the game. We don't see everything going on. You're not really rooting on Demon Time anymore. We do have those giveaways available. If you type an exclamation point giveaway into the chat, you have yourself some GH50s provided by MSI to go ahead and get your hands on. And more importantly, a Reaver 2.0 bundle. So if you don't have a skin for your Spectre or your Ghost or your Phantom or your Odin, just go ahead and give it a shot, trying to put your name in there and see what you can go ahead and pull. But in the meantime, we have ourselves a little bit of time to go and air out because usually games don't go to 7 rounds, but that's been the case here today.
We'll take our break, though, Dallas. Make sure you'll check out that giveaway. Thank you to MSI and, of course, Community Gaming for upping that prize pool. Demon Time will continue after a quick little break.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are one side of the defense, but they're paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but Both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4-3 cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an endline to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this race.
Oh, at least the op's still in play though. Endline, I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. I think he has negative decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker gets the headshot. Now it's an event gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are inside of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. From inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4-3 cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an endline to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. He wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this race.
Oh, at least the op's still in play though. Endline, I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. I think he has negative decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be net gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 13-0 in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks to still are on the side of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. And they get the time. Eclipse falls, ripped, even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is able to follow up on it. Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Serg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ that is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, 1 with 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching
Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though, end line. I mean, question it, but he did save it over. He's able to do something. Hello! Up in the ropes, like you mentioned, Project, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take, whoa! Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Just not gonna be so bad for Peck. I think he has Nick's decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets that shot. Now it's gonna be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's gonna be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Texas went away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Usually with Undercolor pushing through with his pitch maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. It will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks still are on the side of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. And they get the time. Eclipse falls, ripped, even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with a wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Serg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ that is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, 1 with 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching.
Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though, end line. I mean, question it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello! Up in the ropes, like you mentioned, Project, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take 1. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not gonna be so bad for Peck. I think he has Nick's decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets that shot. Now it's gonna be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's gonna be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, as there are inside the defense, be paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get in time? Eclipse falls, ripped, even falls up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down, and inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, the heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Serg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ that is aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
He wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though. Endline, I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the ropes, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It'll be so bad. In fact, I think he has taken his decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be net gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor. It's 99.3, still working on counting up to that full 100. We'll have a big surprise in store for you guys. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Mick on my side, and we've got ourselves game 2. Hopefully this one doesn't end as quickly as that last one did. Not in a 13-0 affair. 8-0, a first time here for the Pit of Valor.
Yeah, but hopefully last time as well, because I don't know, man. I think honestly, 13 just seems like a fitting number. I think honestly, it's like I've seen it for the past year and a half. It's like I have to have that closure, you know? I can't really just go ahead and end things early. Yeah, if anything, that means I would have to walk out the cast early tonight. I'm here for 6 games. I'm not going to stop at 2. I'm not going to stop at 1. We're going to go all the way. But sticking to that even and talking about the new teams that we got lined up, it's going to be the likes of Penn State University, which honestly, Scott and I probably know pretty good better knowing that we are in the collegiate scene mainly, against the likes of Blinkers, who are also GLG members as well for only $10 a month, and they get guaranteed entry into every single one of our tournaments. So that's why they're here today, because with how popular these are and with them paying that small little fee, the entire team is just here, time in and time out. And I'm hoping to see them go ahead and run away with this one at least a little bit. I'm not biased.
We'll have to see. Penn State was actually, coincidentally, if you're talking about the country club membership that you can go ahead and sign up for, Penn State was the last team to actually get here into this GLG Pit of Valor. They were the
Wow.
final team allowed into that signup, and that wouldn't have been a problem, or obviously didn't become a problem, but it could have been if they
Yeah.
weren't a country club member. They could have just completely circumvented that problem, gotten themselves that entry, but it is what it is, and we're welcoming him here. Quite excited to get this game underway. We saw Haven be such a huge problem just last map. I think we're heading on over to Ascent, though. Let's go ahead and take a look
Yeah.
at that agent selection. Send it on over. It's the handshake, try and true gentleman's agreement. What do you think we'll see for agent selection?
I think honestly, Ascent is pretty tried and true also in terms of that as well. I mean, it's such an easy map to go ahead and get read on. You have a lot of potential for really anything to be viable here. But I mean, talking more specifically about a certain role, I talk about the initiators and how influential KO is on such a consistent basis. Him and Sova, Intel goes a very long way on this map. It's very easy to rotate. It's very easy to get anywhere. It's very easy to take control of anywhere on the map. That's why it's so enjoyable for not only people to watch, coaches to coach and analyze and break down, casters to go ahead and talk about, but more importantly for players to go ahead and be interacting with, because it's just so easy to go from one spot to another, and more importantly to take control of that spot while still holding down anything else. So this is a map I like to call the Mona Lisa of Valorant every single time I see it brought up, because it's just so darn fun to watch. It's so darn fun to see. And even then, more importantly, it's so darn fun to watch to go to overtimes.
Now, PSU will be on the attacking side. Oh, actually, no, they're on the attacking. Are they on? We got the names on the top of it mixed up, but you could tell who Penn State is. They have PSU before their name. They're really trying to rep their school spirit and squadron here. Quite excited to see that one come through. We do see the doppelgangers come out. We do have a double jet. This only difference between these two teams is that there's a sky on the opposing side for the blinkers. They also have that chamber, something that we're not seeing PSU bring out into the woodworks. Instead, they're bringing out that KJ, and they're bringing that Sova for information. They'll have to rely on KO for that suppress. Again, there's a ton of information towards that A site, though it is quite useful as well towards B. Majority-wise, you're going to use it to try to zone out reverse on the chamber. If you cannot keep him at bay towards bottom mid, you'll have a lot of problems dealing with that towards
Yeah, you most simply will be. But speaking of the game and talking about what potentially could come through, we're already looking at it, man. We're already seeing round one underway. We're already seeing blinkers being on site, able to go ahead and get themselves some potential, get some control of the map as well, and even then have a man advantage on top of it. But still, already an entry coming through. PSU looking to fight for that semi-sat control as they make sure to immediately, as I talk about advantages and how quickly they can be ripped away, it's already a 2v1 situation. Kraken's looking for the kills with the ghosts, looking for the frags, looking for at least a shot, knowing how low everybody is. But it's a sky, and it's a turret giving you that coverage, and it's a defuse around the corner. Who cares if you die? It's pistols. You don't want to carry those over.
Great round win. Donut is the player to find 3 frags alone in that round, Dallas. Really swinging the momentum in favor of the blinkers side. Penn State will fall quite early. They'll need a breath of fresh air if they want to try to continue onwards and recover. Obviously, round 2 is not the anticipated round to do so, but note what we're seeing here. They are indeed forcing SMGs and Marshals. They want to try to win out this round despite the results, and they have a good chance to do so. Because look at the weapons in the hands of blinkers. They do not like what they see. They're still going to go with the Ghosts and the Frenzies.
Yeah, so I mean, already a little bit of an aggression is going to be coming out, obviously, from the side of, well, blinkers looking for themselves. But I mean, even then, looking at the stage of the game, look at the way that Penn State kind of are holding themselves. I mean, they're going to be going for these Marshals because they make sure to get themselves the pressure where need be. I mean, they have the lineups, they have the guns, they have the control of the map. As you can already see, they're trying to force out these blinker players, but I mean, with them already being down one, they have to find themselves a little bit more potential here over the course of the game. So looking for someone to lap around through the catwalk, running into Dogs, who's gonna be sitting right there. But when you have yourself a Spectre, the last thing you have to worry about is a player with a classic, because they are just running through right. Everybody, Doge and Evo are probably gonna be the sole factor to clear out this entire round as they get themselves a 3-2 split in terms of kills. Make sure to really accelerate those ultimates and get themselves a flawless on the board.
If it's not a fragment, it's a suppress. If it's not a suppress, it's a shock dart, finishing off that round. Doge with 3 of their own, returning the favor that Donut brought to them in that last round. PSU now 2 rounds in a row, starting to stray ahead off that momentum. Blinkers will have to decide how much they're going to force in this round. They're going to do full rifles and armor. Looks like Little Raptor in reverse is still trying to think things through as of right now. Plenty of utilities they still need to purchase as well on top of that. Stepping through the Penn State defense will be quite difficult, especially considering how much they've locked you down with those fragments, as well as being able to lock you down with those nanoswarms. They've got a lot of AoE potential, and if you'll note, the map of Ascent, almost every direction towards the site and main avenue of approach. It is a funnel, a fatal one at that, especially if the defense uses their utility correctly, and we have not seen any lack of that so far.
Yeah, a really big funnel as well. I mean, considering looking at everybody and looking at the way we see them approaching on the site, you can't see too much in these first couple rounds because they're like what I call the feeler rounds. You're not going to see all the utility in the world. You're not going to see a full game plan being fledged out because you just don't have all the resources available to your team to really make those come to life. But still, this could be the first one where we could see Blinkers really either A, running it down, not trying to give away too much and getting a little bit of a feeler out, or they, find themselves looking to go ahead and actually execute one of those game plans. But as you mentioned it, the funnel once again coming through, except for on that B side where you see no Sova setting up with an Ares, you see no Odin play, you see no Phage trying to go for crazy things. It's just a very slow and methodical push with no real contention brought out just yet.
Nano swarming alarm bot placed over towards the catwalk. In that bay, the information is given, and it does net a whole bunch of damage.
Down,
for Evo to drop out of that market and find 3 in swell succession. Donut will try to retreat and gets caught unaware, and Evo will get their 4th for the round. The information's given away by Mush, who sprays in the back of Boathouse, and Kraken finds the kill with the Stinger. Usually when you find something stinging like a bee, they'll die quickly afterwards. That's not the case for Penn State, though, Dallas. A flawless round for round 3. One you'd expect the Blinkers to have some sort of chance. Not the case in a 3-0 start for the collegiate side.
Yeah, usually I also expect Evo to be more of a fighting game convention than a player fighting for a site, because that was just one of the best holds I've ever seen in my life, coming out with a 4K. Just literally running over the entirety of the team of Blinkers and making sure to get themselves a good start here. So PSU obviously able to go ahead and really kick into high gear for that 3rd round. And sure, we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of history, but Blinkers had a little bit better of a game plan. They had themselves a much more possible 1st round on the board. So they're definitely showing that they have potential here in the map, knowing that once again, it's a scent, anything could happen. But when you have a budget round coming through and you're forcing out these Spectres and these Sheriffs, you don't nearly have as much as you want.
Tech pause once again to be able to maybe talk things through and figure out what exactly is going on. And speaking of tech, maybe the problem is their audio equipment. Maybe they should sign up for our giveaway. We still got one more MSI gaming headset to give away. If you don't want to give your opponent the fighting chance that they, well, are trying to get, up your game, get some better audio equipment, and sign up for that giveaway, and also look good while doing it, because not only are they stylish, but you can also sign up for our Reaver 2.0 bundle that we're giving away as well. Just style on the competition. Skins equal wins if you're Dallas. Not the case for me. Nothing is helping me get a win whatsoever. Maybe Dallas can carry me once in a while, but
no.
Round can officially get back underway. Penn State should continue the dominant force, because notice what the Blinkers have in hand. It's not much. It's pistol, and that's it to go with.
Yeah, it's a little bit, which is always going to be a little enough. But I mean, when you have yourself a Sheriff, you have a Chamber on the field with that Headhunter, there's still a little bit of potential with that. But I mean, the one thing you got really to go up against and try to fight your way through is, once again, these rifles and all the utilities going to flush too as well. So already the 2 dark covers come out. Give yourself that coverage right there towards Market and towards CT as well. And no players really on the site to contend for this. This will be a free plant coming through for the side of Blinkers. An almost complete side control given up from the side of Penn State. But still, they play for the retake. They do a darn good job already going ahead and getting 2 off the board, but still, there's a lot more blood to be shed.
One enemy
Try to
remaining.
find some potential, but Evo steals everything. That's 2 kills netted quickly, a 3rd for them. Mush will be trapped in back of Boathouse once again. That's the 2nd round in a row. We've seen that with the Stinger. It does not seem to matter. Mush falls, and the round will fall to Penn State once again. That'll be 4-0 to start themselves off. We saw great potential for the retake, and though Blinkers did get the plant down, Dallas, and we mentioned that that's good. That's extra credits in the pocket, and you got some kills. Maybe hurting the ego of the Penn State side. You've got to win rounds like that. You've got to finish things out. They did not position themselves correctly on the post plants, and once again, you have Mush left alone in the back of Boathouse with no one set up for a crossfire. Everyone cut down too quickly. By the hands of Evo, it feels like in every one of these rounds, Penn State continued their dominant succession.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the positioning of that last round, seeing how things are really starting to pan out, I mean, it's looking good, obviously, for Penn State. 4-0, you can't really sleep on that fact. It's pretty blatant, it's pretty obvious, and you're obviously looking to kind of, showcase it a little bit. Penn State looking really good thus far, but I mean, Blinkers, they have themselves 2 ultimates to work with. They have the From the Shadows, which is never really used very aggressively. Used more as a last resort in case your push doesn't work out too well. But speaking of pushes, there's Evo coming up with 1 and not really making sure to get any impact out of it, because that was your MVP earlier at 11-1, now it's like 11-2, and the return comes out. Donut gets himself the Seekers to work with, and that's going to be a free push over towards the A side as they get that information.
Both 3K Kings, the side of Penn State, are dead. Doge and Evo off the board, now sleeping with the fishes, and Blinkers have a lot of potential. Being moved forward, and an object in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside force, and unfortunately, you're not that man. Donut finds yet another. 3 kills to their name. No donut hole for them. Looks like Evade is trying to work from the back of the Donut, but you're still being swung on by everyone else. The double swing, reverse finding the kill. And that even finds the kill back towards A main. Great round by the Blinkers. 4 players still surviving.
This singularity kill sound is just music in my ears, man. I love it so much, but we didn't get enough of it out of Kraken as he didn't really maintain to get all the kills necessary for that round, and knowing that he didn't really have too much of backup either, as, I mean, obviously that approach didn't really come to life there, but still, Penn State sitting in a 4-1 lead. They finally go ahead and forfeit that first round as we see, but not forfeit the entire game, so there's a lot more to go. We have a lot more rounds we're working out, and Blinkers are looking to get themselves in somewhat of a comeback situation, but they once again have to go through some utility, knowing that KJ shutdown is now going to be available. It could easily go towards that boathouse area, kind of create somewhat of a lockdown. Make sure you can't really get too much influence on the map. But speaking of influence, there's a Veda. Look at it push right up the middle.
Trying to bide some time. Reverse to have the kill, as Evo was in the middle of tossing utility, but the second they have the rifle up, it's a headshot kill. Man advantage for Penn State. That's going to swing over to Pocket Cubby in center towards Courtyard. Donut looks to swing first. Aveda's in a good spot forward, and they'll walk right into their crosshairs. First blood now gained twice for the side of Penn State, as there's a 2-man disadvantage for the Blinkers attack.
Yeah, and even in Evade, I mean, you got to consider playing so far back, able to keep on working off of that and make sure to kind of give up that control more so. You're not worried about it, because every single couple of feet you take step backwards, you make sure to get yourself a kill or at least a little bit of influence at the same time. This will be one of those land moments where everybody's screaming, you take the shot, you get a kill through the wall, but still that's not available to you right now. Instead, what is another site where you need to back up your teammates. You know that Evo has essentially no health remaining, things aren't looking good for him, so you want to back up the player that doesn't really have all the health in the world, but instead we're seeing some of them switch up and we're seeing Blinkers go towards B.
It's a solid idea. They have made some space and created an opportunity off the back of Mush aggressing. Smoke is placed with our cover to Doge at bay, but the more forward, that and Mush now quickly taken out. It's just one player left remaining, and it's Little Raptor doing their best to retreat back. Left. It looks like they'll try to hold on to that Vandal, at least for the time being. A flawless round for Penn State, bar the 1 kill that got away. And Little Raptor, from the looks of things, is not trying to punish Penn State whatsoever. All 5 will remain, all the rifles still in hand, and Blinkers will lose another round.
And most definitely will. I mean, now sitting at 5-1, Penn State getting themselves back on the board, especially after an influential start. It wasn't even really too much of an actual impact and just all-out bloodbath. It was more just them playing the game slow and steady, getting reads on areas of the map, able to go ahead and dissect these kills, more importantly than actually just brute forcing them. And I mean, it all started right there with Evo. Sure, that was probably one of the cleanest kills I've ever seen out of a Phantom, but you can't let that happen to you. That's really just plain and simple. If you're going to be going for a Vandal lineup and playing into your guns, accelerating spots, you need to make sure to win those fights, because a Phantom should not be winning those fights against panels. So you may need to either A, reconsider your lineups and kind of just play more aggressive with the Phantom and really just push onto B off the get-go, or make sure that a player, maybe with an operator, guardian, whatever it may be, make sure to take that fight instead. But speaking of taking fights, we're already having a lot of players trying to push up into A, and we got Smoothie already ready here for it, just kind of holding things down by himself, the dark cover already to come out, and a couple players flushing through as well. So there's reverse sweeping, and able to go ahead and get a lot of kills on the board for both sides, but it's going to be Penn State coming out on top with an immediate hold on this side, and in a very influential manner as well.
You think Smoothie was in a rough spot, gets paranoid, even eats a Tasmanian tiger, but before biting that unfortunate animal into the rear, they still managed to find 1 kill on the exit and execution. Yep. Blinkers towards that site. That's influential. It's an even trade when you unfortunately get killed off pretty quickly thereafter. Mush dives towards the site. They put themselves in a corner position, able to take 1 player, aka Evo, off the top position of that Raptor side. But beyond that, guess who you didn't clear out? You had no pressure towards tree. No one just pressed switch. Kraken gets a kill not just with the Phantom in hand for 2, but a turret kill on top of that. A complete and utter just miss-side for the side of Blinkers stepping towards that site, not clearing every angle and not removing the utility on top.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the rest of this game and how it's going to pay now, obviously the Torty Force coming into play. You're going to possibly push that right towards the middle, see if you can get sort of a lineup towards market, but that's not the case instead. You try to go for an A lineup, and even then we talk about how much of a funnel this map is, how much control you have to find, and how easy it is to find that control. It's because these areas, these little sectors of the set are so small, you can find your fluent so instantaneously, but you need to fight for the middle of the map. More importantly, you can already have to check those corners as Doge is holding that down, looking to play a little bit towards those arches, but not really getting too much. As Reverse able to go ahead and get that first frag off on the Doge right there in the middle, and even then more so, find a little bit of an exchange as we see the blood kind of going down on the field.
Josh gets a great swing to one, but Sumi was quick for the refrag back. It was forced the hand of Reverse to use that tour de force to get the refrag back and return again. A game of congestion, to say the least. It's back and forth like a game of tug-of-rope. A 2v3 set up, though, for Penn State's retake. Evo's working from tree. Reverse has the angle, but they'll miss the shot. That gives presence for Jonah to fall to their hand. Aveda from Raptors with an operator of their own, and it's down to the 1v1. Looks like they'll transition down to below hell. Aveda may be sent thereafter if they're not safe enough when they drop. Fast holding corner pocket. They've got a shorties, and enough is an Aveda. Evades the loss potential and gets a round win instead. Penn State out of nowhere.
The read of a lifetime in the kill to secure a round, and just an outstanding read. More and better, I mean, just a better play coming out of the Veda, knowing the environment, playing into that, once again playing into a gun strength, knowing that the shorty is going to be that most reliable backup that you can get, considering that obviously it's just like a classic right click, just better. And it's the only option available. So really good look so far. 7-1 lead coming out for Penn State. I mean, they are just feeling themselves. They're on the board. They're not really having to force out too much. Their guns aren't really being ripped out of their hands, and they're not really having to use these ultimates too much to really flip the game on its head. They're just kind of sitting on them, because consider Kraken with that shutdown. We've now seen it in the game for about 5 rounds now, and they haven't even considered breaking it out.
I think it's so funny. You get that position there at the end of that round, and your blinkers just think, oh, we've got a good chance. Aveda is 1-2 at this point. They're not doing so hot. They exit the round 3-2, getting 2 frags. David round is clutching it up. Impressive performance, but it's down right now towards side. They'll rush out towards side and go for the plant. Evo cuts down 2, and Smoothie and Doge join them on the kill feed. A flawless round for Penn State. Blinkers not clearing the corners once again. Maybe getting a little too trigger happy to put down that spike.
Yeah, already, I mean, a little bit too much aggression coming out, but when you look at a round like that, when you don't have too much to work with, you kind of have to force it down the opponent's throat. I mean, it's just not really going to work 9 times out of 10, so you try to finesse whatever you can, but Blinkers just wasn't really there for it. But this could be the round where they, once again, kind of turn into high gear, get themselves the rifles, get the full armors to work with, and sure, it's not everybody, but you have yourself a null command to go ahead and shut down a lot of that utility. More importantly, get a KJ shut down, not even really as a factor. But one thing they can't really do is obviously line up over here towards panels, because already Evo won that fight earlier. Aveda's now there for the backup. You got so many players nearby, it's just making your job nearly impossible.
An aggressive use of the lockdown. The bait is removed, though. Interesting decision there by Kraken. They do get 1 kill, but it does not seem to be a big piece of importance, as Blinkers had a good spot to work from. That was a lot of map control gained towards being long, but it's removed quickly because 2 players in the crossfire of Penn State deny them defensively. Now you got a 4 versus 2 situation. Blinkers do not like what they see towards the B sites, and now they'll start to rotate through the attacker spawn and maybe start to aggress over towards A. But the problem is, no matter where you go, Dallas, you're not going to like what you see. It's a man disadvantage in its totality. Even if you take down the ominous movie on the A side, it's still a 3 versus 2 retake available for Penn State.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, the fight for control, when you see the split, the rotation right back towards A, I mean, you expect the wrap around, sure, but I mean, there's still so much set up across this map. I mean, Evo has the call right towards the middle of the map. Left. Nobody's really given any influence there yet. And 26 seconds remaining, you have that dark cover just really going down over and over and over again. Smooth's going to play for this spike. That's it. And once he can go ahead and get those kills, more importantly, that first one to tell you exactly where the spike is, it's one of the easiest rounds of his life, considering he has to hold out for 10 seconds. Doesn't even really need to do that, because already coming through, Evo turns around, completely leaves you full blind where you just can't play the game. And once again, putting Penn State a round ahead.
That's back to the fat L, unfortunately, to say the least. Penn State continue the dominant reign. They're now 9-1, and while Blinkers have the chance to maybe hit that 9-3 curse, let's take a look at the eco for the Blinkers side. I don't think it's going to matter too much here, Dallas. You're looking at a situation where classics in hand right now. Maybe they buy marshals and frenzies to try and give themselves a chance, but Penn State have been dominant throughout this half. And in fact, a pause will go through. I'm not exactly sure who called it, but I would not be shocked if it is Blinkers to talk things through just a little bit more. And I guess try to figure things out. It's a necessity, Dallas. Talk. You have the timeouts. Use them. Work through it out.
Yeah, most definitely. Go through it, kind of figure out what's going on here, because even then, 10-2 is, I want to say, possible. It's not the best option in the world, but it's still available to you. It's still definitely doable of the game. And considering you're going on the defensive side, and the Sin is really even across the board, anything is possible. But you haven't really set up your economy for it. You haven't set up your composition for it. You haven't set up the round for it, because already with a 4-player wipe coming through for Penn State, it's a little bit of a shared gluttony across the Kraken and the Evo, as they not only get themselves the kills, but they assist off each other in almost every single one of them.
Honestly, Kraken could ace that round. Let's be totally honest here. Evo just, I guess, saves and Kraken get tagged just a little bit in the process, but I mean, good night. A 4K for Kraken. Eat up. Evo is at 19-4. Penn State are very top-heavy when it comes to their team right now, when you look at the scoreboard. And while you'd say, oh, well, that's not necessarily the best thing, let's take a look at Aveda. How much have we seen from Aveda? Well, necessarily not much. They're only 4-2. They have the single best clutch that we've seen throughout this game so far, where they won a 2v1 after their team brought them up to that point. You can't count anyone out on Penn State. They're all showing up and they're all winning. Moving to the back of sight does not matter much. Mush goes for the double updraft and gets the headshot kill, and they'll clear tree and even get rid of Evo in the process. It's now a major disadvantage for Penn State.
Yeah, it's a big round coming up for Blinkers, considering we talked about 10-2. It wouldn't be the best situation to be in, but good God, you have one more round than what you got right now, and you got to keep on fighting for it, because there's still 2 players alive. And well, Aveda towards the back can't really make too much of a play of a retake with an operator, which is always something I've never been a fan of, but you can at least keep on watching those angles. I mean, it may have been the timing of a lifetime, but it's just a little unfortunate. You can't push up. No matter what, you need to be pushing this side, though, if you're a Penn State player, because you got nothing left to lose. It's the last round of the half.
Yeah, I mean, take this one on the chin, 10-2. You said it's not the best scoreline to try to work your way back from, but honestly, there isn't much worse that can happen for you. Doge does remove Fat as they try to swing out. Mush will be removed quickly, too. It's now effectively an even odds on the 2v2, but it does not seem to make a big difference. Looks like Aveda had second opinions and just didn't want to really contend whatsoever. But that is halftime. That will be the scoreline for 10-2 with Penn State dominant. Now heading on over to the attacking side.
Yeah, big switch up coming through, and if we even then see Penn State winning out this round, we're obviously going to see possibly a force come through for the side of Blinkers to get themselves somewhat of a relevance in the game, but that's going to be a lot to ask for, knowing that Penn State, they had themselves an 8-round lead. I mentioned it again and again and again. It's not impossible, but good God, is it going to be difficult. And I think Blinkers now, being on the opposing side, able to get themselves on the defense. They can play for these retakes. They can wait for the aggressor, but looking at their utility usage, it hasn't been the most potent out of all the teams that we've witnessed thus far. So, I mean, I think, honestly, we can maybe see them get a couple here off the initial get-go if they're able to play this first round smarter than what we typically see. But honestly, I need to see that utility really go ahead and start setting up some kills rather than just clearing out space.
One of the great things we'll note from the Penn State's defense was the fact that they were effectively using their KO space creation. Sending out the suppressing knife allows for you to get information, but you can act off of it quickly. And it wasn't always Evo that was swinging that. We saw Kraken do it over towards Market in the second to last round. We also saw Aveda do a great job of it to maybe find an opportunity with the sniper in towards bottom mid. Defensively, they worked really well and in tandem with the utility that their teammates are bringing to the table. I can only expect that to continue when it comes to the attack. Evo has the chance to make the information known, whether it be sailing over the top through the little holes in B main, or to send it over and touch the rafters up on top of A. Either way, Evo gives the information, and you don't just have Evo to work off of. You've got the recon bolt. You've got shock darts to clear out space. You even have a Hunter's Fury to open up a site and clear out those pesky defenders on a site. PSU are well equipped for this one, and I think if we had seen maybe the Sova be brought out for the side of Blinkers, attacking-wise, they would have been a better prep because they could have cleared out those rough players inside tree, which was their biggest problem maker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely with you on that. But I mean, looking at the likes of Blinkers, they still have a full composition on their hands. I mean, they're not looking bad. They're not looking improbable in a lot of these situations. They're just not playing around their strengths. And I mean, honestly, usually that's a big sacrifice you take getting rid of the Sova. But honestly, depending on what you trade it out for, like a Sky, you get even more flashes. It's a full flash composition coming out from Penn State, which looks outstanding. But still, Blinkers, that Sova needs to be a little more here and there. But even it's a switch up, as I noticed once more. So already, I mean, that Sky could be so darn good for retakes. We're not really seeing them set up for those. Instead, trying to play aggressive, go for that brute force right off the get-go. As we can tell, Penn State was not taken lightly.
Fast holding market. Headshot kill to Evada. That equalizes the odds for the even 2-on-2 affair. Turret over towards Catwalk could be a problem for that. If they choose to swing on out, they'll have to shoot it down. Really aware that they don't have much to push off of. Fact now working from the Catwalk. You do have to deal with PSU in the back of Boathouse. This is definitely an issue. Kraken will fall to the Classics right click. One player left standing. They're holding back towards Octopus and B. They're just trying to bide their time, and I think they're AFK. They're not really doing too much, but unfortunate to see a round win falls now for Blinkers, and Penn State will fall.
Yeah, they most definitely do. And I mean, finally going ahead and even up this game a little bit more. So, I mean, it comes down to the force now. And sure, you get one more round to go ahead and breathe some life into this. But we're going to see nearly just as good of a half, if not better, obviously, to get to that overtime for the likes of Blinkers. But overtime still isn't even a really consideration. You can go ahead and shut that thing out if you just run away with the game right here, right now, which is still completely possible. I mean, when you look at the likes of Penn State once more, they don't have too much to work with. And even then, mush on that Bulldog, we're going to see that player wake up. The Jet has to really have an effect in this game, which we haven't seen too much of. But maybe he could do that much better of a job than Evada, which, I mean, with an opening pick is definitely consideration now.
Holding the back of sight, trying to stay alive for as long as they possibly can. Troy lost one, rough spot to be in. Have to figure out whether or not Doge can create some space towards the back of sight. The recon bolt is sent, and it actually does manage to tag much. PSU did not like what they see, maybe getting too much information that there were too many players lying in wait. So instead, they'll start to work their way back around, wrapping through Link, not back towards the attacker spawn just yet. There's a player working on Catwalk and in Courtyard. Raptor may be the first player to get the next affair. It does not look like Smoothie will peek this one just yet. Smart plays from the side of PSU, being very hesitant to push anyway.
Yeah, I mean, already looking at the likes of the map and the layout, I mean, Blinkers being down a player, or excuse me, Penn State being down a player. I mean, already you got to consider that with the lack of that KO, there's not too much you can do in terms of flashes, but I mean, you still got plenty of intel to play with. You have a lot across the board to be working with, but it's just the guns that are really holding yourself back. So you need to decide on a place to go to, more importantly, if you're going to do anything worth of value, but that's just not the case with Fat, lining up right by that arch, getting a triple kill to wipe things through, and more importantly, also getting fight control over.
It's just a game of crossfire, and defensively, it's the easy spot to do it. You keep one player over towards Stack. That's what we saw Smoothie do for the PSU side when they played defensively. We saw it go the other direction, Mush this time holding it. You have a player towards Tree, which was Evo for the PSU side, this time Fat. And notice what we see? It's not Evo getting the 3 or 4K, it's Fat this time around, the player holding Tree, as everyone in Penn State try to rush their way through that arches, and it just does not work. Great round for Blinkers. Scoreline now 10-4. Still 6 more rounds to catch up. 3 rounds of mistakes, and Penn State will take this one. But ultimately, they're going to have to get the rifles in their hands. This is the first round. We'll see Penn State with them.
Yeah, I mean, already it comes on to big swing rounds like this because, I mean, Blinkers, they had a really good force round. I mean, keep in mind, they had almost a full wipe come through. They got the Bulldog. We saw a lot of ult points kind of being racked up from that Omen. Well, I mean, sure, it would have been better on a Jet or anybody else, but one thing that I didn't consider was all your headhunter shots going through the wall, but something we don't really see too much of, a little makeshift Odin or Ares, whichever one you prefer on that wall, but still it's not going to have any effect. Instead, once again, I want to see Penn State. I don't know if they're going for a Navi setup, but I mean, they've already found themselves a lot of potential right through the middle of the map, right here on Catwalk, as you see Evada and Smoothie able to go ahead and get so much to work with. I mean, just trying to hold down these angles, it's almost kind of handed over to him until Fat finally says, you know what, maybe something's going on.
You should run.
Evo sends the knife that creates space for Smoothie and Evada to try to work towards Tree, which could get pulled. With the lockdown now being placed by the attacking side of Penn State, they're going to have a few more problems they'll have to worry about.
30
Fire's a bit
left.
too late to find the kill.
Spike down A.
He gets the quick flip on the turnaround and gets themselves a kill, returning fire both directions and an even 3-on-3. Have not yet gotten Spike down. Smoothie tries to pressure up towards Raptors, and they find one to Fat, and they find a third kill now onto Raptors. It's the 2v1 made 2v0 Smoothie with the 4K.
That's a big round coming up for Penn State, but even then a very good impact he made by blinkers, getting thrown. The majority of those players shut down in the meantime. You're saying, okay, well, that makes sure that whenever we get to this round right here more specifically and have to retaliate, we should have the upper hand, right? We should have more rifles in the game. We just need to make sure to play for these trades, or even then, just try to play for the wipes. Play for these longer angles. They're going to be very difficult to contest unless you got Evo just swinging out on those. And if he ends up losing any of those, you've lost your biggest engage, and even then, maybe your rifle is going to be forfeited to the other side. So it's a very sticky situation for Penn State, and still, honestly, a little bit, I want to say, odd. But with all the intel already coming through, blinkers even then having a game plan on the execution of the utility, the full swing didn't come through, and they lost themselves probably 3 kills in the meantime.
Gotta keep in mind as well, Penn State's doing this all a man down. Doge is
Yeah.
UK in spawn. They have been for a while, so they have to get wins. They have to find these early victories, and they're not finding any of them. It's now effectively the 1v4. The Raptors did a great job holding Cubby corner. This could be a spot for Kraken to get the nano out. It does seem to get some damage, not nearly enough to find the win. And Reverse will swing out to punish them accordingly. And this will be a round of victory for the Blinkers side. They just need to go sprint on over towards the attacker spawn and deal with Doge, who is unfortunately licking their wounds back in spawn, having not yet moved.
Yeah, so I mean, blinkers now having themselves a players, you got a lot of time. Honestly, whenever player may be gone, it doesn't worry about it too much. I mean, it's gonna be Doge, obviously, sitting with on the 9K. By the time the guy comes back, he's just a walking piggy bank at that point. Say, hey, bro, if you're gonna go to the bathroom right quick, I get it. You gotta pee, we all have to. It's just the way life works. But still, at least spare brother some cash. Maybe we can get ourselves in this round if you give it over to the top frag, which would be Evo, but sadly enough, you can't buy him armor. So that's the one thing that'll be lackluster on, but now still with rifles to work with, and even then a little potential, and even then some control already right towards the same main area. No overextensions, no real players, no barrels being seen just yet. It really just comes down to who can grab that first pick. And honestly, if PSU get it, they really have a shot on these rounds.
They have to. It's almost a requirement for them to game that first blood with no returning fire. There's a couple isolated players they could get that towards, Donut being one of them, but with the guiding light they can initiate for themselves, but can't quite aim for themselves. So to say, Donut falls to Evo's hands, the Phantom being too much to contend with. Movie's gonna swing out to the Archer's side, Mush holding up on triple box towards Stack. They'll deal with Smoothie's anticipated entry. Now 3 players swinging out of tree. 2 line up for Fat to duel the brick work. The Vader's now trying to restabilize their teammates of Evo, but it is not going to happen.
1 enemy remaining.
A round of victory for the Blinkers side, but Doge is moving, not just yet, Dallas.
He's
The
back.
round's not over, but they do not have a weapon. And Doge will have to try to scramble their way forward to find something, but there's a player in Winery watching. Reverse has the angle. Little Raptors retreated to tree and even pushed down switch. There's just no
30
chance.
seconds left.
And Reverse can do it.
I appreciate the attempt. I mean, you had a recon dart. At least shoot that Joker out, try to bait something, or have. So you know what? Catwalk may be a pretty good idea right now, considering there's obviously a dead teammate there, something to pick up. But still, 11-6 Doge. He's now back from his bathroom break, and he's realized that absolute chaos has not been strung out yet. Thankfully, Penn State is on the attacking side. They get to choose the tempo of the map, so it's not looking terrible for themselves. They say if we want this game to go longer, we can definitely make it go as long as we want to, so long as we just don't let that thing tie up. So already timeout to come through, though. A little bit of a pause, a little bit of a hold up to figure out what exactly Doge was doing, because the mystery cruise on that one. But regardless, a bigger question at large right now is whether or not we can really see Blinkers bring this game to life with only 5 rounds of a closure right now.
Just PSU struggling, not having the man countdowns. And this is what it ultimately comes down to. Lacking Doge, who I was so highly raving about previously, considering that you need the recon bullets, you need the shock darts, you need something to remove the players that are hiding in cubby holes, whether it be behind Stack on the A side, whether it be back a boathouse on B. No matter what the option is, you need something that will get them out of those positions. You have nothing without that. All you can do is suppress and rely on the gunfights. And well, yes, they have Evo, they have Evada, they've got Kraken, but they're not all cracked up as they used to be. They're struggling to get these kills, especially without the man count being there.
Yeah, and even then, it's just more importantly the intel. I mean, to Soba, thankfully, even though you're talking about players, and even then if they're not hitting their shots, Soba, that's why he's the one with that character line of saying, don't worry, there are other ways to be useful. Because as a Soba, you can just throw out your recon dart, be the worst frag in the world, and you're still providing so much to the rest of your team. So I think that lack of intel, or even then, just those shots to go off, that extra mouth, inside the Discord call is going to be enough to really make the difference there. So now that he's back here, he's really having his influence no matter what. You're having a little bit more engaged power. You're not forcing your KO to be that first point of contact now, or your Jet, because their job isn't really to get the kills or to be immediately dead and get traded out. It's to make influence on the map and kind of scare people out while your initiators do that job.
Great job. They only have a classic. Keep that in mind as well. Not sure why. Maybe they just weapon going down as in their hands. The Raptor blind it and they're execute out from the market side, and Snoopy pounces with the Guardian. Now clearing back a boathouse. There's no one there for the side of hard to defend. Look at what we're seeing already happening. It is a full retake being required. They'll spray through their Radiantite. Craze back gets a ton of damage off, but it's not going to do enough. No kill yet netted. Mush is now waiting for the prime opportunity to swing out for themselves, but they've lost their team and are reversed trying to swing for market. Just two versus the three, but we still have to do with Doge. He's still possibly lagging. Thankfully, Doge can get a shock dart and a phantom kill. When you need them the most, they will come out alive. We've reached match point for the attacking side of PSU.
Most definitely have, and I think that's honestly going to be the nail in the coffin, considering the economy is going to be there for every single player. That, I mean, you have a Guardian already being brought out from the likes of Donut, that things aren't looking too hot. And they're on the defensive end, so they have themselves reverse running that Torty force, so things do have a potential. But, I mean, you have to really make sure you get these first bloods, and that's the biggest thing we've seen. Blinkers had themselves a little lackluster attempt on is getting these initial kills, over sitting in the right spots, and even knowing when they had the advantage. Because right here, it's a 50-50. Somebody swinging up top, somebody swinging up bottom. You have an Owl drone and a KJ turret watching you. You can't really be swinging on that, or at least holding it while you got Donut pushing right to the middle, having an impact of a lifetime, but still only really nets one and some extra damage on top.
Blinkers needed that second frag as well. The lockdown being placed effectively on the A side. They can't get rid of Reverse, who's back in hell. Unfortunately, the Tort of Four does not send anyone there, and they'll fall shortly thereafter. Fourth player still up and running. The PSU side gunning their way forward. Only two players left, but the side of Blinkers are working Raptors. There is no separation, no disparity of push. They're trying to swing out much and pop the blades. They will manage to find one. You have your KO nearby to try and assist, but it's not going to matter. Smoothie has the long shot. Raptor forced to swing out, and all they'll find is their face on the ground with the kill of Aveda. Swinging PSU to 13-6, the score line at PSU will continue onwards.
An outstanding look for Penn State to go ahead and get themselves not only one of the greater starts we've seen, but also to carry it all the way through there towards the end. Sure, Doe's a little lackluster, but still, no matter what, regardless of the connection, if you're inside the game, you can see that he's going to have an impact. So that's a good way for them to climb themselves up once more. Moving on to that third round here in the bracket, and more importantly, as you and I have seen a lot in terms of the college stances, knowing that the semester is starting up once more, for them to get better competition. I mean, it's not really about just winning everything outright for Penn State or any of these collegiate teams that are coming through, more importantly. They're just looking for some influence. They're looking to start stretching their muscles a little bit, make sure their roster's working out, and then iron out any of the kinks they got or wrinkles that are along the way. So I like to see what they're doing, and I'm excited to see what more they have to come, more specifically in Pit of Valor and anywhere else they are.
Yeah, PSU had a really great showing, and when the collegiate season starts up, maybe that continues, and they'll be able to face off against some of their cohorts and, I guess, students along themselves in the scene. It's going to be very exciting. PSU may stand for power supply, but maybe Doe should look more into a route or something to help fix that one out. Like you said, they can iron out some of those wrinkles or kinks on their side. And from what we saw, there was only a few, and a lot of that stemmed from the fact that they had a couple rounds there where they didn't have the full 5-man roster to work with. Beyond that, they looked quite solid. It was hard to get a good bearing for their attack, but defensively, they shut down almost every anticipated approach, only losing, 2 rounds towards the end. And on the last one, Aveda was kind of throwing just a little bit, walking away with the operator, saving the op for that second half. You know how it is, just trying to keep that one up. No matter what it is, a great showing for PSU. They'll continue onwards, and they take the victory in a well-deserved fashion.
Yeah, and no shade to Blinkers whatsoever, because, I mean, they did have themselves a very valiant attempt. I mean, they looked good in areas of the map, but they could just, once again, came down to their utility. They played the Sky, they played the KO, they didn't really fight off that utility too much. There's a lot of the moments where even then I mentioned it, and I talked about it and said, look, They could have found themselves, 3 free kills off that last one, but it just really wasn't there. And even there's other times where honestly the sky just didn't find enough that you need. Blah, 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 blah. I could go on all day, but that's not the important thing. Blinkers had themselves potential, and I know with their GLG membership, they will be back and they will have themselves the day of redemption, but that won't be here today as they find themselves falling a little short.
Yeah, and well, other teams can also sign up for that GLG membership. Make sure you do so. You get guaranteed entry into the events like this one. You can also sign up for our giveaways that we're giving underway, the Reaver 2.0 bundle that everyone's going cookie crazy for on my Twitter feed. We've got that one given away as well as another MSI headset. So make sure to sign up for that one. And if you don't necessarily like free things, maybe you can also spread your wallet, not to some Valorant skins, but over to some GLG socks and check those out as well. Got merch. We even have our own LAN center in Rochester, New York. So make sure you can check that out if you are nearby or fly across the entire country and check it out. I know Dallas himself did that, and he says it was definitely worth it. So thank you guys for watching. We have another game coming up after this one and 3 more after that. Stay tuned. We'll get 2 more teams ready and raring to go.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
Boy, at least the ops don't play though. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. He's able to do something. Hello, up on the ropes, like you mentioned. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker excuse against that shot. Now it's going to be Vent gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legends is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of DCAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are inside the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. And they get in time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up. But both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the old man. And that is what you want to see. Edmund, the heads up play. And is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get Nenline to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Boy, at least the ops don't play though. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. He's able to do something. Hello, up on the ropes, like you mentioned. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad defense. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vent gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story. It's 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks as there are on the side of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get in time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. Playing inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with a wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ that is aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. He wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Boy, at least the op's still in play though. And I mean, the question it, but he did save it over. He's able to do something. Hello, up in the ropes, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take 1. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad defense. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vent gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story. It's 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks as there are inside of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get in time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with a wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ that is aid now pinned in log.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages, with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Ginny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor. We're now moving on to the third round. After 2 games coming to a conclusion, the first one a little sooner than expected, the second one right on time. Let me go ahead and give you a hint. 13 rounds until we finish this thing out. We're going ahead and getting ourselves now underway for the third is what we get here, which is obviously coming to a conclusion of what we would call the regular section of the bracket before we get to our corners, semis, and grands. But that doesn't mean the competition is lacking by any means necessary. This is where things really start to get rough, where things really start to go ahead and dwindle down. And I talked about it. Where playoffs are about to begin. So you got to get yourself in the door with a pretty good foot.
Yeah, and we're hoping that either of these 2 teams, whether you are BRZ or Precise Gunplay, can get that job done. We'll have to see. It's going to be a difficult map, though. No gentleman's agreement here, Dallas. No Ascent, no Haven. We're going to Pearl of all places.
Let's go.
I'm honestly shocked to say it. I do love the map of Pearl, and well, everyone should know, at least at this point. I say that, but I've done events where they don't. You need a Viper for this map. You need that toxic screen to cut down sight lines, and I would love to talk about the agent selection, but I know for a fact, Dallas, because you were raving about it during that break, you have a perfect setup in mind.
Yep. Omen, Viper, KO, Neon, Chamber. That's going to be your Grey 5. That's as versatile as it can get. I think, honestly, it's probably the most, not only the most interesting, but it's the most fun to run. But I get it. Teams don't want to be optimal. They don't want to, have the best lineup necessary. They got comfort picks, whatever those are. So they're going to do whatever they want to do. But oddly enough, as I mentioned the Neon, with how big of a map this is and how large clears you get, all these tight areas with those stuns that you can throw on the field, if anything, Jet is actually the one who's starting to come on the field. And for both squads, more importantly, not just for one.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about the mobility that comes down to it, where are the areas you're trying to push through? You've got to get through mid doors, which is such a major problem for a lot of attacking teams because defensively you can hide behind short stack as well as over in Cubby on that link section towards the main center stage. You have to get through there very quickly. Jack can do a great job to dash over towards connector and makes the job a little bit easier. But the problem is it's kind of a selfish play style for that initiation. That's why Neon's so solid. Having that fast lane makes it so that you've cut line of sight not just once, but twice, both directions, and can allow for, I won't say an easy push through for the rest of your team, but somewhat easier, as the players that are opposing you will have to blind fire through those flames to try to find any impact. You also have the option of having to go through that very long stage of B ramp and B main. It's very difficult to get down that long position and not be cut down from back of hall, which is such a difficult spot to work from, which is why you need that Viper, which we do see locked in for BRZ. We also see the Chamber for that long shot potential with the Tour de Force, and Arena being brought out here by Mayhem, which is an interesting decision.
And that's the whole thing about it as well. So, I mean, even then, Jet, she has that dash, but Neon, while she's quote unquote dashing, she's sliding. She was able to fire at the same time while never really exposing herself to be vulnerable at any specific time. That's why she's so darn good. But still, nonetheless, you see the squad, you see what they're providing here, and even then, this Jet did go ahead and get switched off instead. So we're seeing Precise Gunplay actually bring out the Raze and the Reyna, going extremely aggressive, having no Sentinel whatsoever. They're just looking to win on this attacking side outright.
He's in the Prowler early here through doors. Through Fade. Does not seem to be the case just yet. Justin is the duelist of choice, so to say. They're trying to find that early engagement through doors. It's not working out for them just yet. It looks like they're still trying to decide where they want to push from. They have early aggression all the way over through main. 2 players trying to maybe get some pressure, but nothing having come to fruition just yet. It's very slow pacing. Mayhem holding back towards connector. Will be flash fired out. They find it. Quick use, quick kills, and Mayhem finds 2.
A little bit of a collateral to start things off in round 1, and of course it'd be by a darn Reyna, the one woman I can't stand, but somehow always has the plays to provide in the entertainment factor to back it up. But still, we talk about the Viper. You talked about how it could cut down every single sight line. Well, that's exactly what it's doing over here towards this B long area, which is usually such a hot spot, but really having the impact as we see the default plant going down very aggressively with some follow-up shots coming through for Mayhem with that 150 HP. Looking to push with it.
Jersey are set up for the post plant. Amazing flick by Arsenal. They'll take Mayhem's head clean off their shoulders. They have a position where they can put back up the toxic screen and start to retreat back over towards B main. They have an easy line of sight to defend that. There's even a coming position on B main to hide behind a short wall to work with. Arsenal's head lopped off their shoulder, but Jason and I just find one more. Unfortunately, that will be all they end with. It's just Beans left standing now for the 1v2. They'll short swing. They're tagging the defusing player. Not enough assistance by Sayo, and Beans can now just play this the way they want to, swinging both directions. Unpredictability at its finest, and they're just trying to force Sayo away from the defense. They've already stuck it to half. They'll guarantee the kill. Beans with the 3K.
I hate that pillar so much, dude. I can't even begin to talk about it. But honestly, it's a love-hate relationship. It's very interesting. Those 50-50s, it makes you require to go ahead and pop a little bit of utility. Maybe get a breach in there sometimes. You get that little concuss, the aftershock to go right through it to force out those players, or even in the KO having that fragment grenade, whatever it may be, because that actually is the one trade-up. And if you don't want to run a KO, a breach does fit very well, possibly instead of a Viper if you're looking for a more aggressive approach. But still, the coach talk, I'm not Sean Garris. I eventually will be one day. Give me a couple years and a nice little wife, but we're not going to get that right now. And so we're getting to some kills on the board already here for round 2. The Frenzy going ahead and looking to put in some work. But even then, there's attackers following through. Thomas with a 3K now on the board, looking for one more.
I mean, you've got so much pressure that can just build up exponentially faster, especially when your defensive side does not play defensively. They're pushing all the way through mid. They try to find pressure, and while it does net them 2 kills, that's it. Now it's just one player left standing. Much like the last round, it's Sayo all by their lonesome. Do you have the Hunt and Prowl just kind of waiting for it to recollect and that timer to go down? Maybe they have a chance defensively to get some pressure and find a frag, but a flanking player is available over towards shop. They can work through that mid courtyard. They may have to, because Thomas, the 3K player in this round, now cut down. And you only have one player ready to continue with you on site. It's Beans in back of Hall. Sayo's retreated all the way over towards Link, biding their time. They'll get a quick swing out. Beans gets the damage. Now it's 1 HP, the 72 in the hands of Beans. And they're just waiting things out. Plant goes down. Quick use Prowl. They try to escape in this one. Sayo cannot survive, and Jason Ives just
You've seen too much.
Yeah, Sayo didn't really have too much of a chance there, but even then, I mean, no matter what happened, there is so much to work with. There is so much on the field. I mean, even in considering and looking at what you had right there, you had another player alive, and well, you had the Spectres to be working with. I mean, there was a lot to play off of for BRZ there that, I mean, we were expecting to win out that round, but they made it expensive. I'll say, Precise Gunplay did not make that job easy. They went ahead, held down these sites extremely well. As you mentioned, they cut down Thomas, who was really kind of getting on that streak there. The last thing you want is a null command just to be thrown out right here, right now, with the gun from a teammate handed over to make sure you can force that right up the middle of the map and get yourself a couple kills in the meantime when you have those rifles to work with. But speaking of the rifles, those are going to be coming into play on the defensive side, and even then, they're going to have to look to find a couple kills here and there, but no overextension just yet. No real shots being nailed right down the middle. Instead, we're seeing somewhat of a feeler here across the field to see who could possibly maybe get some intel, but there's been nothing yet.
It's interesting. Precise Gunplay, they have rivals, which means the farther back engagement should be where they thrive. But instead, note, a player all the way over in club has pushed all the way from the B site deeper towards the objective. Flo is able to find 1 kill on A. A player trying to swing out of Link does not manage to find anything. Fortunately for the attacking side, the rifle does win it out at that range. They don't even get any damage back in return. Now you'll see them rotate around, leap from that A side all the way over towards B. And thankfully, Paradigm has actually shifted over, no longer aggressing towards club, and instead has retreated towards the site. They send out the knife for the suppress, but it only goes off. They lose their life just in with the smoke.
Yeah, big injury already coming through, and even then we got to talk about the weapon differential, but it's not having too much of an influence right now, considering that nobody else is on the site. You have Mayhem trying to play right there through that link, and it's just not having the impact you need, knowing that that generator right there, that little square where you have the default placement come through, just isn't penetrable unless you have those high impact rifles, which we just don't see in play. Instead, we're seeing a lot of teammates play around these Viper utility, around the wall, around the snake bite. That Beans honestly has the opportunity of a lifetime. They're ready for it, swinging through, cut off, and that's another round coming out for BRZ, a third in a row, more importantly, robbing some rifles around in the process.
It's interesting to see them use that placement as well next to Jen. So many players will say never plant there. It's the wrong position to work from.
Yeah.
You don't plant in default towards the back of Hall. You don't have line of sight towards B main. But note, BRZ, they left a lingering player Beans in Hall. They use smokes to their advantage. That's assisting without needing to be there. You're using that range utility to your advantage, and it nets them major frags, which gives them a big go-ahead. You need exactly that if you're wanting to find success in such a troublesome spot. They didn't have the weapon. They didn't have the advantage necessary to plant in the correct position. Make do with what you have, and they make do and win with what they have.
And also, it seems like they have plenty of warrant reason to go for it once more. I mean, considering they're already trying to push onto this B side, they know that really Precise Gunplay does not have the best guns to be doing this job with opposing on the side, especially on B with how open it may be. That you don't have fully automatic riflery, you don't have really the, obviously the gunfire to be, or the damage to be backing it up, and already they're proving that by trying to go for somewhat of a flank, trying to blindside the likes of Precise Gunplay, but it's just not going to happen there. BRZ closed this thing out almost immediately. 4 ultimates to work with in the next round, showing that they are coming onto this map with astounding starts.
Timeout now being called by our defensive side of Precise Gunplay. I mentioned it before in the last game. Timeouts are your friend. Talk things through. Discuss what's been happening, what's been going so wrong. And to be frank, a lot has been going wrong for Precise Gunplay. Maybe the gunplay itself has not been as precise as their name necessarily would lead us to believe. BRZ with a flank watch all the way back towards the bottom of ramp, or I guess in this sense would be top of ramp towards the attacker's spawn. Cuts down 3. You don't lose your life, as Mayhem did find 1, but truly, the rest of the squadron for BRZ swings back and deals with the handiwork in their rear. You've got a lot of pressure you can do on this map. It's large. It takes time to rotate Dallas, and we've mentioned it before. Retreating and rotating from A to over towards B takes a lot of time, and you don't want to go through mid to do so, considering how dangerous those alleyways can be. But you also have to make little to no noise on the flank as well, because otherwise BRZ will hear that one out almost as they have an MSI headset to hear things clearly.
I mean, considering this timeout's now on the field, knowing that we're seeing somewhat of an assault coming through for Precise Gunplay, I gotta respect it. I mean, they're not really setting themselves up for the defense anyways. They have absolutely no sentinels. They're trying to play completely for the retakes. And I think that's honestly the one thing they have to accept here. Play around your Viper. That's the one teammate who is going to be essentially your sentinel while still having that dual-edged sword of working as a controller as well, because that's their primary role. But that's going to be the one thing that cuts off sight lines, is really forcing out some players out. You have the snake bites almost at like mollies, and you have to work off of those, or you have to get aggressive on this defensive end, which Mayhem is finally doing. Sure has to have the Empress to really bring it to life, but it's going to be enough to only get 1, as you've now lost 2 in the meantime. And those are your 2 biggest intel players to work off of. Your Sentinel / controller and your actual initiator that gives the intel to back it up, as you're only left with Paradigm, who has 15 HP. So this is very hard to really pull yourself out of. It's going to be doable, sure, but I mean, once again, there's 2 opposite sides of the coin, and I feel like BRZ is trying to really, shut it down, as Precise Gunplay is just rolling it along, trying on the edge, not really choosing one side or the other.
BRZ done a good job of trying to play the map to their advantages, to their agent selections advantages. We've noted that they don't really have much going for them precise gunplay defensively. They're going to have to ego swing a lot of these corners, and they have a lot of utility that can really facilitate a strong defense. Mayhem specifically has that leader that they can
One
toss down.
enemy
There's also
remaining.
the haunts and prowlers that can
Spike down,
well.
mid.
There's a lot there
30
for
seconds
the
left.
side of precise gunplay, and they would like to linger around these middle stages, these courtyards, these alleyways, where they can send these out around corners to be able to swing and follow up with them to initiate beyond them. BRZ, though, if they just play to the open stages, they should have more successes. That's not been the case in this round. Note the majority of their deaths have been in these tight
10 seconds
2
left.
in courtyard, 1 in the attacker spawn, and 1 over towards the A restaurant side. It's a big problem.
Spike
With the plant
planted.
down,
One
maybe you have a
enemy
chance
remaining.
to find some successes. Thomas does remove strobes, but now being suppressed, they're going to have to retreat backwards with no utility whatsoever, but it is an almost even HP affair. 15 to Paradigm, maybe 30. No, 46 for Thomas. But is that KO doppelganger swing trying to hide from this coming man? They do find the swing and 6 HP and a dream. Thomas saves BRZ. 5-0 our score.
Oh my goodness, what a start coming out here from BRZ. And I mean, obviously, they are coming out here with all the engines pumping at full maximum potential right now. But I mean, precise gunplay, like I said, I mean, it's like they just don't know what to do. That's the biggest thing that's really getting me right now. Is that, I mean, obviously, they had somewhat of a game plan, but already the composition, you expect a game plan to them pushing up aggressively, that them running over on the attacking side. But that's the trade-off there. They don't have an attacking side to work with yet. They're still on defense. They're still struggling. They're feeling constricted and constrained to where they are having to play because they're duelists. They're supposed to be roaming across the map, fighting for control, and instead they're being held hostage in a single little area they have to just keep watch of, like a parent and a toddler when you're a track star. Like, it's just, you can't really be doing that too much. So instead, you need to be pushing up. You need to be fighting for control, and that's exactly what Paradigm did. Problem is, he didn't have any real engage. Didn't have the utility. That's why Mayhem is there, has a follow-up, has an easy way to back out, but doesn't have a gun to follow up off that kill that he just got.
That's the problem as well when you're trying to be this aggressive defensively, Dallas. We'll note they have had to use their quick shrouded step to try and get away from
Spike down,
it.
B.
You get all damage. Sayo does find nice shoulder flank behind that killer that you owe so
One
much.
enemy
Jason I will
remaining.
have to swing forward. Justin deals with strobes actually on that B side, and it's just slow left standing. Precise gunplay, they need to play to their advantages, which is that up close and personal. But the second they lose that first engagement, like Paradigm unfortunately did, they have to retreat quickly. And look how many deaths took place just on that B-main side up on top of ramp. Majority of this round's deaths occurred there. That's the problem Precise gunplay are running into. They can't escape their life, and they're not finding successes where they need to. Empress now popped, sorry, not Empress, the Viper's Pit now popped on site. Flow will tease the diffuser for now, but Ace and I will be forced
Player
pressure towards the
standing.
objective.
Wow.
Flow will cut them down, hiding behind screen. Now let's deal with
Oh!
Justin. They pull out the weapon, they have to top down the quick snake bite. And Justin's trying to walk through it. It's a spray and pray!
Wow!
Finds them, completely obfuscated from view, and Precise gunplay will sneak this round away and find themselves their first round win.
Goodness gracious, it took so much out of Slow to really get there, and more importantly, to pull out the first round of the entirety of this, as we do see Control Clutch come through. But, I mean, still, it was a situation to where, honestly, I didn't expect it to work out. A Viper's Pit is going to be great in a lot of situations, but that was an act of desperation, is exactly what I saw it as and perceived it to be. But still, nonetheless, it makes sure to have some potential, and you bring it to life if you're Slow, saying, thank God I did something, because now he's on the board, not only almost in terms of tying up the kills and deaths there, but those assists are also really been racking up over the course of this matchup. So already, we talked about the aggression on the defense. We talked about where they had to have these impact frags, and I think, honestly, holding down the middle of the map is where it's going to be. You already see both duelists holding that down together, but it's going to be Paradigm all by his lonesome saying, guys, they're over here towards B side.
Face your fear!
Swing out, looks like BRZ have done their homework. Going towards the flank, it's not sending that Honor out. Sayo will be tagged all the way over towards Link. You don't necessarily need to send in the attacker to mid if you can clear out effectively without having to step over there. That's the great part about having that fade. Sayer is trapped, suppressed even further, the null command having been popped by BRZ. It does dissipate, though, and now will no longer be an issue to be concerned with. They haven't even gotten the plant down after this. Still wary about the flank. Justin deals with Mayhem. Strobes is now top the show Offer. It's sent out, but it does not find the target at the opposing end. Fiends will have to deal with the room, but does not do so just yet. They'll retreat away with the run. Sail from up in tower has some assistance as well, but unfortunately them and Strobes will be felled. It's now at a man advantage for the side of BRZ. You can't count Paradigm out just yet. Still in a good position. Working from tunnel, initially up in tower, still trying to find any sort of angle to take the head off, maybe one, if not two in the process. At the very least, bleed these rifles out of their hands. They'll swing to the back of Hall, and Jason Ive is now taken off the board. Just two left. Strobes down to about 25 HP, and their teammate at full. Paradigms in a rough spot.
This is where things feel impossible, right? I mean, you have nothing but a knife to work with that's already being invested right there towards the pillow. You know that nobody's nearby, and you have to go into a double swing where a 40 force is waiting on you. Honestly, it felt like the entire world was just crushing down to your shoulders, and it's just a weight that you can't really bear. So that's going to be another round coming out for BRZ as they get themselves now on a 6-1 in terms of their entire score lineup, and it's looking good for them, obviously. And goodness gracious, man, I just want to see a little more of the precise gunplay. I want to see them at least get 3 in this half. I want them to see them set up for the long game, get on that attacking side, and we're saying, oh my God, I just blinked and the entire half is over with because they're just speeding it up. But, I mean, that's just not the case yet. We're still having the Beast caged up. He's still getting more and more angry as the course of this game goes along because Precise Gunplay have not had the time to really unleash things. And once more, even then, on the side of BRZ, we saw a little bit of a Shroud moment there. The controller isn't supposed to be planning. We saw that Viper's pit get shut down purely because the Viper was the one planning, giving away their position inside of their ultimate. But already, we're not going to worry about that too much instead because BRZ, once again, have lost themselves on the first player, that being the Chamber. Precise Gunplay are looking for a good start, and even then they have an Empress as a backup, but Bayhem has almost no HP to work off of with it.
I love the fact that we're seeing BRZ even try to get that rifle away from a main. Do not let the 100% gunplay get a metal weapon in their hand. They know they're ecoing. Arsenal is not finding one of their own. Mayhem claps back to Arsenal, though, re-fragging their teammate's death and even escaping. At this point, they'll have to go guns up, though, with Justin swinging aggressively, and another kill netted BRZ with a man advantage. And you'll note Precise Gunplay are starting to take advantage of the control on the remaining. They'll work their way through. Flow did not have a proper weapon to deal with, and Jason I punishes them accordingly. And now it's all left to sail by their lonesome, but a rifle is in hand. And they're actually set up for the post-plant position of BRZ. A potential here for maybe something, but you do know Justin up in tower and Jason I holding their chin. This could be rough.
I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't see the rotation to go pick up the other weapons where you have a 2v3 situation where you're not really lacking the guns. Because Sayo obviously went for that Vandal. It was right there in the middle of the map. You're expected to be whipped out. And even then you get the opportunity of a lifetime as Jason I've had the utility being pulled out. But I mean, still 7-1's going to be the lead here. It just comes down to Precise Gunplay making these precise calls. Because sure, they say they have gunplay in their name, but even then, I want to say the calls and the rotations, I want to see precise, presence. I want to see precise utility. I want to see all of that stuff start to come to life here. And maybe with Mayhem now being the operator, that's the one thing that we've been missing, honestly, on this defense. Something we haven't really discussed too much, something that hasn't really held down too many angles on the map thus far. And with it lingering right towards the middle, look at that. It's not even down B long where you see it every single time. It's right up the middle of Mayhem looking to find that free pick and dismiss right out of it. But he didn't even need to use that because he was holding such a tight angle.
And can get that first blood and now retreat to a different direction to defend from another angle. That's what you need to be. All over the place and inconsistent, but consistent on the kill feed. Still trying to find something out. Mayhem with a third out of nowhere. The operator, the saving grace of Precise Gunplay. Finally, their name absolutely fitting. And Paradigm with 2 in the same spray with the transfer. Flawless route for Precise Gunplay. All they need is a better weapon in hand, apparently, Dallas, and they'll carry themselves through.
I mean, hey, whatever it takes to that point. I mean, a lot of people call it an op crutch, but hell, if it gets you around, if it gets you kills, it's not a crutch. It's just there to help you. It's a little bit of an assistance because the rest of the team still has to stay alive. You still got to manage your economy. You still got to throw out utility. It's not going to do everything for you, grow legs and run around and shoot itself. So, I mean, sure. It definitely makes things easier, but still, it's making sure that Precise Gunplay can get themselves in this matchup. BRZ has already guaranteed themselves an advantage of the half by the time this comes to a conclusion. So now it comes down to whether or not they can really accelerate off this, or whether or not Precise Gunplay is trying to wake up right now, because already Justin not in the best situation, takes a couple knives to get that initial kill, and Mayhem didn't want to swing on it until finally making sure to get that kill. Already fighting for a little bit more control right down the middle, but all the rest of the players are pushing right towards A, right through the center, and even then, possibly through spawn.
Get the information that Mayhem is actually especially towards that alley side, and they'll start to push aggressively over towards A. 2 players in dugout, still looking for the spot to go for this plant. Mayhem deals with Thomas quite quickly,
Spike
though.
planted.
Now healing, over-healing, in fact, trying to keep themselves up to full fighting shape. There's really nothing BRZ can do now besides play the post plant. With that spike down, it's their waiting game to contend with. They'll need their teammate to push towards the site. Paradigm's close by 4. They could tease
Last
the
player
objective choice.
standing.
But they're
Last
just going to go for the
player
swing
standing.
and the kill. Beans does get the refrag back, but Mayhem misses the shot. Beans divides the time. Not the right type of swing. Mayhem will have to change it out for a rifle as the overheal and up. It's done. Beans with the Phantom gets the kill instead. BRC climb another round ahead despite precise gunplay's quite triumphant success they've had in the last few.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we're seeing some manipulation of the board here. We're seeing BRZ able to go ahead and use that, knowing they had to invest a couple of those ultimates to really get to that point in that last round. But I mean, considering that precise gunplay, they should take that as a W in its own right, saying we now had to make them force out these ultimates. We've made them how to really bring a new aspect into the game, really introduce another variable on top of this. But is that going to be enough? Because even then, right now, you see the switch up and it costs a lot of money in the meantime. That Mayhem has reinvested in an operator, but do you have the same setup? Yes, you do. And it actually works for him as Justin swings right into it.
Shots swing out. Slow does find Beans, but they're like cut short by Jason Ive on the follow-up. Despite that, BRZ are still at a man disadvantage. Jason Ive will collect the ult orb over towards A main. They do have a teammate backing them up quickly, but they're also a little sluggish for their KO to actually work through bars and find a crossfire. Arsenal knocks down Mayhem a peg and follows suit with Paradigm in the no command. They could be restabilized, but to be frank, with only 6 seconds left to truly do so, you're running out of time to get the players over there to assist. Strobe has to send the Roomba out. Paradigm
enemy remaining.
killed off. Thomas has the angle to crossfire to Sayo, denying their rotation, and now you're decaying of your strobes. Your information is given away. You have 3 players left to cut through, and you're sending out the paint shells, sending out the satchel. It does create some space. Nasty move by Strobe, and there's 2 players ready to pounce, and it'll be Thomas to find that final blood.
Yeah, Hardy pushed right back there towards Secret. I mean, there's just not too much you can do in a situation like that, knowing you're getting pinch played, and even then knowing that that Seize was holding you down for a little bit, preventing you from getting that initial swing to find those kills. But already looking at possibly a 9-3 half, possibly a 10-2, considering that these rifles are coming in full-fledged. But more importantly, precise gunplay, they have to work off these ultimates that we talked about earlier that had an influence, at least in one of the rounds that they grabbed with, obviously, it was Mies Flow in that Viper's pit, but that can come into effect again. But it doesn't seem like he's really setting up for it. No Spectre, no shotgun to be working off of, instead working with the Bulldog. So obviously trying to line up for some picks, or even then go for a very early Viper's pit towards that A site to lock things down. But I mean, they're not even concerned about it. BRZ's already forced their way half down towards that B site, running downhill, literally making sure to take every single player they see along with them to the grave. So already 2 players down, a Viper's pit to follow up as well. So you have to go ahead and make it one in the meantime. Mayhem with no luck whatsoever in a 4v1 situation. This will be the conclusion to a half, and 10-2 being the result.
BRZ are just trying to make sure that their presence is
Switching
known.
sides.
They'll be jumping now over to the defensive side. Can I guess, replicate the same successes they had on the attack? I know you don't think so, because you think precise gunplay's agent selection should, I guess, necessitate them successful attacking rounds. And I'd have to agree, but the problem is they have to survive these pistol rounds. But the util is slim to none, and effectively it should be at a defensive advantage because they can play these corners and force the attack to come to them. And when you're only 3 rounds away, like BRZ is from victory, these 2 rounds, the pistol loss and the bonus thereafter, could be the ultimate decider if precise gunplay cannot find success early.
Yeah, this is really bad for precise gunplay, and we talked about it. I mean, over and over and over again. You look at the double duelist, a double initiator, and a Viper, who's honestly probably the only control in the game right now with the way it looks. You're trying to set up for the aggressive game, and we have to see that come in full force right now. The precise gunplay has to be somewhat of an epitome rather than just a name right now. You have to make sure to land those shots every single time, 10 times out of 10, to really run things through. But as we already see that Strokes is getting over aggressive, ran into a double swing and couldn't really manage the shots or the damage. Yeah, the rest of the team there is a backup, so it's looking as a strong return, but not the strongest engage. But it's a 3v2. Spike is down. Retake is now coming alive, and Justin's going to be the first one there.
Does managed to find some damage to Sayo, which Thomas concludes their life. But with Mayhem all the way over towards Ramp and Flow that was hiding in back hall still, a double player hiding in back hall. Just an unexpected play from the side there of Precise Gunplay, and it manages to unfortunately not work out defensively. We'll have to figure things out, but BRZ will be stuck at that 10 margin, to say the least. Just to buy a shorty, I expect him to hold out towards Halls. Currently sitting in Art. Maybe they go for an aggressive push through mid. Could be the right idea for Precise Gunplay. They've got the advantage when it comes to swinging these corners. They've got Fate. They've got the Reyna to work with, and they have the Raze to boost pack forward. This should be easy to get down B main, and that looks like that's what they're going to do, using the Toxic Screen to get themselves up a little bit further, and then dash towards that side.
Yeah, once again, just kind of running it back, honestly. With no Phoenix on the field, they still somehow managed to bring that into effect, but even in the full lap around, and it's your favorite Child's game. Ring around the rosy. Everybody on the defense is coming right back to the back of B, and it's honestly kind of working there. You see 2 kills from the Classic shut down the spike plant. Now making it into 4v3, where honestly, even the rest of the Precise Gunplay are kind of lost in what exactly to do. And even with full site control now coming out for, once again, BRZ, they picked up a lot of the guns in the process, and Strobe isn't hitting the necessary shots to find these kills that allows Justin to get one more and make it now double the man advantage to work off of.
This is the right idea for BRZ defensively. Now they can play the attack, which was kind of their speciality if we noted that first half's performance from them. They do have to deal with this postman, which means time constraint is in their lap. Tails on a very close angle. Finding 3 almost to 4. Stay alive though out of nowhere. Finding 2 with the Vandal. Can they make it in time to the spike? I think they can.
Oh yeah, there's
this round will be won by BRZ, bringing them up to 11. The bonus for Precise Gunplay is anything but
Thrifty.
Yeah, that's so difficult for Precise Gunplay. I mean, they weren't really expecting anything from behind, and that's one of the things that you take as a sacrifice. Quite honestly, that's the one thing they weren't really expecting, being a full attack-oriented team, is they just didn't expect anybody to lap around from them. Sure, they go ahead and play for the full aggression on the site, but as I mentioned with Duelists a lot of the times, is that, I mean, sure, you're very aggressive, you're very good at taking sites, taking control of space on the map. When you have it, what else is there left? It's kind of like having all the money in the world. You can buy everything, and what else is there left to use it on? Absolutely nothing. That honestly, it just kind of has to be handed over. We saw Precise Gunplay not handed over, instead get it ripped away from their hands and their grasp, as BRZ was able to go around from the flank and make sure to manage that. Retakes, honestly, we did a darn good job on the attacking side. Let's do it one more. Let's push right up the middle in this round, try to find some kills. Beans, Jason, I've already go ahead and securing 2, and they're just going ahead and locking it down again.
Arsenal with the head of Paradigm. Arsenal with a classic. It strobes unnecessarily for the side of Precise Gunplay, just giving away, acquiescing these easy kills that should not be falling in BRZ's favor, but it's anything but. Justin with the final blood, and BRZ now reach match point. Where is this coming from? I'll tell you, Precise Gunplay having major shortcomings. Round 13, we saw Mayhem watching the flank towards ramp. They didn't find anyone pushing that direction, so they go, okay, round 14, we have the gun advantage. It's our bonus. Just send everyone through ramp and over to the B site. What happens then? BRZ take advantage of the empty map, and they start to push you. What happens in that last round? They take advantage of the weapons they stole, and they start to push you. You have just let BRZ roll down that hill, and they are collecting every kill on the way.
Yeah, they most definitely are. I mean, every single time we're just seeing a full wipe through, we're seeing the likes of BRZ just able to hold things down. More specifically, Beans actually able to play into that role. I mean, getting the first kill on most occasions. Now with that operator coming into effect, that you're honestly not even stressed about the B side. That's one of the luxuries you have of a Sentinel coming into play. Knowing that even then, if you go for full aggression, if you don't flood that site with utility, if you don't fully aggress your way into it and follow up on that utility, you just miss out half of what you were potential of. So, I mean, that's really a shortcoming of the likes of Precise Gunplay, as you mentioned earlier, and Thomas kind of going ahead and highlighting once of those again. Able to go ahead and get the fragment out, though, in a pretty clean manner, and already able to go ahead and close things out, looking at a 4-1. Precise Gunplay, more specifically, slow in a very, very bad spot that either you keep the game going for one more round, but it's match point. You gotta clutch this out. It doesn't happen. That's going to be BRZ going home with the dub.
13-3, our final scoreline. Precise Gunplay just not doing what we kind of expected them to do on the attack. And I mentioned it at the beginning. I think they did also have the right agent selection, like you had mentioned so many times for the attacking side, but they had to survive those beginning rounds. They get the pistol, and I'm like, hey, they've started it. They're going to go. They're going to start rolling downhill. And then they go, I don't think so, buddy. You shall not pass. Gandalf right through it. And complete turnaround by BRZ. They just were the better team. Let's be totally honest here. I think their defense could have kept up no matter what. They just outplayed Precise Gunplay through and through on that defense.
I think, honestly, also one thing, you went, sure, they went, but I think, honestly, it just came down to whether or not Precise Gunplay did. They did that, honestly. If it came down to round 2 and just, they just checked behind them, said, okay, we're inside. Great. Where are the reinforcements? There are none. It's a full wipe to come through. They make sure to get themselves every single gun on the field, and they just run through with it. It shut down the economy. It robbed a couple of those guns away that they forced out, because even then there was a Vandal on the field that Jason and I have won the round with. I mean, there was so much to work with for the likes of Precise Gunplay that it just got robbed from immediately, that it was within their teeth, within their grasp, but instead you just gave a good old punch in the jaw and they drop it all. So already, BRZ with a very good start. Once again, kind of moving on once more and show that they have themselves a little bit more of a diverse play in terms of their composition, which I feel it's going to suffice a lot more, not only for Pearl, if we do get lucky enough to see it again, but the rest of the maps as well, because there is a lot more Valor to go. And even then, if you want to sign up for this as well for yourself, there is plenty of opportunities. You can sign up for the GLG membership and get for only $10 a month for one of your teammates, and your entire team gets guaranteed entry into these. Or even then, also, if you just want to sign up for free and then help out one of our wonderful sponsors on the side, which is going to be the Likes of Control, which is one of your meal supplements, replacements, and they're outstanding. They taste like the bottom of the cereal bowl, which is what our boss says on such a common occasion that it's just ingrained in my head. And honestly, it's almost like it's a placebo too. Or honestly, it's just facts, because I've had it myself. It's just so darn good. Honestly, go ahead and give them a shot and give them some love as well, because they go ahead and give all the love to our control clutches we have in this game, which we had a couple in that last map. But already looking to chug things along, Scott. I know this is your last map here so far, but thankfully for me, I get to chug along for 3 more. So do you have any condolences, any last words before you head out and have a nice rest of your night?
No, I think I'm going to go and have myself some
think
control and get some nice Rice Krispie cereal, the bottom part, the best part of it, not the actual meat of it, the milk left at the bottom, the tasty part. So I'm excited for it. I wish you and Anton the best of time casting these.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll enjoy it as much as I can. But with that being said, I don't want to waste any more of Scott's time. Instead, I'm going to let him go get to that. Instead, we'll throw it to a short little break. We'll play some caster musical chairs, and I'll be right back with somebody new here in a second.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Well, that's a waste of one of those.
V2, the shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are on the side of the defense being paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get in time. Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Cool, at least the off's still in play though. And I mean, he questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the ropes, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally, things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take 1. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It'll be so bad, but I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are on the side of the defense being paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get in time. Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Cool, at least the off's still in play though. And I mean, he questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the ropes, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. But I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be then gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are inside the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up. But both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. Playing inside of it is the Omen. And that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play. And is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get Nedlight to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is Conceived Cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second Rift pick? What?
He wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Well, at least the off's still in play though. Endline, I mean, question it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up in the ropes, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. But I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be then gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are inside the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. Playing inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get Nedlight to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is Conceived Cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second Rift pick? What?
He wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though, and line. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the ropes, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad defense. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be then gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are on the side of the defense. Being paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up. But both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen. And that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play. And is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wallbang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th free cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What's that?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. He wallbanged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though, and line. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad defense. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be then gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are on the side of the defense. Being paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund ahead. heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get Nenlight to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
He wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Cool, at least the off's still in play though, Endline. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad for Ben. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker against the headshot. Now it's going to be net gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Take this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one in bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shot darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, as there are inside the defense, big primarily let these guys get back on the site, and they get time. Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down, and inside of it is the old man, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get Nenlight to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. He wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Cool, at least the off's still in play though, Endline. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello! Up on the rope, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad for Ben. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker gets the headshot. Now it's going to be net gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one in bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do?
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor. We're now getting in the playoffs area where we got the last final 3 matches here tonight, back to back to back. We're bringing you the action, and we're doing it starting off with the quarterfinals. Not only that, we're also doing it with the new caster here on the desk. We're going ahead and introducing Anton, and we're going to go ahead and have a refresher. We had one caster start off their day with Demon Time, and now we're going to get Anton that chance as well, and maybe we'll reach the entirety of the game this time because we're going ahead and running it with BRZ as the opposition this time around.
Yeah, we just saw them play as well. I saw them on Pearl, no less. I'm slightly jealous. I mean, you guys probably saw it in chat. I have wanted to cast that map for a long time, but those guys, they wrecked house on it. They absolutely dominated. I thought, looking at that matchup, going into the stats of the players, I thought that would have been decently close, but not even, like, it wasn't even a contest. It was crazy. I don't even know how it was that one-sided, but, I mean, BRZ, they come into this one with, I think the team names might be a bit off. I think Demon Time might be on the left side here, but BRZ, these guys, I mean, they got something to prove, right? Because Demon Time, they've won Pit of Valor before multiple different times. So former champions going up against these guys on the newest map. Obviously, we're on Ascent right now, so it's not exactly the same situation as on Pearl, but similar kind of scenario where you've got a team that, in my opinion, they're kind of up-and-comers, right? We've seen Beans, we've seen Jason around, Thomas as well, played absolutely out of his mind. I am looking forward to what they have to bring to face off against some multiple-time former champions.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, Demon Time has a lot to provide. I mean, considering the level of aggression, the kind of star-studded lineup that we see out of them specifically, and knowing that even then, they perform on a consistent basis every single week. I mean, making it into playoffs time and time and time again. I don't know ever since they've ever came into the likes of Pit of Valor, unless I think maybe one time when they did face another ex-champion, it was like a huge debacle for like the first round. Besides that, though, I want to say that every single week they've gotten themselves into the running and got themselves at least into quarters, semis, or grands. So they definitely have some experience in these high-tense situations. They make sure to know how to face these higher upper-level echelon players. And I don't think BRZ will be too much of a hurdle for them, but it'll definitely be one nonetheless. And I can't wait to see exactly how they hold it down and how BRZ is able to go ahead and also have a nice little case for themselves to put onto the table.
Yeah, we've got some like inverted mirror comps here as well, because we see Jets on both sides. We have the KO and the Omen, of course, and double initiator, but differences in terms of that. It's a Sova versus a Fade. That one's going to be interesting. And the Chamber versus the Killjoy. I think I respect Demon Time's loadout a bit more than BRZ. I mean, you can see they're so confident. I don't blame them. I mean, we see a couple role switches here, of course. Thomas was on the KO, if I'm correct, last map, where Jason's taken that role. So it's kind of interesting what's going on here. Not entirely sure why they're going for these role switches, but whatever works. We'll see what they end up doing. It is Demon Time starting off on the attack, so they're the ones that have to push the aggression, and BRZ are just standard default all the way across the map with the Killjoy locking down this A sites. 3 people inside this mid, so wise to keep this mid control for now, but we'll see how Demon Time can break this triple setup here.
Yeah, already, I mean, on the pistol round, it really just comes down to making sure to play as a squad, make sure to play for these exchanges and these trades. But when you have Hendog pushing up a little bit too far and Justin already isolating the man, that's going to be a free kill already on the table. So, I mean, discussing Hendog, and we talked about the influence of that player specifically on such a consistent basis and knowing that he's always going to be the biggest threat, knowing he's out right off the get-go. Not only first blood of this round, but of the entirety of this map is a little concerning, knowing that your hopes for the pistol round don't have nearly as much of aggression as you'd hope.
Go with that knife as well. Ooh, doesn't tag Beans. That means all this util on the site is going to be active. There go the mollies. And Glythu takes a little bit of damage from that, but the rest of the team is delayed coming out of the door just because of it. And they're getting backstab quickly. Justin is all the way already at the door, and it's been shot open. Plant hasn't even gone down yet. Finally it does. It's straight back and forth through this door position. But fight. It's a bit labored, and he finally gets it. But it doesn't matter. Not enough bullets in the chamber, and it's 2 left alive for BRZ with the round.
I gotta say, not only just talking about Beans and that nice little timing to go ahead and get out of that knife with all the utility coming onto the field, but I think that brought something else to light. I love where Beans is putting his turret over towards the A side. He's putting it on the bottom, but he's putting it right behind those stones to where, sure, it's not peeking it immediately towards Arch. You can't shoot it before you've even entered it onto site. It's placed in such a way to where you have to push up once you're crossing over to Generator to put that spike down. That's exactly when it detects you. It's enough to go ahead and swing on. It's enough of the delay for you to feel that comfort like KJ's not there. And then last thing you know, you go ahead and get that swing out. So, I mean, the positioning already is looking good for BRZ on this defensive side. I want to see what more they got in terms of the utility. And more importantly, when they have these guns to work with. But Demon Time also looking to get aggressive already as well. Hendog going ahead and bringing out the sheriff, saying he's not done just yet. He wants some vengeance. He wants some blood, and he's going to fight for it. And more importantly, he's going to invest for it.
Yeah, he's the only one though. The only one with a semi-upgraded pistol. The Omen's got a frenzy, but that's pretty much all they have to bring to this round. So should be on paper given for BRZ. That's a triple detection as well. Nice Sova dart. That is beautiful, great information. Little poke and prod towards this A site by this solo chamber, but that's pretty much all there is to it. The Killjoy utility is going to be here. Don't think there's going to be too much of a risk, but he's going to lurk his way all the way through. And with that turret placement, like you mentioned, you can't shoot it until you get all the way deep in the site, but it also can't see you. So he's made his way all the way to the back of A Heaven, and this huge lurk, actually, triple detection again, that's pretty huge, because it keeps people from BRZ on this site, and this Killjoy might get blindsided from the back, perhaps, if the glass breaks. Seems like he's aware slightly. It's so awkward right now on this A site, because the site is not clear, not by any means. But Jinny's lurked all the way back, and now the Omen's dead. Now they know.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too late. I mean, you already lost one of your players. It's a big piece of utility already going through, and even then, sure, you've lost your chamber. That's more of just a post-plant situation, but talking about a post-plant, I mean, KJ excels on those, but also excels in stalling things out as well, as all those mollies are already going to go into effect, and an immediate retake will be under effect right now. You just wait for the spot to go down. You're not looking to play it early. You don't care about the 300 cred that you're losing out on, but you do care about the Spectres that are being lost in the meantime, because there's a lot of those dropped, and honestly, BRZ, they're having themselves a little bit of a debacle, but Glide 2 and crew has made it expensive in a 1v1 situation. Sure, you'll win it out, but at what cost now? Because there's barely a bonus remaining.
Yeah, man, that is pretty much best case scenario for Demon Time. They don't win the round, but they leave it to a 1 versus 1, and that mid round was absolutely insane. You can't. That's not even like a call or anything like that. Ginny just decides to lurk all the way up A. Yeah, fair enough. You do your job as a Sentinel player, right? You're going for those lurks, and you find a great timing on the Glaisu all the way at the back of, or excuse me, on the Thomas all the way at the back of spawn. And unfortunately, they don't manage to win out the last gunfight, but that is a lot of guns taken away. And Demon Time are, I mean, full rifles, right? That's what the bonus round really gets you. And BRZ have absolutely nothing to their name, only Arsenal saving over this SMG. But they are stacking this A site because of it. They know the weapons are weak. They know they have to take some early engagement, perhaps get a pick and try and pick up some gun that the attackers have bought. But Demon Time is not even entertaining that idea. Having the chamber all the way in spawn, watching the flank, if any decides to go through, and Arsenal going for some information, they lose their biggest gun.
Clean right through the middle of the map, more importantly giving up that intel and that control at the same time. So already giving yourself a little bit of an idea of where these players of Demon Time could be pushing through. And when Jenny goes ahead and secures 2 over right there towards the A side, honestly creates a little bit of a mix-up to say where are the players at. They're still lingering in mid. No spike gone down whatsoever. No control or push towards the site really as a collective team, but still one of the cleanest rounds I think we witnessed all day.
Man, that is... Yeah, that's some great stuff. I mean, good effort, good shots by the KO to take 1 kill, but that's definitely a hard one. Nothing you can really do when you don't have any rifles to your name. But yeah, we're coming to this one. See, everyone should be buying up. Jason should be investing shortly whenever he decides to. There he goes. Full for everyone, and close to ultimates for the side of BRZ, so they have a definite chance to win this round if Justin wants to go for the blades or something like that, but it's going to be a fast B hit seemingly as the smokes go in. There go the mollies, and Fipe has found himself an empty site. Door is going to get shut, and all that information backside will reveal that everything is clear, and it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake fairly quickly.
Oh, yeah. And I'm loving every single bit of it. Just going ahead and seeing that full roster with a red little triangle in the center just gets my blood pumping. It makes my hair rise a little bit. It makes the goosebumps come into effect. But still, Jenny already shutting down that dream, getting that first kill here in the meantime. So BRZ looking for a little bit of a hole, but now actually playing the aggressors themselves. So this is what the roster really looked to pan out towards. Is Justin able to go ahead and manage 2, go ahead and swing out towards the side. And still, there's a lot of utility to work with, but not nearly as many players. 2 of them getting mowed down, making a third. It all comes down to Thomas looking in the 1v2 situation, but just can't close it at his 5. Nails the shots, not on the head. Still, body's enough to get the damage done, and more importantly, get another round on the board as it's tied up here with Demon Time, only lacking 1 ultimate in the meantime.
Very quick attack, fast pace from Demon Time, and there's nothing really to that, right? They just walk on the site, they find it empty, and usually you might end up going for those retake setups when you have a killjoy on the site or something like that to delay, but in that case, there's nothing of the sort. They have double retaking from B main, and they do actually end up getting the kills, but that little up and down on the site, they would never know that happens, but looking at the stream, funny story with the X-ray, but the guy fires top, tries to get the guy off the box, but then he's not there, the guy jumps up, and finally he shoots down. It's kind of weird, but whatever the case, Demon Time do end up taking that fairly quickly. Now, it's a bit of a slower setup as they do have a default across the map. The Omen is looking towards B at the earlier of the round. But here we go with this A site take. This Killjoy stuff should be deactivated for the time being, but his blades can do. Justin is looking over the top, but finds nothing just yet. He actually misses pretty much everything. This Hunter's Fury also doesn't tag up very much, and now Demon Time has a man advantage as well.
Yeah, they definitely do, and even then, I mean, not too much to work on. BSZ already locked out, not too much to work with, kind of snuffed out when we saw that Blaze Storm not really have the influence necessary, but still, a good bit of damage going down with the Frenzy over there towards the door, so it sets things up for the rest of this, but it's just not going to be enough. 2 players versus 4, Demon Time with all the rifles to work with, and some damage can definitely be done, but goodness gracious, it's not going to be nearly the amount that they need, knowing that they're up against the likes of Demon Time. We will sing their praises for the rest of time, for the rest of Demon Time, because they're just so darn good at their job that you need all your resources to really shove them out. I mean, you can make rounds expensive, but you can't snatch them away.
Absolutely, and speaking of resources as well, I mentioned earlier a couple rounds ago that the ultimates were almost up for BRZ. That round they invest 2 of them, Blade Storm and the Hunter's Fury from Arcel, and they find pretty much nothing, right? 4 blades miss, and Arcel also fires wide. Now Thomas and Beans, they have their chances, but one of those a bit less impactful than the other ones. We'll see. I mean, maybe the teleport might be useful because it's another A-site hit, while most of the defense is sitting towards that mid-B position yet again. Seems like they are running this kind of setup fairly often where there's a 1-for-1 trade in mid, and Beans actually comes out on top of another jewel as well. Justin, another fights, and Hendog trades that back. But still, BRZ finally with an advantage, but how long can that last? Not too long with the likes of the server.
Good exchanges, and more importantly, a good round to go ahead and be winning out for BRZ here. I mean, with them being on the flip-flop, kind of back and forth situation, this is the matchup that we wanted. I think, honestly, this is grand finals worthy right here, considering the control and the amount of just influence we saw in the BRZ. And with them actually to go ahead here early in the game, not even waiting to these later stages of the round. We're sitting at 3-3. We're a quarter way through this entire map, theoretically, and already we're seeing both of these squads just go blow for blow, exchange for exchange, and more importantly, BRZ is doing it with a 4-man composition because Jason Ive hasn't got a single frag in this entire map still.
All right, he's gotten some information, right? I mean, you can't say the KO9s are doing absolutely nothing, but yeah, you're not even wrong. He's not got a kill.
Let's play.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, he can make some impact happen. He's been dying a lot, which is the only reason why he's got any ult points at all. But he's 1 off of that null command, so I look forward to see what he can do with that. If he either gets a kill or dies with it this round again. Big flash, and here we go. There's the impact of the KO. Doesn't even need to get a kill. Triple from the teammates, and that is the support that you need from your initiator.
Yeah, that's it, honestly. Even if you die, I mean, that's the one thing that KO can provide is those just assists across the board. It's so consistently, again and again and again, that honestly, if you're looking for a triple-double, he's the Russell Westbrook of Valor. Every single time I make sure to give you those stats that you want. So, I mean, it's really good to already see that having the impact here early. Jason Ive able to go ahead and wake up so that he's not only just kind of snuffed down the game, but he's making sure to help out his squad as much as possible. And especially when you open up like that, make it into 4v2, immediately, it all comes down to Jenny with that Torty Force looking for any angle, but honestly, BRZ, they're so attentive. They're so aware. They're not overextending. They're waiting for a spike plant sound, and they're going to force all that utility out at the exact same time once they hear that, because otherwise they have nothing to work with, and they're waiting for their opportunity.
30 seconds left.
BRZ are playing so patiently as well. This is great. They get the picks. Now they hear the plant, so they know exactly where at least one of these players are. Torty Force very aggressive. Oh, I don't think Beans knows he's around the corner, but can Jenny lend this?
Oh, there you go.
Sweet shot. Yeah, easy enough. Second kill from Glide 2 as well. Now the man turn, but that missed shots. That could have been everything, and it might have just been because that trade coming out from Glide 2 did not happen. And that's 2 left alive for BRZ yet again. Deja vu from round number 1. But they get that defuse and they take the lead once more.
You hit that Torty Force shot right there by Generator. You possibly almost locked that round down, guaranteed. But honestly, Jenny's really probably biting himself after that one. But it doesn't even matter all that much. It's still only a 1-round differential. The biggest thing that you're kind of disappointed about is now BRZ, they kind of gotten out of control. They have 4 ultimates to work with. They have these resources that you can't buy anymore because look at the economy across the board. And just blow for blow, I mean, handshake after handshake in terms of these rounds, that they had themselves an upper hand here. Because, I mean, even then, the economy across the board is looking so darn even, regardless of any streaks or losses of wins or whatever it may be. It all seems to be completely void inside of this discussion so far, that the one thing that really comes down to is just these little aces up your sleeve, which honestly we see BRZ having a lot more of. But Demon Time, if they can get this fight down and really set themselves up on the outside of the site, it may not even matter, because a lot of these are very site-centric.
Yeah, big dive. Jet's all the way up the heaven right now, and they have a single lurk up this mid, and this could be absolutely everything because they're not looking at it. Never. Okay, I stand corrected instantly. As soon as I say that, Thomas goes to the spam and gets the kill. Fight from Salty, trade that right back in the sight though, and fight with yet another one. Big flash play. And it's a 2 versus 2 when the dust settles. Thomas and Jason both with stereo frags. I think they know that both these guys are coming from the cap position because that null command reveals the location of the KO, and now that Jason actually goes down, no res potential, but Thomas with the frag. Triple, he needs 4 to end up winning this, and I don't think he knows where his enemy is, and he doesn't. Sadie with that final kill, and yet again, we even it up.
And that's a real stinger for Thomas there. He thought the drop down didn't come through. He thought the shots were still coming from heaven. You saw him check it there for a split second before deciding, you know what, I don't need to go for the spike defuse whatsoever. I need to make sure that a swing comes onto me, and I'm going to hear him drop. Absolutely no expectations there whatsoever for him to be in a different area of the map. So that's at least one of those ultimates. The null command already being invested, shut down immediately. A crucial round coming out for Demon Time as they completely flip it on its head and say, guess what? We've equalized everything. Now, more importantly, we got ourselves an advantage as well. So this is a good little round for them. I feel like this is going to be the best lead they have in terms of these even rounds as the stance of the game, knowing that we're now at the 4-4. And we're seeing a little bit of an anime battle towards the likes of Spawn and A, but we're not going to see any kills from it. Instead, everything moves over towards the B side. And sadly, for the likes of Arsenal, he's going to have to run into all 5 of these players on the Demon Dive roster, but he can manage 2 in the meantime.
All right, good enough. I'd say you take that any day of the week, and the Blade Storm still being up as well. Justin, he can do some work, long-range gun. How much can he find here? Okay, I stand corrected instantly as well. Hendog, though, he throws his last blade as well. Now, maybe weapons able to be recovered on the lane position, because these guys have pretty much left the site, but they do have a big crossfire on the site as well. Beans with this lockdown is going to deny back site, but these guys, they're so smart. Demon Time know exactly what's going on right now. They're both sitting towards the spawn with the chamber TP as well. Flash going out, and they find this guy through the smoke. He's very low. It's a resounding no, and this lockdown should prevent any further re-aggression by Demon Time. They gotta go fast, and Ginny with that frag, but it's just not gonna happen.
Turret gets that final kill, a little bit of an MVP for the round, or even then, that's the one thing that we haven't seen too much influence out of. Honestly, the turret, that's the second turret kill we've seen in the game. So, I mean, I just want to pick on Jason out for a second. I love the guy to death. He's really having an impact, but honestly, the turret nearly has as many kills as he does in this game. Just saying, buddy. We got to make sure those kills can really ramp up, but even then, it doesn't have nearly as many assists, I'll give it. So, I mean, the impact he's had so far has been outstanding, and even then, more importantly, just both these teams exchanging these blows so consistently, so evenly, is almost like a work of art to look at so far. So Demon Time, they reserved a lot in that last round, but we have to see the impact really be traded off right here, right now. That Nightmare is still fully available. The Null Command is already on the field. It's shutting in a lot of this utility. That's a free take on the site, and that's a free shutdown of everything that KJ wanted with a simple press of a button, but a huge exchange has to come through, and even then a little bit of a Prowler, kind of late with that door being put down, but still, it does the job, and it rips it over, and it makes sure to push through as Ginny is also doing exactly that in heaven, managing 2 kills in the meantime.
Gonna have a third here. Beans! His head taken right off. Beautiful shots by the chamber on the side of Demon Time, and that should be the round done and dusted. There's no way back in. These guys have full site control, and even the Sova is not even available to be of help, and Samus is the only one looking for any kind of exit frag. And he might find one. And it's a bit risky. Nice pre-fire. He wants to get on out. Wallhack's gonna reveal him as well. Double save, or at least an attempt to. We'll see if they can stay alive, but the hunt's already coming. And Ginny, she wants at least something more. I don't know if he can get it though, because Sadie is here, and the spray's a bit labored, but good enough for Thomas. Perhaps a 4K on the other end, and it's not gonna happen. Ginny's the one to claim it. And back in spawn, Glythu sits, and yeah, should be the last kill. Hello, what's up? Okay, thank goodness he had his knife out. That could have been a bit risky.
Even then, I mean, considering the impact of that round, look at how everything really started to pan out towards the end. It made things very, very difficult and very, very expensive. But already we're seeing a little bit of a tech pause because you can look at the screen. Obviously, R still does have, unfortunately, DC for the meantime. So we're going to go to a little bit of a pause to let you know that still GH50s are available on the board for the taking for anybody, as well, more importantly, is a Reaver 2.0 bundle. Once again, if you don't have a Phantom skin, a Spectre skin, a Ghost skin, or an Odin skin, just go ahead, type an exclamation point giveaway into the chat and get yourself an entry, not only for that, but a new pair of headphones as well. Because what do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing. Is completely free to enter and also free to win. So make sure to do that while we see what we can really do in this matchup, because now with us being on a tech pause, not a tactical pause, it gives both squads the time to really start dissecting what's going on here, because these are the final 2 rounds of this half. These are the 2 big deciders to say who goes even, who goes positive for the half. I mean, who really, in terms of rounds, gets themselves an advantage, and because for this next one, really advantageously. And I think, honestly, Demon Time are looking good, especially after Jenny with that Torty Force. Honestly, with only being 1 point off that, and with that being the Sentinel switch up between a KJ and a Chamber, you don't have that impact of the shutdown anymore. But you do have that 24s almost coming up. It's going to be a free gun, and you just really, I mean, sure, you won the round, but it was really expensive. Because look, even now that very tiny little bit of your screen that you can tell, he's already looking to make that investment, because it's just not even worth it. You don't know if you're going to find the impact for the rest of the game. So might as well do it now, knowing that no matter what, you'll find yourself at least a little extra cash in the next.
Yeah, for sure. And here we go with this as well. It's been unfortunate that Arcilla was the one DC'd with the shotgun. Maybe I'm going to find some.
He's back.
Yeah, it looks, 60 ping, 64. There he goes. Connection is ready. We should be getting back in this matchup as soon as possible, but we'll see when these teams are ready. There we go. Game should be live. And I mean, talking about the money, like you mentioned, Mick, this is definitely not looking the best for the side of the defense right now. BRZ. Letters. A lot of letters. But speaking of,
like cars. You car guy?
I'm not.
Okay. Yeah. Then the BRZ doesn't have very much importance to you.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I will learn. I will look it up later. Speaking of looking up. Oh, hello, Justin. These guys. Sadie might be.
Let's play.
Updraft dash coming out. Hendog is able to cover for the time being. Sadie is just ready and waiting for another swing. Justin dashes right back. Yeah, doesn't want anything to do with that. Difficult engage after that smoke goes down. They sit right back on site after losing their first man. Yeah, they didn't come into this one with too much of a buy. Only that judge that was unintentionally saved over from the previous round. At least guys got money for future buys. But on this A site, I like what they're doing. I was going to mention the fact that I would have liked to see them reinforce this A a bit more, because the solo Killjoy util is not really doing too much with the KO knife. Finally, get right back on this A site again, but early access by the Sova spots out at least one. Doesn't decide to use the Hunter's Fury, and that knife. I don't think it actually tagged anyone. There goes the Hunter's Fury finally, and there is a single hit from its one member on Demon Time low, but it is a 5 versus 4, and BRZ have not taken any ground so far.
Well, yeah, that's a really big problem in a situation like this. When you look at Demon Time, you've already given them side control, and they've just mowed through the entirety of the squad of BRZ just to kind of reinforce the impact that they need in that round. You mentioned a lot more of an A-hold. Honestly, I think more just generally of a defensive stance when you know that a chamber is on the map with the Torty Force active, because you don't want to swing into an angle. You never know where you're going to run into them. And even then, that doesn't only impact you, but the rest of your squad, knowing that slow field will come down. So you want to hold these angles aggressively, but not too much to where you go ahead and overextend some information that's unbeknowingly kind of given. So honestly, playing for the site, playing for that A area, even there, knowing that even then in the post plant, the Torty Force is on the defense then. It goes right back to its home ground, starting to excel. So you can't give either one of those opportunities over. It was a lot to ask of out of BRZ, but still they have one more chance. They have the From the Shadows available right now. They can make somewhat of an impact with that maybe, but with a little bit of a detection coming through out of that KO knife already, sniffing at Omen and Jet instantaneously. That's going to cause for a big bloodbath in the middle for a little bit of fight control and attrition.
Some free fires, and he doesn't land one on a Hendog, but it's a quick trade by Fipe. Maybe some more duels. The smoke goes down to prevent any other lives from being lost. But Thomas is going to try to look over it. Fipe, I'm not sure if he's aware. Certainly not. Not in this case. Can the shot land, though? It's going to go wide. And Fipe looks back out through that smoke. It's so dangerous right now for Thomas, as well as the opposing KO. One smoker and the another initiator. Big stuff from this guy. What he's done so far with the blades. Another knife that's going to fully shut down Killjoy. That is going to pressure so much on this A site. And yet again, that's another reason why KO is so strong in Killjoy.
Disgusting.
And there's a reason Demon Time just isn't playing her, right? Because she's a valuable fight, though. Does get turned on, all right? Well done, Thomas. Let's see if they can lock down this B site any further with 3 people.
Well, that could definitely be a consideration, but I mean, as you already mentioned, there's still 3 people alive. Demon can go ahead and lay for a site, but they can't get crossfired by Arsenal, who's holding right there, ready not to go ahead and close out 2. So a little bit of a dance, and not only the round specifically, but all of them in that entire half, because at the very end of it, we're coming out even, baby. We're at a 6-6 half. We're looking ahead. We're looking to the future. And me, I am looking at an overtime, hopefully, because good God, I love these two going at it.
Yeah, these two teams are honestly, they're neck and neck.
This is grand finals.
Obviously the half switch. Yeah, right. I'm kind of afraid of the half switch. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen with Demon Time sitting on their defensive side, but BRZ, considering they came out of that even, that last round honestly shocked me, because that mid lurk, if that mid lurk goes the other way, big problems for that B side. But thank goodness that Thomas was able to get that swing, very quick reaction time, and even with that pressure on that A site, with the killjoy being taken out of contention and player needing to be pretty much stuck there the entire time. All good so far, and Fife already opens up this one.
This is where honestly, I'm on the other side of the coin here. I think it's where Demon Time starts to go off. Jenny as the chamber, the one player whose actual spot on the map is playing defensively, is fragging like out of his mind right now. Really starting to get this element, and this is where he starts to come to life. This is home territory. Really here for it. Hendog's already gone ahead. The bottom frag in that last half, who usually goes off, is really going ahead, getting a couple kills initially, and able to go ahead and get a couple ult points in the meantime. But with Jenny closing things out, getting one of his own, and sharing a little bit of the blood, a little bit of the love, and more importantly, getting these weapons for the next round, I think Demon Time, this is where they started running away. This is where BRZ actually has to live up to their name, and really speed is the name of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is on their attacking side. BRZ's comp is just so, it's so difficult to work what they have going for them, right? Because they don't have a chamber, they have beams on the killjoy, which the lockdown is, it's so difficult to use now, because where do you really use it, right? You can put it inside maybe the cubby on A, like inside of A long, you can put it in B main, but if you put it in B main, you just get fiped, because you can put them all the way down and it's
even
just
then.
gone.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's so difficult, so, I mean, with the first round loss, this is already a very big stuff from Demon Time. You actually want to push out his mid smoke, not even going to be needed, because Lysu's got this kill in mid. Second one as well, good follow-up. Already with 2 men down, BRZ in a heap of trouble. With Sova at pretty much half HP as well.
Last player standing. Spike down.
Wow. There's Jenny waking up, as I mentioned already. Chamber really starting to feel himself saying, you know what? Well, everybody's buying Spectres, Marshals. I'm just gonna be saving up here. I'm just absolutely feeling disgusting. I'm clicking heads. It's like my bullets have magnets just built into them. So let's see what we can do right here, right now. And that's exactly what Jenny did. Still having ample money to work with in the meantime. The rest of the squad is looking pretty healthy. And he's sitting at 2,500 himself. Not the top lead in terms of, you know, potential, but I mean, those headhunter shots, that nerf has definitely taken an impact. It's definitely going ahead and controlling what he can do now in the game, making him actually take sacrifices instead of spending 800 creds, and you just have an entire round to work with. But speaking of our entire round, it may have been signed and sealed off of Hendog's initial pick already, making sure to pick off his opposing Jet.
That is what you got to do with your Jet, especially in the bonus round where you know you have these close range weapons, is get up close and personal with that dark cover. You're in mid. Glaitu actually lands a decent shot as well. Remember that burst fire can be pretty lethal at range, but Hendog wants a bit more action. Decides better if it keeps that advantage. 5v3 protection, perhaps? No one actually. So Fipe is going to be pretty lax inside the same main until the smoke goes down. So, but yeah, it's not even a problem. Demon Time are keeping 3 on A, and actually they're cheating a 4th player over here. I don't even know why Omen's coming over, but they're reading this perfectly. Everyone is available on this site for the defense except for just one, but Ginny is good enough to solo that B. Not even going to be needed, and Hendog, he's going to get out alive, and he wants some more action as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade across the map, but I don't think they have time to rotate this.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure either. I mean, you're sitting at 30 seconds. If you're me, honestly, if you're not booking it right now, you definitely don't. It's either a go or you don't moment. You have to be decisive here. And considering the guns that are on the field, things are not looking too good, which honestly, Thomas, looking to go for a clothesline play here. Sweet! and pick off Sadie. That is an equalizer if I'd ever seen it, and it's a very aggressive one too, because you got another clothesline prepared right in the middle of the map. So honestly, you got the lockdown now. Thomas, he's overextended. He wasn't near the spike. He wasn't helping out his squad, and that's Hen Dog going ahead and saying we're gonna put some punctuation on this round, end things out pretty flawlessly, at least in terms of my life in a 3K, and you go ahead and put the score to 6-9. You said it earlier, you're concerned about Demon Time with this half, but good God, I was confident they are living up to it.
Yeah, this one's rough. That round specifically, I mean, they get double entried on. What are you going to do there, right? Because you left the 3 players. I think Thomas is extending. I don't really blame him, but they're playing chess and Demon Time are playing like StarCraft or something. You got to remember, people can move. And with that reaction that Thomas is all the way in spawn, Hen Dog runs out of cat. Doesn't even matter. He's able to take any fight, and he doesn't even need to because the guy's right past him. And Sadie, yep, just spraying through. You got to get out of that B main. There's no way you can stay there with that Odin firing, and Ginny still stays alive. They can't counter spam that smoke. He wants to actually get some more action. That's a double kill. Sadie with a third, and almost getting a quad kill. Fipe steals that one away, but that is 10 rounds for Demon Time in quick fashion.
And that's also the part that hurts, right? I mean, it was an eco round. We can't freak out and say that BRC, they lost so much in the process. I mean, they barely bought anything at all. But still, Demon Time making it flawless. The fact that there was no impact, not only even in terms of damage, that the armor, honestly, if you didn't want to buy it, hell, you don't have to. Because just literally no sight lines were really picked there. 4 out of 5 of the players weren't even scathed. It just makes things difficult when you did absolutely nothing. But still, there's another chance of redemption right here, right now. BRZ have to answer back the 4 that Demon Time just did. And honestly, finding an initial pick is a good start, but finding a second is even better.
Oh, this is a problem now. Hold on a second. Fipe, how much can he do with this machine gun? Gets 2, but it's so hard to reset towards that third target. And that third target just so happens to be the Sova. Nice transfer onto that mid position. That round ends real fast as well for BRZ.
It most definitely does. I mean, already considering the stance of the board, now we're sitting at 7-10. We have 3 ultimates on the side of BRZ, and even in a Hunter's Fury and a KJ shutdown. You talked about it earlier. Where exactly can you place that thing now? I mean, with the KO nades going through walls naturally, not really having to look for these insane lineups, which I kind of liked, honestly. I don't know why they really changed that around. It makes the KO have to learn some lineups. It gave some incentive to actually learn the guy and find the way his nade moves across the field and maneuvers those bounces. But still, it makes sure that it's almost an exact counter every single time. But speaking of counters, we're just counting the number of bullets that are just being absolutely thrown at Beans, who just can't even find a chance to live, secures himself over to the right, and just gets locked down by Jenny. So there goes one of your ultimates for the round. So let's see what you can do with the From the Shadows and the Hunter's Fury, because I doubt either one of these are going to come out until the post-plant situation. And From the Shadows, nobody wants to use it all.
Hot flash. Hen Dog does actually manage to get out in the fight. Trades one back, and Hen Dog with another one as well. Smoke goes down. Blue steps foot first, and it's Arsenal to want to get aggressive. And you don't want to do that. Gun shown. Hen Dog's gonna get that kill every single day. And now Thomas stuck in the corner. He's taking so many just peak shot duels. And finally with the pre-fire once again, deja vu. That's happened before. Hen Dog is the same one to fall as well, but a 1 versus 3 spike not in his control. He's got time. Maybe the mind games. He can choose to wrap through spawn, go back up top mid. But Sadie's the one to jump spot this, and he's actually going to go all the way towards his B site, which is interesting. Oh, you know what? Because he's got that From the Shadows, and this is where it could really matter, right? Because you could teleport all the way from B to A and grab it, but he's not on either site. He's going to go for the spike plant, or spike grab.
He's got it, but he's going.
Oh, the timing!
Towards A.
Yeah.
I can't, man. Every single time.
The thing is, I think I know what his idea is, right? He wants to fake that TP. This guy knows he's not on B, so he drives the guy outside of his cat position to look through mid. But he just looks the wrong direction at the wrong... This is unlucky, honestly. Like, if Ginny was in the corner, we'd be praising him right now. That would have been a brilliant play, but he just wasn't. It's 50-50, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of alternate things that could have happened there. There's a lot of timelines where a lot of different things happen. But honestly, I mean, I think even then, From the Shadows, as a guy who plays Omen a lot, I just don't like how passively it's being used. It's always used as a hero play. Never really gets played as a setup. And you're never looking for those exploits around the map. You're never finding these areas that are wide open towards spawn or somewhere in a nook and cranny to be playing off of like a double swing. But talking about swinging, Justin's going to swing his way up into the sky and get shot down like a clay pigeon, as that's going to be one already done and dusted, and even in a blade storm in a very crucial round where not only the economy is being swung one way or the other, but Demon Time is looking at match point now.
Yeah, man, that's... If you're Ginny, you gotta love that. That's a satisfying shot to hit. Spawning 2. Hendog. Oh, he loses his teammate. Goes for the free fire. He's gonna find a lot of damage, but he actually gets fired on in return. And this pull actually sucks in Beans. I don't know for how long he's gonna stay alive here, because you know exactly where he is. Haunt's gonna go up over top, and this guy's gonna go for that smoke bang, but it's not gonna matter. Glytu's gonna secure that kill before anything else even needs to happen. And that is just insult to injury. There we go. That's the match point that Demon Time wanted.
There.
I gotta say, I will go ahead and follow that up. It's not only satisfying in game, it's satisfying in real life too. As a South Georgia boy, I gotta say, shooting clay pigeons, hitting things out the sky, there's nothing like it. It's an absolute just fuel of testosterone that pumps through your body, or at least dopamine, whatever you want to go for. But already we're seeing it having its full impact right now. I mean, these picks are so clean, they're coming through so efficiently that even then we're seeing almost nothing lost. In the meantime, the Demon Time, not only do they have a full economy to work with, but 5 ultimates on the board as well. They can play for whatever game plan they want right here, right now. They have everything under the sun to work with. They have the Nightmare immediately to tell you nobody's over there towards B main. They have the Blazestorm coming through just for the hell of it. No command setting up over towards the middle of the map, trying to push out, as even then you get a read, and Jenny gets a kill as well. So you're not worried about Chamber. He did his job, found the initial kill, made sure to get the man advantage. It's a 3v4 plan for the site, and a retake isn't even an option because Spike isn't down just yet, but it's in the process.
Double flank though. No one's looking. No one is looking. Thomas, head away. But that oh my god, that ultimate actually takes away the blades, but it doesn't even matter. Hendog has got this weaker weapon. He actually didn't want to invest just in case something happens, but just in case he wanted to go in, but it's all good enough. He lands 1 blade, gets it shut down, and lands the final 2 frags as well. That is beautiful stuff from Demon Time, winning that 13-7, almost doubling the score count of their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, we saw once again, I mean, that half, the initial half of this, I mean, I was expecting, as I mentioned, it was grand finals worthy, just back to back to back to back, swing. All right, now your turn, swing, swing, swing. It was just so, it was articulated to the maximum extent to where we can make sure to get it as close as possible. And even then the exchanges were beautifully done as well. It wasn't just 1 for 1s, it was 2s for 2s. I mean, there were people sacking their deaths up and racking in their credits in terms of ultimate points in that last, or in the first half, excuse me. But I mean, as it played out though, I mentioned it earlier, I knew that Demon Time, you have to look at the top frag. You have to look at who's feeling themselves, because it's a momentum-based game. It's a mental game. It's who's feeling good, who's feeling warmed up, whose mouse pad is a little bit hotter than the others. And Jenny's was just looking that much better. So whenever you consider that he was moving onto his home ground, that everybody else is just kind of playing for retake, and he has himself an operator, and even then all those initial kills off the first 2 rounds with no weapon bot whatsoever, purely at the headhunter, at that point you gotta say, honestly, it's just over. There's a lot for BRZ to do there, but I don't feel they really dissected the map enough for them to really set that up, because even then they were using the knife initially. I mean, that KO we saw get so much information, but there was no real setup in terms of backup there. There's no reinforcements on site to secure those kills to the middle of the map, that they just kind of give it that control. And then once they said, screw it, we don't want to fight for the middle anymore, that's when Jenny was able to just lock it down. Panels, arches, wherever he needed to be, he was able to easily secure down because nobody wanted to contest the guy.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even look at, you were mentioning Jenny as well, like this guy, if you look at specifically at numbers, that this guy is putting up not only kills, but also the fact that the kills, the impact that they have, right? Because
exactly
over 1/3 of his kills are first bloods. That's a lot. He's got 22 kills and 8 of them are first bloods. That is no joke. That's more first bloods that he's gotten in this game than their opponents got rounds. Take that into consideration for a second. Like, it's not even just like the utility usage, it's not even just the shots, it's a combination of everything that Demon Time have to offer. And we've seen this time and time again, no pun intended, but these guys come in to every single Pit of Valor, and even if they don't get all the way to the grand finals, they put up a show all the way through. And now, biggest chance they've had in a little bit, they're in semifinals now, so they've only got 1 left until they have a chance to win the $200 prize pool, $250 prize pool, $200 to first place. So they're gonna be fighting for that one. You gotta know that. But for now, very much big congratulations to these guys. Ginny, Glytsu, Fipe, Hendog, and Sadi. Everyone playing out of their minds. Yeah, it's good stuff, Mick.
Most definitely is. And what could also be good is little bit of control right now. I didn't go ahead and get anything to eat in the last one, but still, nonetheless, you got plenty of time because they got a break also coming up here in a second to go ahead and get ready for that semifinals. We may not be following Demon Time. It comes down to the bracket because I'm sure, considering the way they're playing so far, they'll be fine for grands. We'll see them again at some point. But right now, we got to see what else is available for the taking because we got another side of the bracket to show you. We got more contests, we got more players, and even then, we got more opportunities for a giveaway still. That is going to be open. I'm trying to help you all. I mean, anybody who joins in, I'm letting you know. Exclamation point giveaway, GH50s if you don't have headsets, and honestly, you got a Reaver 2.0 bundle if you don't have money. That's okay for a skin. It's very expensive bundles. I get it. I didn't even buy it, but then again, I'm a Vandal player. But you can roast me in the chat while we go to a short break. We're going to be right back here with the semifinals.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Ginny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
It stays there and it's active. Like if you use a knife or Cypher Trip, it stays up. But if you knife a KJ bot, everything.
Honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It'll be so bad. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vent gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincer maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. 4 shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Hooks still are on the side of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up. But both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Zerg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an NY to get it? No war with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the op's still in play though, N-Line. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. He was able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that Sean to Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are on the side of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get in time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down, and inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Zerg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an NY to get it? No war with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the op's still in play though, N-Line. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. He was able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that Sean to Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks as there are on the side of the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get in time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the old man, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with a wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Zerg is able to clean up and take their 4th free cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an light together? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though. I mean, question it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take 1. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. I think he has Nicholas decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker excuse against the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot in the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks as there are on the side of the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get in time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the old man, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with a wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Zerg is able to clean up and take their 4th free cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an light together? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though. I mean, question it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take 1. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad. I think he has Nicholas decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker excuse against the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot in the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color pushing through with his pinch maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are one side of the defense being paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get Nedlight to get it? No Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second Rift pick? What?
Switching. Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this Rift.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though. And I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over and able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Just not gonna be so bad. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker excuse gets that shot. Now until the event's gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot in the blitz, and now it's gonna be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression here on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color pushing through with his pinch maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are one side of the defense being paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down, and inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get Nedlight to get it? No Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second Rift pick? What?
Switching. Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this Rift.
Oh, at least the off's still in play though. And I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over and is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one
Demon Time making just that in that last half of ascent as we come into this semifinal, our first semifinal that we have of the day. This is Pit of Valor number 99.3. I'm still curious to see how many decimal places we're going to add to this, but we're going to have Demon Time going up against their opponents of Valor 2 in this semifinal. I'm joined by, of course, Mick, that has been here the whole freaking day. What a legend this guy is. He's been standing, by the way. I actually didn't realize that until like last map, when we were on break, and I was like, I guess Mick is just in the bathroom or something, and then he just slowly like rises from the bottom of the chair, and then I'm like, okay, I understand now. That took me a little bit, but Mick, I mean, how are you feeling about this one? This one's Demon Time coming hot off multiple different wins.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, consider look at what we're got in terms of Demon Time, looking at how consistent they are, not only in terms of just that last matchup, but over and over and over again, how they're just able to go ahead and triumph their competition. I mean, in such a, I wouldn't say a marvelous fashion, but in definitely a fundamental way. I mean, it's not just a curb stomp every single time. That's, the games do get longer and they do get up higher and higher in the bracket. They do find themselves a little bit more challenges, but honestly, it comes down to just really the side and who's really feeling themselves, who isn't. Because keep in mind, during Ascent in that first half, Hendog ended the half with the least amount of kills, and that was on the attacking side. Jenny was the one on the Chamber who ended up being the top frag, and I even mentioned it. Once the Chamber is going to be a top frag on the attacking side, you better start, go ahead. I hope you went to the bathroom, because you're going to start peeing yourself knowing that he's now on the defense, and he's going to be the one lining up these angles against you. So, I mean, you have to be prepared for that. You have to know what's being able to be put down. But speaking of knowing, you don't know anything if you're on Fracture. There are so many entry points. There's so many ways to get onto a site and get around the map that honestly, it's always a fiesta, and it's a darn good one. It's almost like Mardi Gras.
Yeah, you got to be real careful, because wherever Ginny is, like, they're on the attack first, Demon Time, so these guys have the initiative. They can be anywhere they want. 4 different entrances onto the site, and I mean, last map, like, gotta point him out again. This guy had an 89% success rate in entry duels. That is miraculous. Like, that's like not, that just doesn't happen. And like you see here on this map, no less, they're on attack first, like I mentioned before. He can be anywhere. He's got the operator in hand. I don't actually know if they want to run that too many times on attack, but you can have that option. And with the tour de force, of course, you don't even have to invest in it. You can just get a bunch of kills, die like 7 times, and then you have that in your hands every other round. But that's a huge thing for Demon Time success rate in probably the last map. But now coming into here, we're in the semifinals, of course, so we go down 1 level in the sieve that we have in order to find these teams in this tournament still at this point in time. So 4 teams left until we get to the grand finals, and TV2 or Demon Time. We'll see which one comes out ahead, but this is Fracture here. Neither of these teams have been playing this map at all today. We saw an Icebox from Valor 2. We didn't see it, but they played an Icebox just before they got onto this matchup. Demon Time with a bunch of Havens, and then the Ascent that we just had on stream. So this one's fresh for both these teams today. We're going to be getting into the map quite quickly as we see there's a huge contrast in terms of agent lineup. We have Breaches, of course, for both teams, which is standard. We have Brims for both teams, which is also standard. But everyone else, we have a contrast in Duelist. We have a contrast in, not really Sentinel, okay, Chamber, that's another thing. But there goes a Fade as well as a KO versus the Neon, which we see a lot in higher tier play in certain hands, of course, and the Raze, which I think is a bit more conventional, but I mean, if Bless can make something work, I really would like to see it. He's been playing Sage, if I'm correct. He at least was on the Sage on Icebox, so curious with these role switches how they're going to have success.
Yeah, and that's kind of a big thing for me as well, is like what's going to go on here, because Hendog, we did see earlier today in round 1 beat on that Neon during the Haven, which I feel is a much more viable option on this map. As you can already tell, it's bringing the aggression. It can push out through B main. It can make sure to get the lap around towards that A central area, which is exactly what's happening so far. But I mean, you can already see LV2 able to go ahead and pick off a couple picks, but Glide 2 instead go ahead and turn things around. Bless to get 1, now make it 2, and it's 4v2 situation where Demon Time is on the rear end.
Gap is closing on this flank as well. Kai is up against a very low HP player, so even if the headshot doesn't land, at least this is going out. Gotta have that ghost in hands. He's gonna get this first. It's gonna be Fipe, and that is the mistake that he was waiting for. 2-on-2 now all of a sudden, but Drain actually comes in for the push, and they go right back onto the site. Spike under defensive control, and Fipe still at very low HP, had the great opportunity to pick off one in spawn, but this is going to be nigh on impossible. Perfect crossfire from the back of the site, as well as in that A main. No util to use. This should be pretty much done and dusted, and he checks the wrong corner first, does get a kill, but Drain trades it right back.
That's exactly what you're looking for, and that's exactly what you need for Valor, considering that they're up against Demon Time, and they want to have themselves a pretty darn good start, and that's exactly how you get it. It's getting that first run on the board. But as I was kind of alluding to earlier in terms of these competitions, seeing them, obviously the Rays versus the Neon, I just think that Demon Time, they're going for a very one-dimensional approach. I think that's a luxury of Fracture, is that you can switch things up so much. You never really know where you're going to be coming from, where the next move is really going to be potentially played out from, where the source of the problem, where this plague is really going to find its home at. And that's because you can switch it up constantly. Every single time when you have a Neon, you can make sure it's an instant. Next thing you know, you're across the map and you're Trojan horsing and you're doing something different. But right here, it's just one way. You know that Pin Dog is going up through A main. So what are you saying? All right, they're pushing up through A main. They're gonna be on the A side. Let's go for a rotate. Instead, there's no option to switch things around without making some noise.
Oh my, what a nade. That is enormous. A lot of damage on 2 different players. Actually, make that 3. I think Breach took a little bit as well. Ginny trying for a lurk, but this time not too successful. B site still under defender control after that kill ends up happening, but they're actually trying to commit back to it. And N-Dog, he would really like one of these kills, but that one's not going to happen. Winston does secure 1. Blast with 2 and make that. Okay, get up, get everyone. Get every single kill on that B site.
Yeah, nice little start here. Already going ahead and get things under wraps. And considering that, obviously Valor need to win that round, because in a forced round, when you win the first, it's really not only tampering to that one round specifically that you lost. The economy completely gets switched up. It is an absolute living hell for the team that ended up losing that second round after they lost the first, because not only do you lose that, you lose the one after, and then you're struggling to go ahead and get your foot right back on track. You give the team that won that second round the little bit of an advantage, and they say, okay, well, guess what? Great, we can go ahead and run away with this, and we can throw away guns because we have so freaking much money, we have to spend it. It really is just a really bad spot. But already, speaking of bad spots, it could have been a bad spot to be right there on the opposite side of the rope, but instead, Bless is looking to hang things on, and honestly, I would think taking the rope with that pinpoint accuracy, how it just kind of traces, would be a really good idea, but maybe I'm just here for fun factor instead. Yeah, that's fair. All right, well, fight. Not even having to use an ability, using a Vandal, going ahead and getting a kill into the board in a 5v4 situation. The spike is now going down on the A side, and it's now a retake where Valor is essentially only sitting with 3, but the heals are coming through.
The unfortunate thing is they did lose Bless, and he would have had to take the rope to get onto the site, but here you go with that pop flash. Kai has made his way quite wide, but can't land the shot. Fleisch's got it. Hendog with yet another one, and it might honestly just be a team ace at this point. Winston, the only one left alive, and he's going to be taken out by the Rays. Second kill for Hendog in the round, and even time not losing a single player on that buy.
And that's what they're looking for, all right? They had themselves a rough start. They got the first 2 rounds headed over to the opposing side. That they want to make sure to have an introduction. When they're making curtain call, when they're getting themselves onto the board, they have to do it in a manner that really shows that they're here to fight, that they're not just giving things over, that they're not going to be stomped on, and knowing that they keep all those guns in the process is going to be extremely influential. You can already see it taking effect right here. Wavy doesn't have too much else, still having to buy on a Bulldog. Winston has essentially nothing. Drain is on a half armor that still, even after a round switch up comes through, because you didn't make it expensive and you didn't really invest too much in the meantime to pick up these other guns, you are now paying the price not only in the round that you've just initially lost, but the one following as well.
Spotting 1, Wavy. That's the timing here. Doesn't want to take it. Wise. 3 looking on me, doesn't know that, but has the weaker weapon, whatever the case. So it'd be dangerous to take a fight here. Needs to keep these smokes in his pockets. Flash ready, though. 1, and that is actually really good flash, but Hendog playing anti the entire time, saves his teammate and takes out the smoker for the defense, and Bless now needs to retake this position on top of Heaven. But Demon Time don't even need to commit if they don't want to, and they're not going to. Right back across, and even taking the spike across the rope. So they could technically go right back towards this A site or this B site from the south side of the map. And Valor have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, this is going to be a good play from Demon Time, considering they actually do get that first pick, then they do the switch up. They're kind of taking advantage of the opportunity given to them. That they have plenty, they have ample time. They're sitting on 35 seconds. This will be their last commit. They don't really have another chance past this. But honestly, looking at the setup and considering that Jenny's already on drop, this could be big. But the kill comes out instead for the other side, and Hendog can manage 1 on the Winston. But 4v3, you got to push through no matter what, because you already have that presence.
That is definitely not the defense that you want to be holding on this B site. That Molly doesn't land. Keeps Sky 2 in the corner, though. Good stun. Prevents him from acting for the time being, and that does let Bless get 2 kills. All right. Turn right back in Valor's favor. His ultimate going out towards that main position, and Kai is able to get that kill right after it expires, and Glide to try to do his best, but against 2, way too much. And that round, I mean, Demon Time, I would say they had the advantage coming into that site, and even it was a bit unlucky because Winston, I don't actually know if you noticed, but that little blur that we got in the middle, that showed that Winston was actually disconnected inside that A main, so free kill, free site control, but still Valor were able to take that right back.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's huge. Just consider that Valor was not only just a man down compared to what we expected, but even more so losing a lot of that influence right off the get-go, giving up map control, not really fighting for these spawn areas and just going strictly for retake, and really just restraining what they could have been capable of, and still winning that out. I mean, not in the most dominant fashion in the world, but I'd say pretty damn impressive. I mean, only 3 players standing, you're up against 4, you only lose 1. That's a situation that you're saying for Demon Time, how did we lose that? What did we not set up enough of? What kind of safety nets did we not provide ourselves? Or were we too aggressive on the front end and not really allow ourselves too much leeway in the back when we had to be defending that spike? There was just almost nothing there whatsoever that honestly, Valor, they kind of set the precedent for the rest of the match off that one retake alone.
Yeah, for sure. You can see their beautiful util usage as well, the team play that they have in between all their players. And
can't do that though.
Sometimes good shots, but that time Bless actually gets shut down first, so entry battle lost. Hendog's got that one. They come right back towards this A site with all 5 players looking for this dish position.
Slow and steady, look for some influence. More importantly, for any of these players looking for a kill, and Kai is going to be the first one to really go ahead and get sniffed out and say, that wasn't the best case, but already you gotta go ahead and round things back about. You gotta look for somewhere of a re-entry. You gotta look for some opening in the map, and it's gonna be right there at the top of road. Right on Desert for Drain. With Glide 2 with an easy little exchange, a 2v4 situation. Then we see that obviously Winston is back in the game. No real DC right here, right now. He's looking for some kills, he's looking for some influence, and he can't really find too much of it with that Hunter just spraying about, while 5 is also going ahead and shutting down his respective breach. So 3-2 is going to be your scoreline. Into that, Demon Time, 4 players alive at the rear end. Hendog having to be the only one by, and honestly, they got ample money and a lot of backup funds as well. So Valor, they're having to realize what exactly happened in that one. I don't think it was a lack of too much, but honestly, 2 ultimates to really get yourself on the site, and when everybody's really sticking on top of it, those are going to be free kills no matter what. So I don't really think you scratch yourself up. You get back up once again and you say, no matter what, you got the advantage in terms of rounds. You have that leeway to work with.
This round kind of shocks me as well. Okay, no, I was about to say, no way he fully invests, right? Because one guy with the Vandal, Kai, I appreciate the cojones, but maybe a bit too much. It's only 3-2. Yeah, they're up around, but it's only 1. I haven't even gone past the first quarter yet. But here we go with this on number 6, where Demon Time are seemingly looking for a B split from north and south. There are 2 sitting inside of heaven position for the defensive Valor, and Drain just jump spotting. No info gain. Demon Time is being very, very quiet, and no one in Valor is looking for anything on A as well. They're both just sitting passively on site, so they don't know what's going on. So we'll see when the timing is like, when Hendog wants to go for any further aggression. Bless has a shotgun, so out of anything that you want in this position, that's probably exactly what you need. And here goes the rope play. Let's get 1. That is a no. Nice try, and not even wavy with a shorty as well. That's unlucky. So double entry, spike planted. This round should be all but over.
Yeah, big take coming through for the likes of Demon Time. I mean, considering they had the weapon advantage, we expected this to happen. And even then, maybe not a flawless, but still, there's a little bit of damage that has to be done to Hendog, or at least a single sheriff shot. So, I mean, you have that kind of going for you, but you got to make sure the guy peeks, and I don't think he's going to. So already just kind of hanging up right there in spawn, seeing what you can maintain, and Train kind of going ahead, getting a little bit of an edge, getting an idea what's going on, and Winston actually managing one of those kills. So it's on to Hendog more importantly, but still, I mean, we're not expecting too much, anything crazy out of this round. 4 players remaining. Valor, they know they tied the game up now, and problem is, what have they given over in the meantime? What have they really kind of sacrificed? And I want to say, honestly, besides rounds, absolutely nothing. They have a torty force of null command for the retake, and once again, also a rolling thunder. I mean, they have so much resources available to them because they created that leeway, that safe space, that safety net, more importantly, that honestly they say we can just give these over. Let's farm orbs. Let's see what we can do. Honestly, just go for the cheap buys and make it expensive for them. But no matter what, even when we get around to that last round, let's hope our chamber can go off the torty force and invest absolutely nothing at all.
And it's gotten pulled out now. He's looking at one, but I don't think, yeah, sadly, there's no way he's going to beat this without some kind of utility. Timing shot.
Here.
Wiser than maybe anyone else's. The Fate did not peek into that. Trip shot. So Ginny is putting some pressure on the north side of A. Does drag one player over. That's a very quick rotation from this KO. Maybe used to Demon Time's quick pace, but lately, the last couple rounds, they have been going quite slow. There are two people here to defend Arcane, and Bless is one of them. He's been looking quite good so far in this map, but is he going to get creeped on? He's got trigger discipline. Oh my goodness, that was close. But he gets both, and that's good enough.
That's massive, considering, I mean, even then, the little ramp up on the road, getting that other stun off me. Bless is feeling himself right now. He's building up on everybody else, but Glide 2 get a little bit of exchange. It's still a 3-2-1, though. You have to make sure to clutch this up, and you don't even have to spike down. It's 30 seconds on the clock, and you got all this utility getting flooded onto you that even then, Wavy's already prepared for it, hitting the shots and getting the kill, more importantly. So Valor, right back to where they started, making sure to maintain this lead as much as possible, and they're doing a pretty darn good job at it. That last round, it wasn't even Chamber that needed to go off. It was Bless who did exactly that. Mention that 3K shutting down the entire approach. And honestly, if they play more like this, if Valor kind of strain themselves out from spawn, don't overextend, but at least draw those lines, because Demon Time, I think that's also what they're doing. They know they're a one-dimensional team. They know they don't have the biggest approach. They know they don't have a Neon to switch things up immediately, and that Chamber doesn't have that capability either. They're saying, okay, let's push into a site, and if we don't find too many kills initially, we play it slow, we wait for the last couple seconds, and then we go ahead and stress them out a little bit and play for the retake, because they're a lot more flexible, but in a focused environment, they're not nearly as efficient. Well, I mean, considering that, honestly, Valor kind of figured it out in that last round, I'm kind of even more so shocked they didn't go for somewhat of a replay.
Fast take on this site now this time. There goes Hendog with the rocket launcher, just wants to buy some space and some time for this plant to go down, and it does. Ooh, okay, never mind about that. Naitsun wants to get all the way out. Ginny, though, with a triple kill. They tried to aggress on that planter, but the plant was cancelled. Then everyone had their guns up and were able to get the frags, and it's Ginny to get 3, and then Salty to finish off the last 2 players. Very quick, nicely done by Demon Time.
Most definitely is. I mean, even then, kind of straining out as much as they can while still going ahead and having that general idea of the spike and making sure to keep that the central point of the conversation. They did an impressive job of just doing exactly that, stressing themselves out, you know, drawing the line between each other while still having that stress of the Rolling Thunder kind of go through the middle of their team. That you can't really make skills like that come easy. You have to practice stuff like that. You have to have the connection with your squad, and those situations exemplify exactly that. But Carol, if you could do us a favor, stay right there. Yeah, I want to see this lineup and see exactly where that goes. It goes right in the desert. Okay, nothing impressive. I thought this man was going to go with something disgusting, but still, nonetheless, a little bit of presence towards the main area, looking for somewhat of a kill on desert, but that's not going to happen. Instead, you're going to be stranded out in the desert and looking for a site, more importantly, because Kai is just ready for it, looking for any kind of information, any kind of a noise to be made, a sniff to be heard, or even then maybe, I'd say, I don't know, a fart to go ahead and be thrown into the wind, but that's not it. Nothing happens. Honestly, we should have gun jamming and we should have farts in Valor. We should have more realism in the game.
That's deeper than Tarkov, actually, I think. I don't think Tarkov has flatulence. I might be wrong. I don't play Tarkov, but I don't know.
Or like sneezes? I don't know.
So like, I mean, people sneeze, they spray and you can know exactly where they are. And speaking of knowing, I mean, Bless is just, he's completely blind, doesn't know anything. Jenny, double entry. Ew, okay, wants some more. Pushes through the smoke. He's ships in the night with another player, but Hendog has got that nade kill, so it's actually all good. Very deep in defender spawn, and Jenny actually loses the fight to Winston. First time in a while that that's happened. Winston hasn't had too much success on the opposing chamber over on Valor's side. But a 2 versus 3 with one player all the way at the bottom of this ramp. This one might be done. Not sure if they're going to read this very tight angle by Sadie. Yes. Oh, timing. Backs off. Has a there's a hunt, so he wants to go for the wall hack. But oh, that is actually such a hell of a timing right there. 2 players, they're both up heaven. Yeah, this should be nigh on impossible. There goes that stun. First stun to be had, and the transfer, great from Black2. Nice job, double kill at the end and keeping 2 alive as well.
Yeah, big round coming up from Demon Time once more. Able to go ahead and get themselves a little bit more of a lead, and first out of the entire game, making sure to get that at all. That's what they needed. They've needed that swing round. They've needed to fight for this, and they finally found a way to maintain it towards the rear end of this half, and they're finding themselves at 5. So it's not like it's coming late. It's not like it's coming early. It's coming right when it needs to happen, is in these later stages when there's not really too much time for reaction. So no matter what, it's going to be one more round. They get themselves 6. They're saying, okay, we're chilling on that. No matter what happens, we're looking good for it. But more importantly, this is where Valor, they're saying, okay, what exactly has slipped away in the meantime? And I think, honestly, once again, it's that over-aggression. They're either pushing out too much or they're playing for the site. Meanwhile, we see, I mean, everybody being hands on deck for Demon Time, locking down these sites whenever you really just keep yourself stationary. You can't do that. You have to stay antsy, stay on your toes, stay off the site, and play for retake yourself.
Yeah, and it is looking quite tough with this setup right now, because they do have a KO ulti, which is probably their most impactful thing going for a retake right now. Wavy with that Brimstone, Scott, I don't even remember what's called. I apologize, the Brimstone ult as well. It is definitely, this would be the round if you want to go for a retake setup. The operator on Winston, you could get perhaps an early pick if he's looking at the right spot, which at the moment it looks like he might end up doing, because Ginny... Oh, never mind. They're all just rotating north side of the map. It might just be a 5-man push. All right, one single lurk with the dish position. Everyone else... Actually, Winston was looking at the right spot, but couldn't see anything because the blind was so perfect. The drain, nothing to aggress on. Bless, as well as this chamber at the top of the site. Perhaps taking engages, but no one wants to push past this smoke from Demon Time. These guys are unbelievably disciplined in how they play, even when they're confident, even when their rounds up, even when they kind of understand that they're mechanically superior than their opponents. They are still sitting right back here. And look at that one tap. It's so clean. They have to understand that sometimes they're honestly just better, and 4 men walk underneath, get that beautiful kill on the first player, Bless. Best fragger for the side of Valor right now, and they even take a second death. And Demon Time very quietly have worked their way across the map, gotten 2 entry frags. Now Winston, last one on this A site, missing the shot. Huge one to miss.
Yeah, you can't miss those, Winston. Those are critical points. You have the lineup, and even then, when you go to retake it, Ginny wins it out. Situations like that, they sting, they burn, and they cause a massive turn. It's even then, the rest of the squad is also turning their way, and their backs over towards the B side. Because A is going to be the subject of conversation right now. Guy can get himself 2, but that's literally it. The spike still goes down. 300 creds still accumulated, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be sitting at a much bigger lead now, 6-4. And honestly, one of the bigger leads, honestly, the biggest lead we've seen. It's only been 2 rounds in the game thus far. So this is a huge turn of events for the likes of Demon Time to not only guarantee themselves an even half, but going forward, I mean, they can guarantee themselves even then 7-5, 8-4. It doesn't stop here.
Crazy scenes. Dude, look at their buy on Valor. They're actually going for this. They're trying to play for a tie, but this is very, very risky. They still have these retake setups. They have the retake ultimates, but only 2 of them with pretty much no guns in their hand. I'm not sure what they're ending up going for. Maybe a set piece that's at this B main. But Hendok's already made their way across all of this, and there's only 1 kill to be had so far. Bless is so low on HP, has to get out. The breach is still there to delay a little bit with some utility, but they switch out the gun because Bless is so low. Now it's all up to Breach, Drain to get these kills. But they're all looking back towards this A site. The Prowler's going to find nothing, and Kai's going to hear it coming. But no footsteps yet, so he doesn't call too many rotates. But they kind of have a read. Sending 2 over, including the single rifle. And even displaying this wall as well to maybe dissuade any further engage. But no, Demon Time want this. They want the aggression. Catch out! Oh, headshot into Kai, and it's not enough to get a kill.
Oh, big plays here coming out from Demon Time. I mean, the exchanges are just net positive across the board. Obviously, when we see 4 players sitting on one side, 1 on the other, and it's down to Drain, it's still plausible, but it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, he has the flashes. He's not just running out here naked. He still has a little bit of potential. I mean, honestly, out of anybody, Breach has one of those pieces of utility that can actually line something up, give himself a free swing at any point in time. He's almost like a Sky, but he's just much better on this map considering all the walls that get in the way, and the fact that it doesn't really have a I don't know, an elevation limit to it that no matter what, it just kind of draws itself along whatever floors along that line. But Drain, he's going to try for it no matter what. I don't really blame the guy. He goes ahead and gets one. So it's a good start. He can go ahead and find himself possibly Brimstone if he overextends. And on the topic of overextension, Hendog also has a very big tendency to do that. But I think with now the timer getting lower and lower and lower, and honestly the timing could be of a lifetime with one more, I think you cut your losses here. But he's decided to go down with the Joker because he's already gotten himself a net positive trades in terms of kill, getting himself a pretty valiant effort.
In the half.
Yeah, it's a nice try, and that actually puts them in a position where they can actually buy up another round, which is pretty nice. Bless, unfortunately, he will have to go half armor. He does not have the ultimate up for that Neon up for the time being. He needs 3 kills or like 2 orbs, which is on this map, it's probably the most possible map where that kind of thing can happen, because there are literally 4 orbs across the map, so that could be something they're playing for. It could be taking arcade control and trying to get something there, but most of Demon Time is on the south side of B. And it is just a one-sided hit trip in their spawn to prevent anyone from coming up that rope, as well as flanking from this A main. And that smoke's gonna delay a tiny bit. But once again, they're walking underneath, and they've done this a couple times. Have caught off their opponents, and they've gotten caught off themselves. But this time it's just Sadie going for the solo walk, and Bless is right at the top left of that angle. And I don't think he's gonna peek this. He's just gonna sit there for the time being, work that half armor.
Slow and steady. Honestly, I mean, besides the timer, you couldn't really consider what these teams are waiting for. Maybe a tumbleweed? No, an ultimate. That's going to be your solution right there. Go ahead. Dinner bell rings. You get yourself on the site. And more importantly, if you're Hendog, you can overextend while you're on a satchel charge and turn yourself into a clay pigeon for drains. That's going to be 1 kill already off the board, but not spike control under one side or the other just yet. Demon Time still holding on to it and looking to rotate towards the A site where there's enough kind of confusion going on towards B. But honestly, looking at Kai, looking to play for the retake, able to go ahead, timing of a lifetime, almost COD worthy, but it doesn't even matter. Still the kill rings true, and you find yourself in a 3v5 situation where Demon Time is running into every single obstacle under the sun, ultimate after ultimate, kill after kill, and even then, they find themselves less and less players to work off of, where it's all down to Glide 2 and 5, and now just make it 1 as he swings out, loses his life as well. A flawless round on the board for Valor to go ahead and put a punctuation mark, an exclamation point on this half.
That is absolutely amazing. The fact that they got completely denied that ultimate coming into that A side, or excuse me, that B side. I do that every single time. Coming in the B side, and then Hendog, you could say he over-aggressed, but like the thing is, that's his job, right? His job's to take space, and when you get ulted behind you, you have to just try and get out of it. He does just that, but then the beautiful shot landed by the defender was still present on that site. Great stuff from Drain, if I'm correct, that was able to just pretty much one-tap him out of the sky, and Hendog has no time to recover, no time to pull out a gun, and the rest of the team just has to get out. They have to book it towards that A site, and they still don't have time. They use their own ult to clear the site, but then there's an ult on the other side to deny their plant. This is nothing they could do. Valor played that round absolutely perfectly, and they go into the second half pretty much as good as they could have possibly wanted, with Demon Time having that 4-round streak, but thank goodness they stopped the bleeding, because now, on attack, Valor hypothetically do have the advantage.
Yeah, already looking for somewhat of a pick, and even then some little influence going over towards one side or the other, but I mean, even then, there hasn't really been a telltale sign of what's going to be happening with the rest of this round, because now we see the even exchange come through, and Bullet's trying to reign true, but it's just not going to happen. Instead, Kai, being the last one alive, being stranded on a completely separate island or sector of the map, albeit, because the man's is all the way under B side, and everybody died in spawn.
Interesting play by Demon Time. I mean, if it works, it works, right? Big flash coming out high. Is he gonna land anything?
Whoa! Take your time. Take your time, buddy. Don't. All right. Well, it's the goes. It happens to literally all of us. You just gotta, like, you gotta, honestly, in fights like that, I've realized over time and watching so many Radiant players do that kind of stress shot situation, if I'm in a ghost fight and I hear and I just hear it back to back, I just stop. I may look stupid for a second, but you'll be dead in a second, so who cares?
Yeah.
Like, you just gotta reset.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's funny why in this game, like,
right there.
In this game and in Counter-Strike, I guess, like, it's really difficult to hit moving targets.
No.
And not even just with rifles, right? That street patterns, even when they have single shot, it just doesn't work. But anyways, I mean, we're getting on this round this time. No single shot weapons for fight. He's got the headshot, and Winston, all right, he lands one. That's what we need to see. Come on, Winston. I believe in this guy. He can make some stuff happen. If he lands that wall bang, he's still available for the defense. But now everyone's rotating right back towards this B site. Smoke's going down. And that is pretty much everything that the defensive Brim has to offer. Still sitting up inside that heaven position with a Bulldog, no less. Find here. He gets one, traded back by Wavy. Now, gun recovered, a 3-on-3, and a potential spike plant for the attack.
Yeah, big stands already coming out here for Demon Time, making sure to keep kind of things equal as possible. But more importantly, Valor is the one who's kind of on the front end of that, making sure to get themselves some presence, get a couple kills in the meantime. It's sure it's not the most impactful thing in the world, but they are getting that spike down possibly. But instead it just comes out to be a bait. Not only do you possibly lose the round, you could have lost that spike as well, but Wavy barely stands alive at 12, able to go ahead and close it out, win the fight against Hendog, and finally get a round here. But the big switch up, that's what it comes down to, that I talk about it. Not only when you lose that second round, you screw yourself over for that round because you lost it, but even going forward, the buys are looking good. And look at Demon Time. What do you know? Absolutely nothing. In Valor say, you know what? Screw it. We can go ahead and invest in these rifles and secure ourselves one more, which is honestly exactly what they need, considering that they're really on the tail end of this matchup.
Yeah, 6-8. So they're not even that far behind. I mean, after winning that anti-eco, I feel like after winning that anti-eco, that is pretty much best case scenario right now. After that little streak from Demon Time at the end of the first half. But this is, they could not ask for anything better. They're on the attack, the advantage side of the map. They have all the rifles that they need in the world. Demon Time, the only thing they have going for them is the fact that they've got a flank, but that's already been shut down by Winston. He's not been playing too well, but the impact frags have been coming through the last couple. And Bless even with that adjustment, that is beautiful. Kai with a second kill as well to get onto the B site. Spike going down, 2 versus 5 for Demon Time with nothing in their hands.
Yeah, this is I mean, expected, honestly. We can't really freak out about it, knowing that, I mean, Demon Time doesn't have any guns to work with. They're going to lose that range matchup, 8 times out of 10. So, I mean, Winston barely loses his life right there, but it's just not enough. A flawless come out for Valor there, saying, okay, good. We run things back. Demon Time get themselves right back into the fray. Even then, still not with full economy across the board, considering that Gly2 and Five, your 2 players who I feel like I kind of had to work side by side. Neither one of them really having the armor to really fight.
Yeah, no, it's kind of, you call it kind of rough, but it is full armor versus half armors, but there's Spectres, right? There's a Spectre, is a Bulldog and Wavy, so it definitely could be potential for some mad stuff to happen. Bless does get denied. He very, very early engage inside that A main, and there is a Boombot to go all the way down as well. Hendog putting that out quite early in the round, and he's going to be ADS in this corner, trying to replicate some success from none other than the Optic Yay that loves this mechanic so much. But there is a teammate here to help. Ginny is with the teleport just in case. Taps from Hendog. They want to continue challenging, and Winston's already taking the damage. Swing past. Oh, it's up to Ginny. But they walk away. It's very, very slow from Valor right now.
It is. It's kind of a little peaceful, but still a little concerning at the same time, knowing that you never know where your next threat's going to come from. It seems like with the blessing of having that ghost vision, you know, it's all coming right there under the A site, but at one point, when does the trigger get drawn? Well, right there. Jenny opening things up, saying, all right, that's a good start. Hendog getting one more, making sure that any approach or any chance towards Ace Knight was immediately snuffed out.
He's got more as well. Oh, that flash is absolutely perfect. Let's Bless finally take him out of the sights. And Ginny had to teleport out, so no longer available for that quick A main defense. Bless goes right back to it. Reads that there could be a flank. Plant finally does go down the corner after all that utilities being thrown. But that pull! Oh my god! It was so valuable. The thing is, I feel like people don't realize that little ability, remember what it does. It's not only a pull, not only a deafen, but it's also a decay. That blind came out, and the timing shot, I feel like it would not have been enough to get the kill, but with that instant 1 HP, that is disgusting. That little combination of util and gunplay from the side of Demon Time, and they take 9 off of this now.
Yeah, this is just big exchanges here. I mean, great setups coming out from Demon Time that they're starting to wake up a little bit more so, and that's kind of what you expect, knowing that even then they're going to get better as a squad. They're facing opposition who's doing exactly the same thing, but honestly, it seems like they're always one step ahead of the curve, no matter what it may be, that even then they find themselves a little bit of a slow start, even then sometimes behind on a start, but they always somehow manage to get themselves ahead. because it was the same thing that last matchup. Keep in mind, it was even the entire time. Then the second half came around, they just said, all right, you know what, we're done playing around. We're done playing with our food. We're just kind of keeping ourselves hot. We're getting a couple rounds over just because we don't want the bracket to last too long. We don't want to have long breaks in between each of these games. It's almost like it's orchestrated by them, but as much as I, would like to believe that, I doubt it's actually the case. Instead, they're just going ahead and really feeling themselves, analyzing their opposition, and really figuring out what they need to do to find success.
Still, he's Demon Time. Also not pushing too much information, and Valor's the one to make the play right into this B. No one's here. No one to take engage. They are trying to deny through the smokes, and Jenny is available with the teammate if they want to actually come up this rope, and there you go, the ultimate. That's what they were waiting for so much, but the counter ulti as well. Drain actually peeks on while being stunned. Oh my goodness, they actually get the kill, and Glaitu wanting to walk through, but the adjustment from both players on Valor so fast. Rocket launcher isn't even going to do very much, but there is a kill from Pipe. And where's he going to toss this? Down B or up inside a tower? There is definitely a right choice here, and the damage doesn't get done, but Hendog does also get that frag with the SMG. Drain trades it right back, but now the rifle being picked up, he gets another. 1-on-2 now for the Brimstone, all the way back towards the A site. While all that chaos was going on, he was making his way over to Sadie's very quick response, and I don't think Wavy's ready for this, but the shots are missed. Now he's just playing a duel. Is Sadie going to peek this again with his teammate? Throws out that haunt, and oh my goodness, he's still making this so close. Ultimate now, Wavy, he drives it out, and oh my god! He's actually done it just with that!
I love that! I love that play! That was such like, that was, what's it called? Seppuku? Where he just kind of go out with a blast? Like, I love it! There was no like real play, no tactical, no regard for his own life. Just run in there, you get one. Second one secured by the ultimate. It's gorgeous, poetic.
Wow. I've got some newfound respect for Wavy. This guy, he might not be putting up the numbers. He actually did in the last map, by the way. He was playing Viper on Icebox, and he was second frag right behind. If I'm correct, it was Bless. No, it wasn't Bless. It was Drain. But right now, numbers are not that clutch. Such big brain power from this guy. And they're right back into it, right back into this B site. Bless is up ahead. And now Hendog has to try and get this frag. Yes, she does. Once again, another running gun with the stinger. And Bless gets stung. Fight with another kill as well. Follow-up headshot. Delay up on top of the heaven position. They can't come back out the front, so they have to go out the back. A two will make that a 1-on-3 now with this last attacker of Winston. And he hasn't had too much success. He needs to save the round. And how much can he find with the headhunter? Does hit the body shots. 1 versus 1. Sniper rifle now no longer in play, and Ginny's got it.
Oh! I'll tell you what, man. We're getting out these last couple of rounds. I swear to God, they're throwing stuff out just to make it interesting. Just tour force to tour force. We're going out with Seppuku the round beforehand. You want it. This matchup's got it, and it's only the semifinals. We haven't found ourselves a control clutch yet. That's the one thing we're still missing, but there's ample opportunity because there's at least 3 more rounds left to go, and I doubt these teams are really done just yet. Still, somewhat of a purchase coming out for the likes of Valor, which I got to appreciate. They're trying to force something out. They're trying to keep themselves relevant in this matchup, but still, so much has been invested. They have no null command. They don't really have the Palpatine ready to go anymore on the Neon. Really available for them besides that null command, and they're going to go ahead and opt to save here. But the one player that's not, I mean, I can't really blame them, but I mean, that's going to be a catalyst for a really, really large awakening. And I don't know if at the end of Demon Time, where you're already in a deficit, that opportunity is really going to provide itself.
Yeah, if I was Wavy, I'd honestly toss that rifle over to Bless. He's been playing out of his mind this round. 16-15 might not be the biggest number in the world, but he did not put that up on save. He was Sage.
Yeah, but because the Neon, that's kind of, I think that's the reasoning. It's going to get lost.
Oh, that might be true, actually, if he runs in. You never know. I mean, given the last round, anything could happen. Hendog with the stinger. He finds himself in an advantage position. That's what they need to put themselves in. But now the Neon is up north side, very, very alone. He gets spotted now, so Ginny's just going to hold that for the rest of eternity. This is so hard to break through. Pipe's got one. Winston, he did make something else happen on the A side of the map, but still very, very difficult as it's a 2 versus 4 now. The regroup for the attackers. Valor are... Okay, Bless got a rifle. He got a Bulldog. but how can they break through? Wipe here, stun.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds, they gotta just take it. And they were getting flanked by Gaitu as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Y2's out of the case now, so I mean, it's a pretty good start, especially if you're going for something. And even then, I like the potential for the slide, and they kill the fall with it, but still, there's too many rifles, too many shots to ring true right there, and that's gonna be Demon Time hitting themselves to the esteemed 11. But I gotta say, I mean, this game's still close. There's still an option. This is going to be obviously the swing round and the last swing round of swing rounds in terms of, you know, Demon Time get themselves to a match. What if they do end up winning this thing out? But Valor, once again, get themselves to a 2-round deficit where we have seen, keep in mind, the entirety of this game almost really stay at. It's a 2-round differential. Nothing's really kind of gotten out of control just yet. These two have kept themselves relevant against each other, but it's been Valor on the back end time and time and time and time again that honestly, there has to be a point where they just get pissed off and say, we need to take that lead back.
Yeah, and if they can do it here, I mean, that'd be great, right? The ultimate's gonna come out, so nothing to be used from Demon Time. There's an op in play. There goes Kai.
Oh.
At least it was KO. Oh, yeah. Valuable trade from Bless. That was huge. Now they're able to pick this KO back up. Yeah, he does get back up, but Hendog instantly denies it. Fair enough. Has a rocket launcher to play with as well, so it could be still risky for Valor. Meantime, are just waiting for this molly to go, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna end up launching this, but the gun's gonna come out first. Sadie's got the number 1 and fight for the number 2, and finally the rocket comes out.
One enemy remaining.
How far can he stop the show? It doesn't even need to. The teleport comes, but Winston dies before it even goes through.
I mean, I understand the setup. You're trying to set up roadblocks. You're trying to stop them from getting back on site. You're trying to find a lot of these kills to really set up the last of this round and make sure that you get the main advantage. Problem is, I think Valor, there was so much going on at that time. Hell, even me, from my perspective, of where we have a spectator and X-ray vision, half of that I didn't even understand what was really going on, quite honestly. But I think still, in situations like that, Valor, they had to play it together. They had the resources, they had the main advantage, and sure, they didn't have all the ultimates in the world. They invested a lot of it right at the get-go, but they made sure that it was worth it. But once you start to spread yourself out again, we saw, who was it? It was honestly, Drain was hanging out towards Desert on his own, trying to win on a 1v2 against the ropes, where you have that height of disadvantage, where you don't have nearly the angle because you only see a head and they see your entire body. None of that ever makes sense to me. Even then, right there towards drop, Chamber kind of hanging out, playing isolated. I mean, it's situations like that where finally, when you're together and you hit the shots collectively, you create space on the site, and that's exactly what Valor's doing right now. It's a lesson learned. Finally, here coming into the 21st round.
Yeah, Ginny's got nothing to do. 1 versus 5 with an op.
Yeah.
1 bullet per kill, technically. It's you never know, but this one's gonna be tough. There goes the first, and double flank. No scope. Not gonna land. Not this time.
That's it. You did that a round ago, you probably won the game, quite honestly. Considering, I mean, that kind of follow-up. But, I mean, you really sacked a lot in the previous round to get here. You're now with your backs against the wall, and Demon Time only needed 1 to close out this game.
They're buying this round. Their economy's a bit weird, because Glytu's got enough, Sadie's got enough, Fipe does not. I think Hendog might have gotten dropped a gun. And now Fipe is just going to be, he's literally going to have a pistol. I would be shocked if he doesn't get an SMG, or okay, he's got a Guardian.
There's a Guardian.
So it's still an interesting one. The one Phantom on the side of Valor might be able to do something with his half armors, but we'll see. Ginny first engage, likely with Bless on the other end, but the stun dissuades. And they go right back. They're not that deep yet, Winston. All good. Oh, yeah, you can't try to keep that angle. Not when there's an op, not even, you gotta look at the money. If there's potential, you gotta flash every single corner, go for a jump peek or something.
Especially in a match point situation. I mean, that's a lot of utility already invested, and golly, man, with a Phantom.
Wow.
I'd be pissed. I ain't even gonna lie. Forget the vulgarity. Watch the profanity. I'm throwing it out there. I'd be pissed.
Can't do anything about that.
No, you can't. You just put your mouse down and say, it's just better.
Just don't stand there, forehead. Just don't stand there. You can't stand there. That's not an option. Not this round. Big stun, everything in favor of Demon Time, and it's all but over. Wavy even getting tagged down by that little aftershock, and he's got an ultimate to work with. Is able to drive some people out.
It worked against 2 players, so it's not going to work against 4.
Defenders win.
Oh.
Well done.
They tried. Okay, I don't even know what we can say about the last round. That was just a little bit unlucky. It's honestly like what do you do to not get one tapped right there, right? Because you just Hendog is pretty far in the corner and fires a single bullet and the guy's dead. And that's nice try, Winston. It's a bit unfortunate that he hasn't, like, I don't want to highlight his performance in particular, but yeah, he took a second to wake up, and when he finally did, that happens. And when that happens is just, yeah, you, like Mick said, you just put your keyboard down and your mouse down. And I don't know why he's putting his keyboard down, if he's holding his keyboard in his hand or something like that. But
you said
the
keyboard,
case,
I said mouse.
You said mouse. You said I said keyboard.
Yeah, hey, look, I mean, look, I get it. We're all doing the weird tilt our keyboard thing, maybe hold it inside your lap with your leg propped up. I don't know what pros do nowadays to conserve desk space and put their monitor 3 millimeters closer to their face. But, I mean, if it works, it works. But regardless of that, still, Demon Time, great effort by them once more. I called it at the very beginning of the day that they were probably going to grand finals again. And what do you know? Here we are. I'm not a fortune teller. They're just freaking good. They're actually freaking good. I mean, they're outstanding. And so, I mean, here they are. I mean, we're not really surprised too much. But one thing I am surprised is how well of a fight Valor gave them on the map of Fracture. I mean, considering that we saw their layout, and I expected Valor to go ahead and kind of be hitting a lot more shots, be a lot more consistent in terms of, you know, playing around the field, getting tricky with it. Honestly, that they just didn't really have too much of a force to convince Hendog. I talked about on the defense, they should have overextended a little bit more, kind of drawn those roadblocks, those lines a little more aggressively, and kind of taking those first couple rounds to figure out where that could be. But once they didn't draw that line, once the economy started going over into Demon Time's direction, and we saw just time and time and time again, they had the money, they had the pressure that they just kind of forced all the way 5 through and didn't really split things up. We just didn't see the kind of adjustments being made there, which ultimately just gave themselves the back end on the half, and they just really didn't have the hottest start for the second one either, losing that second round.
And you mentioned Hendog's name as well, and it definitely really helped them to have Hendog popping TF off, because he was at 25 and 19 last map on the Jet. Didn't find that much success. He was positive. He was 15-13, but he had like what 3 entries this round. He tops not even tops. He's at 5, and even still, Ginny is still here. He has not dropped off at all. He's right behind, in front of Hendog. Sorry, he's under Hendog on the scoreboard, but he's got 1 more entry than him. So even still, yet again, winning the entry duel battle. They are so good at that. It's ridiculous. Their opponents have, if I'm correct, 7 combined entries. And Ginny himself is 1 under that. Hendog is 1 under Ginny. So that is, that's ridiculous. And you can see in the last couple rounds, I mean, these guys opping, you just gotta check everything. We talked about this before, right? Because Ginny already so much power on a map with 2 sites, and you put 4 sites in, you never know where this guy's gonna be. Everything's a threat. As long as there's $4,700 in his back pocket or in anyone's back pocket, you got to just worry about it.
Yeah, they're probably going to give it to him. Let's be real. I mean, it doesn't even matter. A lot of times teammates don't really have too much courage and they're not going to buy you. And in a ranked game, they won't. But in a 5v5 situation, when you're winning consistently, when you've ran the bracket, when Ginny has been top frag for your team the majority of the night, you freaking buy the guy the op. I mean, if he asks for it, you give it to him, plain and simple. You know you're going to get a guaranteed opening kill. No matter what, he's going to hold that Joker down. He's going to let you know the intel, and he's going to hold the cross off of it as well, to where even if you don't have a gun and you made that sacrifice, you say, you take a little prance over to a dead body and you rob it right off of theirs, because it's going to be there, because a lot of teams don't like to juggle weapons across the map and keep it out of opposition hands. So simple little mistakes here and there being made by Valor, and they can definitely return and make things kind of a second run next week, because it was still a very close matchup. And if you can go up against Demon Time very efficiently, everybody else is probably going to be easy pickings. But maybe they could be on the other side of the bracket, may have been grands, no matter what it may be. But talking about grands, we got to get there first. We have to go things to a quick little break, because on the other side, we will be bringing the last 2 teams, obviously, of one of which is Demon Time. And we're going to go ahead and leave that second one for a surprise for later. So we'll catch you here in a second. I'm going to get myself a little bit of water. You do too. Get some snacks as well to follow it up, because this one's going to be a banger. Catch you in a second.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together. Full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Ginny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
It is Steve Cross. What? Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. He banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Well, at least the ops don't play though. I mean, question it, but he did save it over. Maybe we do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe these things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. Who is this round?
Does not really so bad with that. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets that shot. Now it's going to be Ned gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Usually with Unknown Color pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge. Stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2-13-0 is the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are one side of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get in time? Eclipse falls, Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. The thing inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get Nenlight to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is Steve Cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Well, at least the ops don't play though. And I mean, question it, but he did save it over. Is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F because because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defense entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It'll be so bad. In fact, I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vent gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find the skill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story. It's 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 13-0 in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, there are inside the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get the time? The Eclipse falls, ripped, even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the old man, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with a wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Serg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No warn with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monk. How did that second rift? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Well, at least the ops don't play though. End line. I mean, question it, but he did save it over and able to do something. Hello! On the rope, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defense entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It's going to be so bad. In fact, I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vent gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legends is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find the skill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story. It's 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with his pinch maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 13-0 is the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, there are inside the defense. Be paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. Can they get the time? The Eclipse falls, ripped, even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down, and inside of it is the old man, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with a wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Serg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is 8 now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No warn with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross. rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play, though. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over and able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really be so bad for Peck. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker excuse against the headshot. Now it's going to be net gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that John to Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if we can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks as there are inside of the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wallbang, but so low on the first fight. Zerg is able to clean up and take their 4th free cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an N-Light to get it? No Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wallbang. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Oh, at least the off's still in play, though. I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over and able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really be so bad for Peck. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker excuse against the headshot. Now it's going to be net gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that John to Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if we can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks as there are inside of the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? it. Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Serg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No warn with the one. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows out, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Oh, at least the op's still in play though. And I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over and is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned, Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take. Whoa, does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad, but I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Unknown Color, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Making history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Looks as there are one side of the defense. Big paranoia to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up. But both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen. And that is what you want to see. Edmund, a heads up play. And is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Serg is able to clean up and take their 4th recap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No warn with the one. Looking for the headhunter, and it is conceived cross.
What?
Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching. Wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows out, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Oh, at least the op's still in play though. And I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over and is able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned, Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take. Whoa, does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not really so bad, but I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with no color pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shot darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. It will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 13-0 in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, just there are inside the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nor with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th free cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an NY to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows out, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Cool, at least the off's still in play though, and I mean, question it, but he did save it over, is able to do something. Hello! Up on the rope, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take 1. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It'll be so bad for Ben. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the blitz, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legends is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round. A 3v2. The shots here for Benito. They won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4-hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Took this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story bits. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shot darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. It will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, just there are inside the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site. And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Nora with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th free cap.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Ooh, almost connecting on that KJ. That is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an NY to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the Headhunter, and it is conceived cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows out, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this round.
Cool, at least the off's still in play though, and I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over, is able to do something. Hello! Up on the ropes, like you mentioned, it was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air, the second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take 1. Does he have a dash? Oh my god, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It'll be so bad for Ben. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Ben gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legends is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are one side of the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site.
And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up. But
Both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down. And inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Thor with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th for ECAP.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ that is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is Steve Cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall bang. Did he just say triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Boy, at least the op's still in play though. End line, I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. He able to do something. Hello, up on the rope, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because these shots are just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The first one was in the air. The second one was on a rope, and finally things come. Maybe things start making sense. He's able to take one. Does he have a dash? Oh my God, he's actually got the defuse entirely. What is this round?
Does not. It'll be so bad. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be that gone. Legend looking for more. Finds that shot into Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi. They take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top. There's going to be a flanker as well to worry about. They should know about him now. The comms were there. Benito takes down Casual Scrub, but still, the onslaught. The monsoon of aggression are on this pistol round, a 3v2. The shots here for Benito, they won't find their target. And it now is a 3-on-1, 4 hit or miss. What can he do here in this situation? Can he find this kill? He cannot. It ends with a 4K for JoJo. And it ended before it even started. Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. I don't even know if you can read this one at bedtime story minutes. 13-0. Great first game of the day. Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards market. And it seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. And they deal with it. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all he'll get. And it will be 13-0. Make it history, Vincent. 2 13-0s in the same stream. It hasn't happened for me. I don't know, but that's it. GG.
Folks, yes, there are one side of the defense. Big paranoid to let these guys get back on the site.
And they get time. Eclipse falls. Rift even follows up, but
both of them fall in turn. Now smoke goes down, and inside of it is the Omen, and that is what you want to see. Edmund heads up play, and is he able to follow up on it? Not quite. Thor with the wall bang, but so low on the first fight. Surg is able to clean up and take their 4th for ECAP.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, almost connecting on that KJ that is Aid now pinned in logs. Do we get an end line to get it? No, Warren with the 1. Looking for the headhunter, and it is Steve Cross. Your lurking monster. How did that second rift pick? What?
Switching wall banged. Did he just like triple collide or something like that?
Knows that, and rightfully so. They are very much in the driving seat of this rift.
Boy, at least the op's still in play though. End line, I mean, questioned it, but he did save it over. He was able to do something. Hello, up on the ropes, like you mentioned. Project. It was actually named Project A, but at this point, honestly, it's Project Get F'd because Back one last time for the last match of the day. This is the grand finals of Pit of Valor number 99.3. And we've got none other than, of course, you guys saw Demon Time here twice in a row. And they're up against their opponents of Nyx, who, if I'm correct, have rebranded this tournament. So congratulations to them for acquiring their new name and maybe a new title as well to go along with it. This will be, of course, grand finals. So fighting all the way through 5 games to get to this one. And we're going to be on, if I'm correct, Ascent once more.
Yeah, we are. And honestly, listen, it's just like everything ends the same way as it typically begins. And we talk about Ascent every single time when we talk about either first rounds or grand finals or anything like that. It typically comes down to somewhat of a gentleman's agreement. I mean, an unspoken one at that, to where it's just teams feel comfortable on this map. Everybody knows it. It's been around forever. It's tried and true. It always just shows who's the better squad because of how easy it is to take any control of anywhere on the map whatsoever, because of how small and how condensed it is. So, I mean, even then, some nice little areas to line up for what could be some operating angles, but nonetheless, sometimes if you don't have to run them or don't want to, you definitely don't got to. But speaking about, operating, speaking about range, talking about all this, that, and the other, we got to see what agents are going to be on the field for every single one of those aspects. We already have a couple picks coming through.
Yeah, so we've seen Demon Time on this map already today, and we've got pretty much the same stuff. Ginny's on the Chamber, Sadie's on the Fade. Nyx, though, have not played this. They have been on, I think they've been on Haven most of the day, and then they had an Icebox just kind of mixed in there. But this is their first Ascent of the day, so this will be fresh for them. Huso is on the Raze, single duelist, double initiator, smoker. There is the Sentinel on Hulu and Chill, but you can't really call that a Sentinel anymore at this point in stage. But all good. So literally one agent off Americomp. It's Hendog versus Huso with the Jet versus the Sage. So Hendog with this the Raze over on Fracture, but yeah, we saw it before. So prefers the Jet on this map. I think he didn't play as well on the Jet, but Ginny was just doing absolutely everything for the squad, so he didn't really need to. But we are in grand finals, so it'll be a treat to see if Hendog can perform as well as he did on the Fracture map on the Jets, now that we have him back on the Ascent. But we'll see what ends up happening. Nyx is definitely the I would feel like the more unknown, because we obviously haven't visually seen them, at least on the mainstream. But they're coming in. They're in the grand finals, so they've done just as much as any other team that has gotten to the grand finals has done to get over here. They have been pretty breezy throughout the day. Literally no pun intended. They haven't played a breeze, but they've been 13-2, 13-5, 13-5, and the last match on the Haven was probably their most hard fought at a 13-10. So pretty decent. Wouldn't really count them out of this match. This really could be anyone's game.
It most definitely could be. I mean, with the only real change-up, as you mentioned, being those duelists, talking about the Raze and talking about the Jet differentiation. I mean, that's going to be, I don't even feel like it's going to honestly matter that much. I don't think with this map and how small it is, sure, you could see Hendog operating, but obviously we're going to see Ginny on that role because of how well he's been fragging out over the entire day, that they're just going to play to their roles. Quite honestly, they're going to say what's been handed to us is what we're going to stick it to, and that's exactly how we're going to work things out. So I think here in this first round, obviously pretty impactful to help us kind of figure out the pacing of the game, and maybe for these first couple as the feeler rounds will come to life. But I mean, even then, we're going to see what exactly that Raze and that Cease combination will do. And that's exactly what it does. It mounts people, because Hendog has already gone ahead and fallen victim to it, immediately learning his lesson that nowhere is safe right off the get-go and spawn.
Yeah, dang, dude. I mean, there's a reason that Raze is really coming into fruition, right? Really in the meta right now.
Just fade.
Just because of that fade, yeah. The one little combination of utility is so darn powerful, and Ginny's trying to at least find something back, but the timing, I don't know if he's reading that Hulu's on top. He does, but the timing for that is not exactly in his favor. It does win the fight, but it gets dinked down to very low, 34 HP. And he's still trying to creep in.
So just fighting for control, trying to get any kind of information, trying to push up close enough to where Joey does want to swing on this. That's a free little right click to get off. And sure, it's a little bit of RNG to see if you can actually manage to kill, but still an overextension may come out to light here. And honestly, that's exactly what Ginny wanted. just going ahead, creating some space, scaring the opposition, and going ahead and alleviating so much attention towards that B side that you get a free plant down towards A. And no matter what happens here, that's 300 credits coming through because, I mean, that's what you want. And even then, you have ample time to go for a setup. Go ahead, wait for some of the utility to go get dinged off. You have just enough time for your stuff to be coming up in the meantime, so you know that both players are up in heaven. I mean, it's just situations like that of just biding time and really just playing the clock as best you can here for this first round. So it allows Demon time to set themselves up, get that first round in here into the board, and make sure to get themselves a force coming up.
Yeah, good stuff. And remember, before, they were really the advantage team on their defense, so this is a great start for them. Knicks obviously haven't had, at least I haven't had the opportunity to see them play on an Ascent, so I don't exactly know what their favorite side is, but they definitely want to get at least something done on this first half, and this one will not be very easy. Defense, so far, they have Shorty kind of questioning what they want to buy up, and the Omen buy is obviously never going to be good. Sad little agent right there. Is a very valuable in terms of his utility, but the guns and the weaponry makes his wallet a bit sad, but he's going to go for the Sheriff. The only one to buy up a pistol, it seems like, in this round. There's a Frenzy on Puso, and he looks, yeah, that's, not sure how many he saw, but that is a risky fight to take. Not sure entirely what he wants to find, but I'm pretty sure Hendog's going to end up finding him, no? Just back to the site, and Hendog needs to dash back. The nade does delay, but it gives one of them an orb, and Demon Time are still sitting pretty.
A lot of respect coming down, considering that Demon Time have guns. I mean, they're still trying to play this slow. They're trying to see if anybody wants to overextend, possibly get antsy for a kill. But I mean, honestly, they just allotted so much time for themselves to set up and get closer to controlling this entire map. And you can see the Prowler coming through, the dark cover coming out as well. I mean, they're trying to really still fight for this A side, surprisingly enough, but they're just going to wait for the hunt to come out, and the shots ring true right afterwards. It's 4 players already down, and Hendog, or excuse me, actually Glide2 coming out with the conclusion there. So a flawless round on the board to be expected coming out of Demon Time when they had themselves the better weaponry, and they want to follow it up. But this is where the rifles start coming into effect, and the feeler rounds, as I claim them to be so often, are now behind us. So if anything, the worst is behind us. Things now start to get a little bit of interest.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the Hydra wasn't able to find at least one, because he did end up buying up the Sheriff. So he's going to have to be stuck on the Bulldog and the half armor for the time being. Yeah, fast playing into this. He's like, is this a lot of people? Yeah, 5 players right now stacked up right outside this A. And there's pretty much no really slowing power other than Spade Util, but Hendog jumps right over it, double haunts him, and they spot up both. Can he win a fight? He gets one, and almost a second. Joey's full blind. Not quite actually. He's able to slow a little bit more, but the rest of the defense is this here, and Hulu gets every single one.
It's a wife like that just wakes you up in the morning and says, oh, I'm here to frag, baby. I'm back in the game. And sure, all it took was a rifle, but that's just enough because I get to hold on to it. And that's exactly what Hulu and Chill needed more, specifically being now only 1 point off from getting that torty force to where if things don't really work out right, Hulu could also get that first frag, meet up with Huso and say, all right, hand it over. I got a torty force to play with now, but I don't really think that may be too much of a factor. I don't think that's the fight they're going to take. Instead, still just claiming things out. Slow and steady is the name of the game. And Jenny, honestly, setting up for this pick right towards A main could be massive. I'm loving this angle, but it's not really utilized too much at the beginning of a round, more just later on if there's some kind of push coming to spawn.
Yeah, and I don't think that Knicks want to go for another over-aggression, because they know the Demon Time do have the money for it. It's going to be a B focus right now, trying to take out mid is Hendog, but he's alone. Not too much util to use, so he's going to have to dry fight this corner. And Hulu's here. He's able to get out just in case the shots don't land, and they do. That is a fast shot. What an adjustment, and Hendog goes down immediately. Duelist and Dive Agent no longer in Demon Time's hands. And now what? Because they have they haven't had any success. They haven't tried for A in this round, but they haven't had success even still. And the one-way coming down on this B site is going to delay at least another 15 seconds. The thing is, I think the only thing that they really have going for them is the fact that Knicks have ended up stacking A off of just that one kill.
Yeah, and that's kind of exactly what I was leaning towards, was looking at the full aggression that if it does come through, you're in a 4v3 situation, so you actually have the upper hand, but you have to take advantage of that window while it's presenting itself. Like, you have to get on site. You can't be playing things slow because every single second will be possibly another player on site looking to go ahead and find these kills. So Hydro with a really big paranoia, but doesn't actually land on 5, so that creates ample opportunity to find at least that kill, rain the shots in his face, and make sure to get one more. But that's Sadie and Jenny both alive and awake. The spike going down as well. Going ahead and making the time to last a little longer, but it's a 2v3 situation now, and Huso going ahead and getting a kill off of those base shells, but everybody else is having their respective damage, just looking to close things out, and it all comes down to the Rays.
On the corner. Right. Who's going to be the one to take the frag? And Huso doesn't want to peek. He just wants an exit frag or something like that. And they have to get out eventually. And he gets dinked down to 38s through the wall. He really does not want to save the Spectre. He wants to either go down and get a kill, and the former will be the case. Fight finishes it off, and Demon Time now with 3 off the back of their 2 pistols and the counter to that anti-eco. And they've got pretty much everything in their back pockets. They're not hurting at all. Look at Hulu is pretty much... if Knicks want to go for a buy, it's possible Hulu could drop for a teammate. And it looks like they're actually going to go for this investment because Huso gets invested upon by Soapy. Hulu's going to have his tour de force and buy up a rifle for the aforementioned KO. And they're actually going to go for this one. The thing is Hulu going to be looking at the right spot? Because the thing is, there is a KO on the attacking side. Fipe is going to be oh so valuable in this round. And Jenny might have been as well. That's a fast aggression up mid. And now they have pretty much their entire backs under lock and key, right? Because Hulu needs to find something with this off.
Yeah, most definitely does. And honestly, I don't know if that opportunity is going to present itself. I mean, already looking for a little bit of the front of the shadows. I like that coming in a glide 2, though. Finally using an Omen ult to get some information. Is that just saying, oh, it's spike rescue time? Still, able to go ahead and get that spike off. More importantly, give themselves a little bit of control on the site, and even then already holding things down. So it's going to be a 5v5 retake going ahead and presenting itself to us, but there's a little bit of a point where you have to draw the trigger and have the initial shots come out. That's going to be Joey with the Bulldog, more importantly, able to go ahead and close that.
It's not gives him a chance, but still time is ticking, and the knife does detect a couple. Fipe and Salty still sitting in hell. One gets completely drawn out, and now the rocket launcher is going to finish off the second one. Big chance now for Knicks for this retake. 2 on 4. This off is going to ring true, not quite. The wall bang happens, but Hydro is good for both of the last players.
Yeah, big way for the likes of Knicks to go ahead and say, all right, no matter what, we're going to go ahead and keep this game close. And that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, again and again and again and again. Sure, they made sure to go ahead and close it out a little bit more so, but they haven't gotten themselves tied just yet because that was almost a flawless retake. That was outstanding. Sure, it all started right there towards top when we saw Joey Manda get that first kill with the Bulldog. Still having sort of a budget game, not really freaking out or being too antsy just yet. Making sure to just hit those shots, play it slow, and with the entire team also setting up for a crossfire, a collective shoot down, there's not too much you can do. You have to spread yourself out amongst that spike. You can't just play on top of the side because if anything, it's almost like an illusion because that's the worst thing you can do. But already a little bit of control having to come over towards the B side, and a lot of players playing aggressively towards B main, and honestly it could cost them their life, but still they're only up against Sheriff. So while it's scary, it's not really intimidating.
Big blind. No one commits upon it. They just set the money on the table and go. One orb gathered by the attack, and mid this time Hydro is looking away. He wants to worry about that B main and help his team, but he needs to keep an eye on his own mid because Jenny's up here, and headshot not landing. Hydro is good enough for it.
Cover going
it's
out.
55 off, and there goes the re-smoke. It's a bit of a shallow smoke, actually. They could walk out of that if they really wanted to.
Well, I mean, still a lot of patience coming through, surprisingly enough. But I mean, I think that's really just warranted by Demon Time, considering they just are scared to go anywhere. Can't really rush into sight. Hen Dog's all by his lonesome. Spike is set up right there towards B, over near panels. That they're trying to just play this and hope that somebody overextends. That spreading their team across the map, that maybe somebody goes for a flank, somebody goes for a weirder play, that something presents itself. But that's not going to be the case. Hydra finds that pick. If I can go ahead and manage one, and Hen Dog is looking for one as well, but it's just not going to be the case. Everybody left standing has to go towards the A side, and the Spike is all the way on the other side of the map. This is going to be a round over.
Well, I mean, he could go down here if Sada can take this gun. That'd be quite valuable, but he's now stuck on the corner. He's down. Close range fighting with an op, but yeah, Sophie's got his back. Good stuff from Nyx, and they're taken right back. Yeah, that might have been an eco, but Demon Time sometimes good for those, not in this round. And looking at the scoreboard, it's pretty even across the entire ball. I mean, yeah, fair, it's 3-3 right now, and everyone's got guns. So this is really the contest of what can really happen. Fly 2, the only one sitting at literally $0. But to take a look at what he's got all his utils, so it's all good. Not a single problem. So this is it. Blade Storm even in Hendog's pocket. And I mean, mentioning that as well. Hendog, I really don't know if it's the map or if it's Jet not really fitting his playstyle, but it was the same thing on Ascent earlier 2 games ago. He did not have that good of a performance on that Jet second bottom while they pretty much dominated the enemy team. He looked good, but
yeah,
maybe he would be better on another agent. But right now, yeah, this is kind of rough. Lulu's got the entry frag on a Ginny as well. The Doppelganger goes down with the op inside of mid. He's going to continue jump spotting. He still has the safety of his back wall as well.
Nyx is getting comfy, quite simply put. I mean, sure, the first couple rounds we saw him kind of slip up, but once they get these rifles in hand, once they have all the resources available to them, they just get better and better and better and better. I mean, the biggest player that we've seen on Demon Time today, the one player that's been an absolute menace to every single opposing agent in this game has been Ginny. But, I mean, he's been losing these initial fights. He's won every single time, it feels today. You even mentioned over towards that Fracture game, getting more first bloods than rounds of the opposition. I mean, that doesn't really go lightly. That's something you have to consider largely. But Hendog going to go ahead and make somewhat of an exchange. And Sophie actually throwing out that flash, but not really getting in swing off of it. Instead, everybody's feeling reserved, having to move back towards spawn. And even then, I like the patience. I like the fact that we see Nyx get themselves together, playing it slow and steady, realizing there's no real huge utility or any kind of null command or nightmare available for them. So we just have to play it together and breach in from all angles.
They do have the C's on Joey, so probably gonna... Oh, okay, never mind. There's the haunt spots nothing, so he knows that everyone's pretty much back sight. Oh no! Hendog, he just spams! He actually just goes for a random and Joey gets shot through the smoke. And now no more utility, no more C's. Only with a nade, no flashes for Sophie either. They just gotta go in dry. Guns are blazing, and the shots are not landing from them. Hulu's the only one to get one, and that's the only one to even happen in this retake. And 3 left alive for Demon Time for the 4th round.
Yeah, difficult there. I mean, considering that we got it now, Demon Time were able to pull that round out, more importantly, but I mean, it was by even then, Nyx able to go ahead, not really find that retake potential, not playing it aggressively enough. I mean, then not really, even then, you mentioned not having the luck, I want to say, as weird as it is to say that, knowing that you lose almost a crucial player off of absolutely nothing, just random fire through a wall. It's just really unfortunate, but no matter what, you have to make sure to run things back, and you can't really go down that easily. So we see once again that Nyx are going to be holding themselves true. They're going to go for an immediate ultimate right towards B main and give them all the information in the world to say, well, that's where they were playing. So that's going to be in either A, an easy rotate, but once we see that trail kind of going around, go ahead and get yourself to A, because even then, you see the call being made, you see the blue lights and the little vision cones running over towards that right side of the mini-map, and you know they're prepared for it, considering that Sophie's already there to shut down fight, and that's ultimate down.
Good trade, and they get him back up as well, but once again, it happened again. The guy gets back up, but he instantly gets denied, but it's a good enough trade because they trade another body off of it as well. Now the 2-on-4, and this one, they've already called it off. Yeah, so fast. I think that's wise from Nyx. They've been showing their prowess the entire game, both in terms of their shot calling and as well as their shots. This round was just very, very unfortunate. The KO, well done to go in first and die first and get a kill. And then his body gets baited, but it's good enough for another frag. So they get the spike planted. 2 ults in service for Demon Time. Not really close to their other ones on the Salty goes for some exits, but they're all probably going to lurk out. And the Chamber's going to play safe. The Omen's going to be the one trying to get a kill here, and if they can take the op, that'd be kind of valuable. But there's so many players here. Oh, we get away with Ginny. Oh, now it's a risk, but Clyde's there to save the day.
Oh, he's just going for something here. He knows the play there, and he gets Ginny. Good God! Fastest hand in whatever coast he's in, because Lord knows these servers. But still, that's outstanding. But I mean, it's only a round, it's a single gun, and you're moving on to a timeout. So here we go. Nyx finally figuring out, saying, all right, Now the feeler rounds are over. Everything's out of the way. What do we do now in this situation? It's grand finals. We've spent all day to get here. We can't walk away with just $50. Let's get 4 times the payout. Let's not stop here. Let's make sure to go home with 200. But I mean, what do you do to get there? What can you set up past this point? Because I mean, sure, the retakes have looked good here and there, but honestly, they haven't looked nearly as consistent as they need to be because either off some unfortunate timing every here and there, them not hitting their necessary shots, or is it utility? Anton, you tell me.
Honestly, combination of everything, right? Because like when you get to this level, Demon Time is a good enough team to take advantage of absolutely everything so far, and Hendog is waking up, which is excellent, which is kind of a big factor in terms of gunplay, like you were mentioning, and that is one of the things that might push Demon Time over the edge. Because ever since he's been getting kills, he was like 1 in 5 earlier. Now he's 5 in 5, and they've won 2 rounds. Great stuff. Hendog entering onto the B site, and if they can shut him down yet again, if they can make sure that he's not doing his work, that is another win condition. Because not only that, Ginny, for the first time in a while, also is not at the top of the scoreboard. Sadie, who has been at 7 kills for a couple rounds, so he's not doing too much. They're kind of just all working in tandem to take that B site last round. And if they can wake up a little bit and continue shutting down these fragging agents, that maybe we had a little bit of a wait, right? There was a bit of a break, so maybe they warmed down. And perhaps a couple rounds was worth it. Ginny, up on top, that's just a good angle. Like, fair enough, Hulu doesn't even expect him there. First entry, and the KO is here very quick, but actually fine. The flash goes out, but the smoke is there early enough to prevent anyone from being blinded. And they're all just gonna run in. Can he find one? He does! SMG in hand, and not enough bullets to find another.
Yeah, big stances already. I mean, Demon Time once again kind of nicked after taking a timeout, trying to figure out what they could do and implementing a little bit of those changes, not finding nearly the kind of success they want. I mean, sure, they didn't have the guns or the best real arsenal in terms of utility to be working with, but they're still making some potential as Joey's able to go ahead and find some shots and get a little bit of damage off. But it's not going to be nearly enough that he really wants, but can find another and get the Vandal to work with in the meantime. But this is just going to be a long that finds one more. It's all down to a 1v1 situation. And Joey is on edge right now. He wants to find that last kill, but more importantly, he's going to find that player first who's sitting right in the back of Boathouse and unfortunately falls. It was one hell of an attempt, but it's just a little bit short.
Man, yeah, when you get antsy like that, you really want some kind of advantage, right? So he pulls out the util. He wants to go for a C's back sight, but there's just no time. Sadie doesn't want to let him get there, and he just swings. Like, he just blind swings. Like, fair enough. Like, you know exactly what this guy is. He's running out of time. He has to make noise and walk across that sidewalk, and he just goes for the duel, and he's confident in his own aim, and he ends up winning it because, yeah, once again, Joey, I can't blame him for that because the mental... Gotta admit, it's late at night. I don't know, again, like you mentioned, don't know which coast these guys are on. Close to Central, so probably it's like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. But it's getting late. They played so many games so far. 5 hours of games. Sometimes it really gets shaky. That was one of those examples. Now they go into this one. They can't even guarantee to win the half. They have to at least play for a tie.
Yeah, that would definitely be ideal, but I mean, you got to get 3 more rounds in a row flawlessly to get to that point. Demon Time, with the way they've had momentum kind of stirring in their direction, the early rounds kind of all the slow games and figuring out mental ideology and stuff, all that's behind us. Instead, it all comes down to just toying with your prey and who's going to be predator, who's going to be the intermediate. More importantly, who's going to be the one to really draw that line? Who's going to really overextend? Who's going to be the problem? Who's going to be the solution? Well, there's a lot of problems already being thrown in this B area. You have that Nightmare, you have that Ultimate, and you have an Old Command coming out as somewhat of a solution, but honestly, that may not be enough. With everybody swinging out, and honestly, barely making out with his life to me, Soapy, a little bit of a retake may be warranted here, but even then, the aggression isn't even going down. Demon Time doesn't take the bait. They don't push on it. There's 20 seconds left. They don't have another option.
How is this read happening? How has this been read? They're here before this plan is even going down. There's no time. He has to get the kill, and it's not gonna happen.
Spike down A.
I have no words. I have no words. There's gonna be every kill coming in for Joey as well. Everyone's gonna die.
Oh my god.
How has that happened? Demon Time. They were in B main. They were just in B main. And Knicks are sending 2 people from spawn to A. Like, they start running to A like 5 seconds before anyone from Demon Time even starts walking out of B main out the back. and then the TP comes in. I was like, wait a minute, Knicks, what are they reading here? I don't know what's kind of... There's no util sound on A. There was no presence from the defenders on A. They just had some kind of psychic sense, and Demon Time walked right into that setup.
I mean, they had a hunch. When you see that the team, there's 20 seconds left on the clock, you're not pushing onto site, and considering that teams also usually account for having to fight on site while getting that spike down, you can't do it in the final 15-second kind of impression. So I think that's when they made the call to say that, honestly, they're trying to exploit our opening right now. Well, they think it's going to be A site, but they already made that call saying that once that null command came down, Demon Time wanted no piece of that. They did not want to push on the site whatsoever. But, I mean, they have one more chance to run it back right now because they're pushing onto the B site. They're looking for someone to frag, and that has not presented itself. The Blade Storm and the Torty Force is coming in. And honestly, Hulu and Chill is already holding this angle very aggressively, looking to find that first blood. But with the Prowler to come through, the shots come right after, he had no opportunity to react at all.
Man, that one kind of hurt the first time. I was like, all right, the Prowler got shot. They don't know he's here. The Beat Suppress comes in, and the shot misses. And the kill on site can't even happen too much more than once. Hydro does have a trade. Soapy gets another now. It makes it doable. 3-on-2. Low HP for the two defenders. Or no, excuse me, for the two attackers. They're defending the B site at this point. Now Blind and Death. There's nothing going for them right now. Joey's got the kill straight to the wall, and Hendog goes to the challenge and doesn't win it. Soapy's got that.
Yeah, already, I mean, Knicks, that was a big way to get themselves to step up in this half, knowing that even then, worst case scenario, they're sitting at 5-7. I mean, that's really not that bad in comparison to what we saw earlier. I mean, it was a 3-round deficit that you're expecting, okay, maybe they max out on 4, but they overstep and they get themselves 5. And even then, they've also reset the economy of Demon Time, showing that they only have half armor or weird weapons to work with. You got to take the sacrifice somewhere, but making Demon Time really have to force out those sacrifices and really go into the back burner for something is just an accomplishment in itself. So honestly, 6-6 could be very, very doable.
Unfortunately for them, no ultimates. Oh, what? Wait. Another seize opportunity. There you go.
Yep.
Go get him.
That is so deadly. And that's just... They win that off of the agent select. That's it. Crazy stuff. Flash. No contact yet. Oh, they don't even need the contact play. Hydro just instant taps Ginny. And Huso's still here. At least Fife knows. Does he want to challenge? That's the question. Flash through. They turn. Oh, but he turns back just in time. Huso's got. Oh my god. All right, Fife. Land those shots. He's able to perhaps spot out another, but doesn't read the fact that the KO is pushed all the way outside this A main. The logistics of this round are absolutely mental right now. Sadie's in mid. Hulu is about to walk into this. There's no way he realizes that anyone's pushed up. Free kill. Now Soapy knows. Still a 2-on-2, but there is a freaking zipper across the map right now. And who can win this fight? It's the attacker. Demon Time. Now they make it doable because the spike is outside this A, and they've isolated Joey all the way inside this mid. Now he doesn't know where this last attacker is. Fife's got this spike and is able to go for the plant. Time ticking. But the Fade has also read this.
Oh, with nothing but a knife available compared to the haunt that Joey's working with, and the swing to come out! Fife surprisingly wins that, but with barely a scratch of blood remaining inside of his body. Her motor oil or windshield wiper fluid, whatever you want to call it, there's none of it left except for just a single drop. But it's just enough to go ahead and get that round done and underway, and also move ourselves into the second half because we're sitting at 7-5 with Demon Time making sure to maintain the lead at the very end, fighting with every last breath, at least for that half before they switch things up. So this is where we started earlier, where you and I started our day, actually, on round number 4 when Demon Time, they were moving themselves into Ascent, and they were going up against the likes of literally anybody else. But that was followed after a whole bunch of Haven, and Jenny was also the #1 fragger inside the entire lobby. That's not the look anymore. He doesn't look nearly as confident as what we saw earlier. And Knicks, honestly, this may be the opportunity to be taken because Raze becomes that much more strong in the side.
Yeah, for sure. And they're going to go right into it as well. Send the Raze in first.
Look at
with that Prowler, clear out everything. And that is a free site. 5 versus 5.
It's clean, concise. You got an idea. You have an execution. Sure, not every single aspect of it's going to be perfect, but guess what? When you don't have a paint shell to fight with that sees, that's not a free kill that's going to be on the board for yourself. And already Nick's able to go ahead and close out that first kill thanks to Hulu and Chill managing that. And even then, every team member can be fully flashed. It doesn't matter. You still find all the kills necessary, but it all comes down at least to Soapy, who was just trapped in hell. Nothing really to manage there. 3 players still alive, and Demon Time saying, look, we had ourselves a lead at the end of the half. Let's go ahead and elongate a little bit more at the beginning of this one.
8 rounds now for Demon Time. That really does help out, doesn't it? Because that is, like you mentioned before, it's like you've got 2 people not fragging, 2 people. Hendog might not have been that like too far up last time, but he was definitely playing better than now. Ginny was also definitely putting up numbers, and now they are both not entirely absent, but definitely skipping a couple classes, so to say. Fipe and Salty really stepping up at the plate and keeping their advantage is just super important. Nyx now, they don't want to slow down. They're going for the force, full armor or half armors for everyone. Spectres across the board. I wonder how much they're going to reveal. Same play, exactly the same thing, and same thing from Demon Time as well. Full A-site retake. They have the Omen quick response here. I'll go on top of it again. Literally, there is no difference other than the advanced weapons in both squads.
This is an exact replay, and even then, the only thing we see now is some more aggression coming out from the attacking side, but it just doesn't work out. Huso goes ahead and gets flipped off, knowing that things weren't really working out for him. And knowing the haunts there, Hendog gets a nasty little hit right through the floor, but I mean, it just comes down to a 1v3 situation. Hulu and Chill could quite honestly manage situations like these, considering Hendog is only be 1 shot, but he's right through the smoke, and the DPS is going off at the same time. You gotta get this swing, and it was almost there, albeit, but close, too close is still not there, and it's just close enough, and then you can close it out. So Demon Time, by a very narrow margin, I'll admit, they did get themselves that round, and now they elongate their lead once more to 9-5. So outstanding start for themselves, and even then, considering Nyx kind of forced out that last round, they're still once again kind of on the wrong foot.
Yeah, unless they can make something similar happen again. This one is a little bit rough because Demon Time now are advantaged in 3 rounds of the second half. When you lose the second, no matter what happens, if you buy and lose the second, you're just it's a nightmare. Like there's nothing they can do. Watch your sheriffs. One even gets tagged. Ah, come on, Hulu, you gotta know better than that one. Hydro gets a response to the wall on the Ginny, but Glytu has 2 sandwiching that kill.
Yeah.
A bit of a hard shot, but hello. All right, he wants more, and he's gonna go for it. He gets all 3 inside the mid.
Just these exchanges for Demon Time. This is, I mean, it's regardless of how good or how bad or how late they wake up in the first half, it's always these second half situations where they just start running away with the game. I mean, is it a match to match kind of stamina race where you get yourself a snack, you get something to drink, you go ahead, go into the kitchen, ask how the family's doing, and then you come back and you're like, all right, I'm ready for the next one. How much did you really fuel up in the meantime? It's like Demon Time doesn't even need that reinvigoration. They're just right back in it. They stay zoned in 24/7, and they just find the little hills and avenues. And sometimes they start speeding up. Sometimes they slow down, but somehow they always coordinate it where the second half is where they really start to kick into high gear. But just as I mentioned, start giving them their praises. Ginny is actually the one to go ahead and get dropped, and Soapy finds a little bit of a follow-up to pick off Glytu as well.
Oh, finally they have rifles. That might be what it takes, but certainly not being able to see anything doesn't really help. Hulu with the second kill. He's looking at the right spot as well, looking at 2 players. And that shot goes wide. Not sure where that one went, but maybe a little bit of movement makes that not entirely accurate. Like, straight through, and Hydro's watching it. Yeah, he's not going to let that mistake happen. Huso with the final. And finally, Nyx. They get the buy up, and Demon Time have had those weaker weapons for a couple rounds because they've pretty much been surviving every single round. So not a complete surprise that round went Nyx's favor, but this one, they got to do it again. They got to do it 4 more times to even this match up, and that has been very, very difficult because that second round force, that might have been all it took. That when you lose that kind of round, Demon Time they are ecstatic when that happens.
Yep. I mean, situations like that is where you start saying, thank God it took us a while, but we finally, found a little bit of leeway. We finally found another breath of air, because once you get into these situations where you're losing round after round after round, It feels like nobody on your team has found any hope. Nobody can really wake up and find those clutches. I mean, the entire team is just constrained to doing nothing, that you're left useless. I mean, you're rendered to do absolutely nothing. But, I mean, even then, just one round like that can wake yourself up, give yourself just enough time to breathe and say, they're not invincible. Let's go one more time. This time, let's try for it.
There goes this stuff as well. And there, you gotta get the combo every single time. And Fipe, at least he's technically alive. He could get rezzed. And I think that's what they're going to be going for. Nick's just run completely away from that. I think it's a bit interesting that they actually let him get picked up, but... Oh, Hendog? He's not even going for it. He's going to let him go.
They're scared. They think that somebody's holding that. I mean, it was just enough to where they say we made the call. They're going to think we're still there. Instead, we go ahead and buy so much time to the other side of the map that we can make sure to get a free push with a man advantage. But it's just enough for them to get that advantage. But Genie and Hulu use her critical shots and kills. Fading out by Demon Time. Nyx with an outstanding start in the first blood. Shutting down a no command. They get a taste of their own medicine almost immediately back on the B side.
Wow, alright. Yeah, that one stings. Ginny straight through the wall. He sees Hulu's shoulder. Hulu actually has the angle advantage there. If you guys in the audience didn't know, when you're standing closer to an angle, the other guy can see your shoulder first. And Hulu was barely, you saw a sliver of him. That means Hulu could see more of Ginny, because Ginny's closer to that market wall, but even still, somehow, that is a miraculous shot from the chamber that we've been praising pretty much this entire day. Every single time that he's on the server. Started off the day, I mean, obviously it was a kind of a blowout considering there were 2 disconnects, but 9-1, 9 KD. I mean, what are you gonna say? And now looking a bit lackluster, but that round with some one step closer, only 2 left to not only win the map but also the entire tournament. Only a matter of time.
Well, you're in another one of these situations where now, honestly, it just kind of sucks for Nyx because even with the 24s, they're playing it slow. They're waiting for an opportunity, trying to get aggressive on the side. They've invested 2 ultimates now in this round, so they get themselves an entry into sight, which is a good start. Huso goes ahead and closes out and, you know, gets a little bit of clearance in the boathouse, and that's a weapon picked up, more importantly, for one of the teammates. But how aggressively will they hold this? How much of an advantage can they get? And more importantly, how long is Hulu and Chill going to be stuck inside a B main with nothing to do? Because by the time he swings out, somebody's be holding that angle. Nyx is now in a 2v1 situation. Sure, things are lively, things are possible, but Galitu's in a very bad spot, barely alive to survive, and needs to check these extra corners, and he's a paranoid off almost in time for the shadow step. He's ready, he's looking for it, and this right click could be just enough for ring around the rosy, but he misses it, and Huso is able to close it out. A thrifty on the board for Nyx.
Huso to open that round out with the showstopper, going in and eliminating the savior of the previous. I pointed out, Ginny, of course, those shots were instrumental, but Sadie at the back of the sights did absolutely everything, just locked it down from the back. Instant headshots on everyone in that round. He was not able to participate. And Huso, that one got sight. The TP, I thought the guys who had gotten away with that after the blind, and Huso can't hear a thing. But somehow that box saves his life. And they live to fight another day. And, I mean, Demon Time have not even gotten to match point yet. Gotta remember that. That's not 12. Much bigger chance when it's not 12. You have some leeway. And although you might never want to give up a round, there is at least some buffer. And Demon Time, they're gonna run out of money eventually.
You get an extra strike, potentially. I mean, whenever you know it's your last swing, honestly, that puts a little more pressure on your team, saying, well, what can we do now? Well, you can't mess up. That's all I got to say. Everything else, figure it out. Just don't mess up. And that's a little bit too much to ask for. But when you're in a situation like this where you do have that 1 round of leeway, you say, okay, well, we're starting to figure things out. We're feeling better. We're feeling good. What are we doing here? How do we keep this going? Well, I got to go ahead and say at least one good tip will be don't lose out these first bloods to Ginny. Because once again, when you let this man have the 24s or an operator or anything, it really gets nasty. But found himself barely scraping alive and staying alive, and Hulu and Chill has the lap round of a lifetime. Just check it out! But in the no scope, if that hit, I would have cried.
I would have cried as well, but speaking of crying, I'm pretty sure Nyx is actually in tears right now because the trades don't come out in their favor. Joey, though, does get one back. And he said itself is actually clear, but the defense have control of this fight for the time being. Sadie is here to defend against Hendog, but no, it's Hendog to swing around and get the kill anyways, and that's what ends it. This Jet on this catwalk position with the triple kill. Every single headshot landing from this guy. He's so good.
Yeah, he's kind of a problem, and he's one of the biggest things kind of standing in the way of Knicks and getting themselves back in this game, which he's actually the third biggest problem. Your first one's going to be Fipe, obviously. Your second one's going to be Sadie. And I think, honestly, a little bit of a sleeper stimulant is going to be Jenny. I mean, even though he's not really still in the game, he's just intimidating. He's got that factor to him, knowing that still every here and there you're saying, oh, when do we give this guy a first blood? Like, why are we swinging on to him? Why are we giving him the time of day to be doing this? And you can't do that, quite honestly, because you never know, even then, if it's every here and there, when your team has a lead, a first blood, even though if you're negative, it's still going to be so darn impactful that it sets up the rest of the map. And knowing that you're on match point right here, right now, that's the one thing Demon Time is going to look to secure. And Knicks doesn't really have the funds to make sure they can really guarantee this. I mean, we saw Sheriff in one of the hands. But, I mean, everybody else is still kind of getting a little bit scrappy with it, trying to maintain whatever they can. Joey has a Spectre. I mean, this is just really scrappy, and they don't even have all the utility they want. It's just a disgusting predicament to be put into.
Yeah, this is running at stack as well. There's 3 here. Hendog has a teammate flash for him. And the first shot, he actually does use up the dash before he gets stunned out by that knife. They are sold out pretty much this entire site right now. Door gets broken, so no opportunity to close it afterwards. The plant there's 1 kill on a Fipe, and that's technically, statistically right now, the best player for the team. At 35 seconds, they have to either go or go. Into or out, and Hydro with that
30
TP.
seconds left.
At least gets him saved, but everyone's still, Def and Glytu is still available on this B site. Ginny's pushed all the way out. They're never going to read this angle. This is either a linchpin position or it's not going to matter. Hendog is still here to defend.
The C's comes through, you're just biding time right here, right now. You said it earlier. In a position like this, you have 2 options. Either you go or you go fast. I mean, there is no other option. You've got to push on the side, and no matter what, you're going to get choked up because they know you have to push that side. It's not enough time to go ahead and rotate across the map. You don't have it from the shadows to go anywhere else. Instead, you just sit there, take your defeat in the grand finals. And you still walk away home with something thanks to Community Gaming giving out 250, but it's not nearly the prize that Demon Times walked away with once more.
Yeah, walked away with they're going, and both of these teams end up going somewhere, right? Because Demon Time are going home once again. Another crown to their name. These guys are absolutely amazing. Like, I can't even understate them. Like, congratulations to their opponents for getting this far as well, because they have had a pretty easy time up until their last matchup. And Demon Time, I mean, just to show how good they are. I mean, 13-7. Even more one-sided than Knicks' last matchup. So very well done to them for being able to take this grand final pretty convincingly. It didn't really get that way into the second half, but when the 2 guys woke up, when Ginny woke up, when Hendog boosted his way from the bottom of the scoreboard, once upon a time, 1-9, by the way, and now he's 3rd frag on the server with 14-14. He gets even, which is pretty good. But yeah, around the board, this one, super contrasty, or is that even a word? I don't even know. Demon Time. This was a different Demon Time. Like, I guess in a good way, but also an interesting way, because this was their win condition was very different. They were not having Ginny like entry frag every single round. This guy has 2 entries. They were not having Hendog entry every single round. This guy has 2 entries again. And they have no like top heavy agent or anything. Fipe is at the top on the KO. He's kind of putting up like Zelsis numbers, which is really impressive, admittedly, because he hasn't been playing like that the entire day. And that really goes to show, if someone's asleep, someone else can step up. Everyone on Demon Time is able to take that role.
I think even then over time, I mean, I'm not going to really throw any slander around. I'm just going to start kind of throwing out trends, because we see Demon Time, 100 times over now. We've seen them over and over and over again. That, I mean, honestly, Hendog, whenever they first came in to GLG, when they came into the Pit of Valor, Hendog obviously being the duelist, typically they're the ones that you kind of put your eyes on first. Even if we can't help it, it's usually an observer's job to put it on a duelist whenever you're going into a site, because it's the most interesting character to watch, and they're usually the most flashy, and they usually have the best aim. Hendog definitely lived up to those expectations, and hasn't really slowed down per se, but it's because everybody else has been kind of catching up to him, quite honestly, that he doesn't really have that star-studded factor anymore. He doesn't really captivate everyone nearly as much as what he used to, because Ginny's getting more consistent in his round roll of finding these initial picks. So that's one already off the board. we look at the initiators and we, able to go ahead and play aggressive, maybe get one of those chokehold kills. That's another one off the board. Then we see that controllers on the defense are actually holding these angles extremely well, really clotheslining things off. And then once you see an attacker step into it, that's another kill off the board. And no matter what, sure, if Sentinels don't really do their job, or even considering that you have a filler position somewhere and Hen Dog's going to fill that space, that's only 2 kills per round. And that's the ideal situation for the man, is that every single occasion now isn't laid out for him. That, as you mentioned, it doesn't feel like it's laid out for anybody. This game plan isn't centric around anyone. That Jenny found himself, sure, really stepping up for the majority of the day once that operator got into his hands. But you had to win some rounds to get to that point. You had to stay relevant to even get to that stage where the operator would say, okay, well, if I lose a round, we at least got enough out of it. Or if we lose a round, at least somebody has enough economy to buy me one again, because I'm going to at least guarantee that first frag for you to pick up a gun. Is that Demon Time, they don't feel nearly as entertaining to watch, as much as I hate to say that. But whenever you're in their shoes, who gives a shit? You now have won your second Pit of Valor. You're looking great. You've rode over everybody. You even set history today with the first round being a forfeit, which we have never seen before.
Is that actually true? I don't even know if that's true, but anyway.
I mean, is there anything else to say, honestly, about it?
Yeah, intimidating your opponents so much that they ended up, they had 2 disconnects. I don't even know. That is definitely a feat. But speaking of feats, I mean, if we can mention certain feats of the entire day, right? We've got our MVP ready right now, and it's going to be none other than Ginny. Last map might not have been the best showing, but we've literally seen him play the whole day. We saw him game 1, we saw him game 4, 5, and 6. This guy has been popping off, and 13, 15, it doesn't look that impressive, but the kills he got, goodness gracious, were they impactful. Like that one B-site take that he's inside a market, never would have thought that he would have gotten, okay, he gets one, like maybe catch him crossing in the lane, and everyone just kind of goes past. And he's being held by the opponent op. And he's like a freaking pixel of his arm, and he still shoots him through the wall. Doesn't make any sense. The kills this guy gets, so first of all, he can be flashy. Like, he can be flashy when he wants to.
Yeah.
Doesn't even need to be. When he's called upon, when he knows his job, and when he knows exactly what he has to do, doesn't overextend when he doesn't need to. He just sits there. He's chamber, so that might be one reason why. But this guy literally just does the right thing. It's like it's like you have a computer, like you have humans playing chess, and then you have a computer playing chess. Like, humans can make like really, really fancy moves, but then you have a computer that can think like 20, 30 steps ahead. That is absolutely unreal, and no human could ever think that deep. That is like this guy. It's a massive compliment, and this, congratulations once again. This guy gets some ice. I don't know if he's gonna want it, but he's already doing pretty freaking well for himself right now. But you never know. Try out some new equipment, and he might skyrocket to new heights.
Yeah, I mean, just one more congratulations, quite honestly. I mean, I really just spelled it out for him. Congratulations to Demon Time. You look outstanding. You can come back next week as much as you want to. Even you could also pay for a GLG membership and guarantee entry, just in case somebody forgets by any chance, because y'all just won 120 or 200, excuse me. I don't know where that number came from. Smack friends to work with, that they can make sure to secure themselves that dub again and again and again and again. Because I always talk about it. They managed to get themselves somehow always to at least the semis or the grand. So they're consistent. But I mean, looking at all the competition today, sure, we saw massive closures in those second halves again and again and again. But the first halves were looking very, very even for the majority. I want to say every single game that we saw in the second half of the day. So they're not really steamrolling anybody by any means. They just wake up eventually, and anybody else has the opportunity to do that. So to go ahead, come closure, I do want to once more, anybody who stuck around, a nice little reminder, we have giveaways going, because sure, Jenny just won himself a mice, but you can win yourself a pair of HG50s. You can get yourself a pair of GH50s to get yourself, what are you laughing at? What's so funny, huh? I'm trying to help people.
I've done that before.
I've been here all day, okay? I'm trying to wrap things up. I'm trying to give y'all some free stuff, so just bear with me here. Exclamation point giveaway in chat. Reaver 2.0 bundle up for grabs. GH50s up for grabs. And also get yourself a GLG membership. Get yourself into these tournaments once more next week. That's $250 up for grabs. And even then, if you're hungry, you got some control available for purchase up for grabs. Everything is here. Everything is available. Thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors. Thank you for all for tuning in. And with all that being said, God bless you all, and good night.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you
what?
serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Ginny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we've partnered with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.